Petal Sculpture Studio here in Wasilla, Alaska. Here I make needle felted sculptures using lustrous, fluffy, lofty, unspun wool and single barbed felting needles. There's no sewing, there's no stuffing. These dolls are sculpted out of wool. There's no wire armatures. They're very flexible. They're very animated. They're a lot of fun to make. And I'm going to lead you on about a 10-hour-long journey so you'll learn how to make a doll of your very own. You're looking at my little doll Evelyn now. I'm not going to teach you how to make Evelyn. I find it very hard to recreate a doll. The wool tends to evolve. It has a bit of a mind of its own. So I'm going to share with you techniques that I use to make dolls like Evelyn. I'm going to share with you my insight about materials to use for this soft sculptural needle felting. So here I've gathered up my supplies. This is it, a basket full of supplies. I have core wool. It's what I call it. It's wool batting, and it's natural colored, it's undyed, it's a mix of many breeds. It comes from a wool mill. They include many breeds with this. What I like about it is it's spongy and it's not real stringy. It pulls off the bat without a lot of loose strings. It stretches nice. It's very easy to manipulate into shapes for sculpting with. For me, this is the ideal needle felting wool. It doesn't come in dyed colors, which to me is fine because the surface of it's not beautiful. It doesn't felt well. It doesn't leave a nice surface. It gets rather pilly, little tiny pills on it. So it's the perfect core wool. And when I talk about core wool, here's what I'm talking about. This is the core of a doll. You'll see Evelyn and you'll see what I mean. That's what's inside of her. So because you can't see the core, I don't see the sense in using more expensive dyed wools of more selective breeds. This is an inexpensive wool. It's readily available online, plentiful I should say, and it works great for the core. It felts easily, it handles nicely. It's just, I can't get by without it. Sources online. So once you get the core structure built, then you begin adding flesh. For flesh tones, I love Norwegian C1 felting bats. I've tried out many types of wool, and this is hands down my favorite. This is a peach tone color that I like to use for flesh. They have you can also get much lighter tones, such as in Little Evelyn. This is a buff color. It's a great pale color. Here's my little doll, George. George is my little old man, funny little old man. But he's made out of this peach tone here. So back to Evelyn. We're just modeling as we go. Her clothes are made out of pre-felt. These are sheets of merino pre-felt. I'll share with you my tips and tricks for some quick and easy clothing options, still without the use of sewing, using pre-felt. And I'll also share with you more traditional clothes making methods with Norwegian C1. It comes in a great variety of color, and the possibilities are really endless, truly endless for the characters that you can create with all of these options available. So let's get little Evelyn out of the way and we'll proceed with supplies. I like to have curly locks, lots of different colors of curly locks around. These are some lovely lemony yellowy colored locks from a kid. It's kid mohair locks. So this comes off a goat. It's not wool, it's locks from a goat, and I love using mohair. It's got a great sheen. It really makes pretty hair. Sheep's locks are fun. I prefer Cotswold locks. They have a very nice sheen, nearly like human hair as well. Something else I use for hair often, let me dig in my basket of fun here. I use merino roving. Merino roving, you'll see how neatly it's combed out. It makes really fun hair. So I like to have a variety of colors of merino roving on hand too. I never know what color hair my character is going to demand. So those are the basics, and then I like to keep little snips of this and that. For wet felters and even spinners, little tiny bits of fibers don't really amount to much, but for needle felting, this is treasure. This is treasure to me. Let's see, I'll just start out. I have short fiber white merino felting bats. I use it for the whites of the eyes and the teeth. It's somewhat different than merino roving in that the fibers are not laying all in one direction, and the fibers are very short. What this is, I speculate, is what they comb out of this when they make these beautiful combed tops or roving. So this is short fibered, it's batting, it's merino, it's very soft. I wouldn't sculpt with this, I wouldn't use it for flesh, because merino is so fine, I find it very difficult to needle felt it. You see big holes, you have to poke it a lot to grab all those fibers, for the needle to grab all the fibers and felt them. I use it for eyes and teeth mainly, and for collars and cuffs of clothing that you need a really nice clear white, because merino just seems to bring out a really clear white. I believe it's bleached, but it's readily available. And now, let's see here, I have some merino top. I use it for details in eyes and shading, highlights. Generally I'll break up these fibers because it's the top, it's all combed together in one way. Generally it just takes a little bit to use for these small areas like eyes, but it breaks up very easily. And if you break it and blend it up, mix it up so it more resembles this batting, it works much easier. It doesn't leave lines and stripes. So I like to have a lot of colors because for eye color choices and shading, it's really fun. And this blends nearly like paint, so you can really play there too. So this pack would last me for many, many, many dolls. I would say I wouldn't have to replace this. I'd have enough wool to work off for all the colors. 10, 15 dolls. So really this is a lot of wool in sculptural needle felting if you're just talking details and colors. I have merino top in many colors, but I like to keep it packaged separate in brown. I have to reach for it often. I use it for details in eyes. I also use it in the mouth. You can use it for details all over, and it's just really handy to have a nice basic brown. I keep it in a separate bag, it keeps it clean, and this is again enough for many, many dolls. So we'll move along here. Here I have brown Norwegian C1. There's many applications for it. It adds great depth behind the mouth. I use it in the eyes as well. I use it in the nose. I blend it often with flesh tones to make shading. It's great to have around, but a little goes a long way. And then also, I have a selection here of some colors of Norwegian C1, but I like to keep a mixed bundle. You can buy it in variety packs of, I think it's 2 ounces of each color. These are not even a gram of each, of several colors. I just pinch out of my stash, my wool stash, and gather up some that I feel are fun for shading as well. It mixes nice with the C1 flesh tone, and it gives you lots of options for little details of color. So I believe that's it for the wool. And now let's move along to the needles. In my quest for the ultimate wool, I've also decided that I needed to go on a quest for the ultimate felting needles. Right away, when I first started, I noticed a dramatic difference in the different brands of felting needles available. They come in different gauges and blade configurations. It's a big, confusing array of felting needles out there. The felting needles you'll find have an L-shaped tip. Not the tip, this is the tip, this is the end. So in hours of needle felting, I find this to get very uncomfortable. So once I track down my favorite brand of needles, I find them to be the sharpest, the strongest, the most reliable. I then took it a step further and decided that I needed to cushion this end to make it more comfortable for me to use. So I found a way to dip them in rubber. And as I started teaching needle felting, I realized the benefits of color coding the needles just to help my students learn. And as I did that, I realized how handy it is for me to have color coded needles. When you have different size needles that all look like this, it's very hard to grab the right needle for the right job. And it's important to have the right tool for the right job. So I have designed a nice pack, and I call them my super duper rubber coated, color coded felting needles. I sell them on my website, and I package them in sets of 6. It's nice to have one and a spare because they break easily. Felting needles are very sharp, and they're made of steel, and they're very brittle. This blade is very, very fragile. It flexes. It has some flexibility, but you don't want to push that because it will snap. The shaft is strong, very, very strong. It would be hard to bend that, but you have to be very careful with the blade. This particular needle is a triangle blade, and it has some barbs notched into each side of that blade. Now each needle you get, here's the red needle. My red needle is, let me see here, is a 38 star blade. It's a little harder to see. It has more blades. The blades shape more like a star than a triangle, and the barbs start closer to the surface. So this needle is great for surface work. With the more barbs that are closer to the surface, you don't have to poke in as far. And the other size needle I use is a 36 triangle. Standard triangle blade, nice barbs cut in all along here. This is much stronger. I use it for deep, dense felting. I don't use it as often as I do the yellow needle. This one's my workhorse. It's considered a fine needle, but I use it for the wool, the types of wools I use. It's the perfect needle. So we have one for general felting, one for finish and surface work, and one for deep attaching. They're all very comfortable to use, and because I buy and dip high quality Foster brand needles, they seem to last better than some of the other needles you'll find on the market. So let's move along. I'm going to have to move my basket of fun out of the way. The other thing you'll need is a foam felting pad. Foam felting pads are available online. I have sources on my website. I like this nice high density pad. It gives a great work surface. I use it as a tool as well. I need it to hold the wool in place. So you can use upholstery foam. If you do use it, make sure it's at least 3 inches thick. It's not as dense as this, and the needle travels right through it. So you don't want to break your needles on a table underneath, or you don't want to stab right through to your lap if you happen to be working on your lap. These pads get dirty. They pick up the wool like you wouldn't believe. Some people really do not like working on a dirty surface. Me, well, I can let it go for a while, but if I'm working on a light colored piece and it's getting contaminated with other colors I've used, I'll have to clean it up. And a way to clean it up is, see, I've got some color stuck on there, and that's not bad. But I get this rubber lint brush. You see it's got rubber blades, or bristles, I should call them. And just with some circular motion, it just picks up all of those fibers out of those. See that? out of the fibers, out of the cells or what have you that are there. It's embedded right in the felting pad. So that's, to me, an essential tool to have around. I think it keeps the life of the pad extended if you get those fibers out of there, because eventually there get so many and it gets like a felted surface on top, and it just contaminates everything you try to work with. So it's good to keep it cleaned up. You don't have to keep it spotless, but keep it cleaned up. And the last thing I want to talk about in supplies is I like to keep my needles handy, my supplies handy. I have this fun little happy cup. I filled it with scraps of wool and needle felted it. It's very solid. What it does is it's a pin cushion, but why I like the cup design is because it's harder for me to break the needles. I'll tell you when I break the most needles is when I'm working on a project and I have my needles all out on my pad, on my work surface, and I get busy and I'm clumsy and I just hit my hand right into them and the needles snap right inside the pad. They're hard to get out. They snap right off. The needle's ruined. You can't use it again. You have to throw it away and either dig that out of your pad or worry that you always have a very sharp needle in your pad. So keeping it in a little pin cushion or cup off of my felting pad keeps me from knocking into it so much. I always keep a pair of embroidery scissors. I love the curve to these. As we proceed with the lessons, you'll see all the uses for my little needle, my little sewing scissors or embroidery scissors. I use lollipop sticks. I get at my local kitchen supply shop. They're for making candy lollipops. I have one that's shorter and thinner and one that's a little bit longer and fatter. We use these throughout the lessons too. The last thing we need is a sewing needle. I never sew with it. I never put yarn or thread or anything through the eye. I use it for pulling and stretching and manipulating the felted wool. I have a 3-inch needle here. I like it because it's sharp. It pierces into my felted shapes very easily. And it is strong. If I ever need to pull wool around, I use this rather than trying to use one of my delicate felting needles. So I like to keep one or two, at least one, a couple are handy. So that's it. That is it. That's all you need to make a fun little lifelike character like Evelyn. And so I hope you have fun with my lessons, and I'll try my best to explain things as clearly as I can so there's no doubt that you'll be able to make your own lifelike little characters. Thank you and happy felting! To share with you the magic of needle felted faces, I'm going to use some core wool batting and some Norwegian C1. I have almost an ounce of core wool, probably a half ounce, 3/4 of an ounce of Norwegian C1 in the flesh tone of my choice. This is beige peach. So the first thing we need to do is make an egg shape, a basic egg shape. I use that shape a lot in all of my needle felting, so it's a great skill to learn how to make a basic egg shape. So we never would want to start out with just a big rough chunk of wool you've pulled off the batting. When it pulls off, it can pull off very unevenly. So a good idea is to clean it up, rearrange it, and get it into a manageable size to work with. Take it from a large bat to small little sheets, roughly the size of your hand. You don't want to work with something that's much larger than your hand. So if you got stuff hanging off the edges, pull it off. You don't have to make it a perfect shape, but just nice and even. See, I'm kind of drafting it apart, pulling it just a little with my fingers. So so there's one sheet of wool. Now this would make a very small shape, and so we need slightly larger for a head. A head's pretty good size. So So what we need to do is prepare 4 of these sheets. 4 of these sheets should make a pretty good head shape. And if it's too small, you think, after you get it shaped, you can add more wool. So there's 2, roughly the size of my hand. So I have some more stacked and ready to go. There's 3 and there's 4. So I'm going to hold it sideways, give you an idea of how thick this is. There's a lot of air in there. So the idea behind, let me get that out of my way. It's nice to have everything off your felting pad that you're not immediately using. It helps keep it less cluttered. So anyways, back to this. The idea is that we want to manipulate this wool into a shape that we need while pressing the air out. We want to press as much air as we can out of the wool while forming it into an egg shape. So to do that, I'm going to hold it in my left hand, get a good grip around it like this. You see how I've got, here's my thumb, here's my fingertips. So what I want to do is I want to fold this top edge over, and I'm folding it right over my thumb. I'm doing that because I need a lot of tension. I want a good amount of tension. This wool is stretchy, but it holds together nice when you stretch it. So give it a good firm stretch around your thumb and pull your thumb out of there. See, we have a nice fold now. Just kind of folding it down there. So just helping it along. It was a little too puffy right there. So I'm holding it down tight here. So now I want to take my left thumb and palm and roll right down over the tip of my other thumb. And as I'm doing that, I'm going to pull the tip of my right thumb out of there. And now I'm holding it all in my left hand. You can see there's already an egg shape starting. So I'm going to take the same kind of motion. What I'm not doing is folding it over. You see that leaves big creases and corners. I'm rolling it over. And hold those fibers, and then till you get a grip with your thumb. So we folded it over once, then we've gone from the left and then the right side. So now it's a little tricky here. You gotta fold it over once again around the middle, and I'm holding tight because if I let go even slightly, the air is gonna just jump right back in, the wool's going to expand, and you'll have to start over. You'll have to restack your wool and start over. So don't let it go. If you feel it starting to jump out in anywhere in your grip, just use your other hand and re-establish your grip. You don't need to grip so hard that it hurts, but keep a good firm hold on it. So I went over again. Now I have to go back to the left and back to the right without making any major folds. Got a really great start to an egg, so I can go over one more time, but I don't have any wool left, if you can see, on either side to wrap around anymore. So now what I'm doing, I'm just mashing it right down onto the felting pad. And I grab these fibers. I'm mashing it down evenly with all of my fingers. That's keeping the air compressed out of it. Any loose fibers and neaten them up. Pull them towards the middle. Okay, and now it's time to start actually needle felting. We're going to start stabbing this needle into the wool, and with every stab, these barbed fibers tangle. Barbed blades, I'm sorry, barbed fibers. They tangle the barbed fibers in the wool and create felt. So what we're doing here is I'm still holding down, and I've just started tacking these loose ends we've pulled around. Just tacking those down with my yellow 40 gauge triangle needle. You may be tempted to pull wool with your needle to get it pulled tight. Please refrain from that. it will break your needles really quickly. Use your fingers. So as I've needled this loose stuff down, I'm going to go on this side here a little bit. I'm going to roll it towards me. I haven't let it go completely yet, but I'm just about to. I feel that those fibers I pulled around are now secured. And yes, I can let it go. It's holding its own air. You see here I have a lot of fluff. I haven't needled that at all. So the next step, I'm trying to show you how squishy it is. I've really compressed a lot of the air out. But there's still a lot of air left in there, which is good. We want to leave some air in there. That allows sculpting. That allows you to manipulate this shape when you're adding features and whatnot. So you want to keep some softness in there, but we need to needle this the whole entire surface so that it's not fluffy anymore. And so to do that, you just simply start needling very carefully, stabbing in and out. Now you'll see that I change directions often, but what I don't do is I don't change directions after I stab it in. So whatever angle I stab it in, I pull it out. That keeps the needle from breaking. But as you discover, changing the angle helps tangle the wool together quicker. You will see. So this is just a basic needling stroke, this in and out motion. And that stroke is used often. And another stroke that I use often is, you see how I've changed? Now I'm running the needle along the surface and poking in at a very sharp angle. I start with the needle facing towards me. And I'm actually using this part of the needle, and it's the strong shaft. Here's the blade, that's where it gets weak. This shaft is very strong, it's all steel. This is strong. So I use that part to compress the air out as I go. And this I call a surface needling stroke. It's going on the surface, it's not going in deep. And it really forces the air out of this top layer of fluff here. So it gives a good surface shaping too. You can really sculpt that egg shape. So what I'm doing is I'm squishing. I'm trying to work it back into an egg shape. It got very long, but I still feel, here's the thin end of the egg. I have a mess down here that I need to close up this gap. This seam is starting to pull apart a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm setting my needle down, get it right out of my way here, and I'm just going to pull these fibers over. You see how I'm stretching around in there, we're getting more of an egg back again. So it's really easy to manipulate this wool, especially this outer layer of wool. Pull it, compress air out, and hold it down and needle it, and it really stays into place very, very easily. And there, as it jumped out, I just hadn't needled there. Wool has a lot of memory, so it'll jump right back if you don't control it with the needle. See, now I've sculpted it more of an egg shape. Now this shape, I'm going to want it to be a little not so long. Not quite so long as this, so I'll show you the trick to fixing that as soon as I go over this. It's a pretty good egg shape, but we're getting there. It has a lot of surface to it, and you don't want to forget any part of it, so just keep going over it, working it with the basic needle stroke and also with the surface needling stroke. Just work at that. All of these strokes, this is just great practice. You're going to need this a lot as you continue to build the features. So because it's a little bit too long for me, for what I want, if you want a really elongated face, that's fine to leave it like this. I generally want the heads a little more of a rounded egg. You can see about how big that is in relation to my hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to squish it down, and then set it on the pad and just keep squishing it down a little bit. I'm going to get my black needle. It's stronger for deep felting, and I'm going to just pierce through. It's really tough. I'm going to pierce through. See in just one spot there? I lifted it out of that spot a little bit, but you don't want to work over the whole surface. What I'm doing is I'm poking it in, giving it a few pokes, moving it over a little bit, giving it a few pokes, and I'm poking in really deep inside. I'm going much past the blade and I'm not going all the way through, but I'm tangling these fibers on the inside because it's going to hold that. Here, let me put that needle away. I won't be needing that. I've tangled on the inside, and see how it's held that? Now that I've done that, it's still going to want to shrink out, shrink out, sorry. It's still going to want to expand, so now I just need to tighten this outer layer down, and it will keep it from expanding. I stabbed myself. You're going to do that from time to time. I generally feel it coming before it happens, and I rarely stab myself so hard that I bleed, but every now and then it happens. Make sure you have some alcohol or some kind of antibacterial wipes around, and Band-Aids help too, in case you do give yourself a whopper. Some things that help you from stabbing yourself is to just always be aware what direction that needle is heading in relation to your fingers. I'm trying to watch the lens, the camera lens, to make sure you guys can see, so that's why I just stabbed myself. I wasn't watching. Take your eyes away and you're gonna stab yourself. So see, now that's a great little egg. It's a great little shape. It's not perfect. The surface of the core wool is hard to finish, so we don't need to worry about that. It's because we're going to cover it with our flesh tone. You're not going to see it, but it's a great start to a face. Here it is in my hand. Here it is. We can squish it. It's not flat. It's nice and rounded. That's what we want. So the next process we will be building up the facial features. So the next step is building up the facial features. I use the same steps every time, yet every time yields a completely different character. So there's a lot of options to explore. I'll try to share with you many, but I think it would take much more than one class to teach all of the options for bringing a face to life. So the basics we'll cover, and the rest you'll have to explore on your own. So I like to determine where the eyes are going to be set. Generally they're right in the middle of the face, but it's easy to forget as you're working. So I like to create a depression. And you see I've got a needle that I'm abusing, but you know what? It's not a felting needle. It's a regular old sewing needle. It's a 3-inch doll needle. I like these because they're sharp. They pierce the wool easy, and I need that. I could do without this looped in, the eye there, because I never thread anything in it. I don't sew with it. I just use it to press the wool, to pull the wool. It's a great tool. I use it all the time. As we proceed with these lessons, you will see. So now I've just sort of indented a line in there, and I'm going to needle that line in. What this line is the line on the face where the eyes are going to be. The eyes are set the deepest in your head of any of your features, so this is going to give us a point to work off. See how I've gone over that back and forth a few times with the 40 gauge? And let you see it here from the side view. It's not dented in all the way. It hasn't made this whole face fold up. It's just a nice indentation. So that's where we're going to start working. And the first step to the face is the nose. And we're going to make a basic nose. Let me get my needle out of the way so I don't break it accidentally. So the first step to a nose is to shape it. You shape it off separate from the head, And so, like I showed you to pull sheets of wool off the batting for making the basic shape, you're going to need to start also pulling wool off the batting for building up features, but you need your flesh tone. So a nose is an interesting and fun thing, and it's a shape we use often in needle felting. This is a basic nose shape, but I use it for many, many other features besides a nose. So I have a little sheet of wool in my hand and I'm pulling it apart, but what I'm determining is it's not quite enough there for me. I want a nose with some density, but I don't want a huge, cute little button noses. They have some density here, but they're not huge. So that's what I want to go for, is just a nice, straightforward little nose. So let me pull some more off the batting and get a little thicker area. As you learn to needle felt and explore with wool, you'll learn where to pull off the batting. Batting is not a perfectly made material. It varies in thickness, and so you'll learn how to pull off really neat sheets. So you can see this one's bigger, this one's kind of thin, and a little bit you can see through. It's a little ratty looking even. And for the nose, I want a really nice piece of wool. So what I want to go for is pull off a little bit, because I think I have a little too much. So what I want to go for is a felted tip with loose fibers fanning out. So let me show you. So one side looks nicer, this side looks a little rough, this side looks nicer, so I want to use this side for the front of the nose. So I'm going to turn this over with the rough side up, and like you started rolling the basic egg shape, so I've got it held in my hands here, just roll it over once, roll it over twice. That gives a nice dense tip of the nose. Here, this is going to build up the density too. Roll it over from the left. Keeping it all held together. Move your fingers around if you need to. And from the right. Now look at what we have there. That's going to form the tip of the nose. So, I'm just going to smash it down onto the felting pad, keeping the air pressed out. Get the yellow needle. There, I folded it over, I pinched it together here, and I'm going to pinch it right there. It's about a thumbnail's length. Pinch there from the end. So now I'm just going to lightly needle. I'm not going in so deep that I'm going right through the shape into the felting pad. Just lightly needle when all I'm trying to do is close this seam up. You won't be able to see it because this is the back side of the nose, but you want it to have some strength, so you don't want it to pop apart once you put it on. So you have to close this seam up. See how that works? It's just closing it right up, just with some really light poking, and I'm going at it more to sideways attack than straight up and down. So now when you let that go, the tip stays felted, and the fibers fan out, just like I said I wanted. So, and now I need to determine how long of a nose I want. So we need to kind of come up here and look at our head. What I'm going to do is sort of look at it from the side. That looks like a big, big nose, but there's a lot of air in there we're going to sculpt out. So don't worry about that. There is a pretty good amount of density in there, so, but there's still a lot of air, so we'll be able to sculpt. But what we're looking for now is length. So the thinnest part of the nose is right between the eyes. So there's that line, and we need it. So I'm going to hold it up, and I'm going to pinch where I want the thinnest part of the nose, right on that line. And I'm pressing it right into that line with my fingers. So now I want to take the yellow needle, and you can see here I'm pressing right up against that line. And this is really tricky so that you don't poke yourself. And I'm just taking a few fibers. I'm not pulling the needle out, I'm just poking those deep in. I'm going to take one more stab at it right into that line in one spot. Well, that was actually two little spots. So now we're going to move over to the other side. Redo the pinch. If you've let go of that pinch, you got to get it really pinched tight. So here again, right into the line. It's kind of harder to see on this side, but I'm going right into the line. And all this is doing is tacking the nose into place while keeping a semblance of a bridge. Now that looks funny. That looks very, very funny. I see a nose because I make them all the time, but there it is. It looks like a Muppet nose at this point. That's okay. So now what you want to do is take these fibers and very gently fan them apart. Remember, this is only tacked in, so you don't want to pull that out, so you got to be real careful. So you want to fan these out. I'm even going to hold on to the nose here. Fan them out. And you see what's going to happen. I'm going to pull these over. This is going to form the brow bone and the forehead. So I've got them spread out, but I like to use the cup, the palm of my hand there to spread them out well. And now I'm going to take the yellow needle and I'm just going to tack down the edges, just those loose edges. Just stretch them out gently. Norwegian C1 stretches so nicely and felts down so easily. So I really haven't needled anything in here, nothing in here. I've just tacked the nose into place and the loose fibers. And I'm going to go back in here and readjust this nose, get it tacked in a little bit better. On either side, because it just is looking like it's pulling out. So I would say just at this first glance of this nose, it's going to be on the big side. So just remember that. So when you pull off the wool, if I think it's too big, now would be the time to redo a nose, but I think this nose is going to work out great. It's going to be a little bit bigger than Evelyn's nose, but probably not too terribly much in the end. I wouldn't want Evelyn to have much bigger of a nose than that. So this is how the characters evolve, though. You pull off a lot of wool for a nose, you might have a big-nosed old feller. You pull off a little, you might have a cute little girl. We'll just see where this nose leads us. Sometimes the nose dictates the whole project, and this is the fun of it. The needle felting is a surprise. The wool tends to have a mind of its own, and it's a great, great journey. So the next step will be the beginnings of a mouth. This is not a completed nose, and we don't do the whole nose and then move to the mouth. The whole face evolves in many steps, and we'll go back to the nose, we'll go back to the eyes, we'll jump around to the features. So the next step is just to build the basic mouth. And for the basic mouth, you need the same size sheet, roughly, of wool of flesh tone as you did for the nose. Pull some off of there. So let me bring little Evelyn into play when I talk about the mouth. The mouth that we're making, the first part of it is this whole upper flap here, you see? It's the same color as the flesh. I don't even have upper lip color on that. I have many of my dolls, most of my dolls don't have upper lip color. I think they look just adorable without it. So that's what I'm going to teach in this class, just for lower lip color only. So we're going to make this shape right here. So for that we need the flesh tone. So I have the same size sheet roughly as I made for the nose. Clean that up and make sure it's nice and even and not too ratty. So what we're going to do is form this nice felted edge. See that? It's really densely felted, and it's a really nice smooth edge too. So to get that is real simple. All you do is draw a line right across that sheet, just like so. Go over it a couple times, and you're locking the fibers right into the felting pad, but not too deep. You can see here I'm going not even up to the end of the blade. And I don't want it too wide. We don't want a really long mouth. It tends to have a Joker effect, a clown effect. So in relation to the face, that'll be a nice upper mouth, upper lip line. So now take these loose fibers just on one side and fold them right over towards you, right up against the line. Don't pull too hard or you'll pull it out, but just pull till you can feel the line. You should be able to feel easily, I started here and I started there. You should be able to feel those 2 points where you started. So starting on the left side of where you started, that 1 point, feel for it right there. There it is. Just start needling. I'm going to needle a half circle shape right into the wool here. I'm going to go all the way up and start feeling where it ends. It ends right there. So I'm going to curve the circle right up there. So you see I have a half circle drawn right in. Now what I want to do is I want to compress and felt this inside of this half circle. I want to felt all the air out of that and tangle these fibers well. So to do that, just start working over it back and forth. See those needle holes? They will close up. Start working at it. I'm going into the felting pad. That nice crunching sound is that. But I'm still not going so deep. You can see I'm not going too deep here with the blade. You don't want to drive these fibers deep into your felting pad. You'll damage your felting pad when you pull it out of there, and you'll have a mess. So you just don't need to do it that hard. And you'll likely break your needle doing it too. So try not to go too fast, too deep, too vigorous, and just right up to that line. So when you feel like you've got all the air compressed out, you don't see any big pockets of air, set your needle down, and I like to just unfluff the fibers. They get a little stuck to the felting pad, so just fluff them up. This is all going to be felted into your pad, so you have to peel it off. There. Now we see we have a nice felted edge on one side, but this other side is not felted. Now that is the back side of the mouth, but we don't want to be able to see all these hairy fibers sticking over. So what we need is the red needle for this. What I like to do, the red needle is the 38 star blade. There's more blades and the barbs, and therefore there's more barbs, and the barbs start closer to the tip. It's great for surface work. When you want to just barely felt the surface without going deep. So I'm just pulling these fibers over with my fingers to smooth them over back away from that edge. And then really carefully, mindful where your fingers are, just give it that surface needling stroke, and that will lock those fibers down, all those loose ones, without pushing them back through the wool to the outside of the mouth. And there you have a nice clean edge. That's going to be the upper lip. The upper lip, the upper mouth, I have a little vegetable matter in there I want to pull out. So put my red needle away so I don't break it. So now what we want to do is we need to attach this to the face. So I'm just fanning these fibers out, holding on to that shape I needle and fan the fibers out. Now don't get too rough, but you want them neatly fanned out. So I need to tack it to the nose only. It's going to be just a loose flap tack to the nose. And I want this dense part that I felted, this half circle, I want that to be below the nose. And so I need these fibers just on the outside edge of this felted edge. These are going to tack to the nose. And this whole bit of fiber here is going to go over the nose. That's going to create a seamless nose to where we won't have an obvious nose stuck on. It's going to smooth out and have a seamless nose. So I have it smoothed over. I'm going to hold it like this, get the yellow needle, and I'm going to just, like I tacked it like I tacked the nose on, just in two places. These two places are roughly where the nostrils are going to be. All that we're doing is holding it onto the face by this. That's all right now. So there you go. So it's barely on there. So now, just to give it a little more security while we work, go ahead and find that point where you pinch the nose together, you see there, and that line's right under my fingers. And so just on those same 2 points where you tack the nose down, tack this sheet of wool right down over that. Just a couple pokes on each side will do. And there you go, and that's holding this whole flap over. All these extra fibers are going to be used to sculpt down the nose, sculpt the nose into shape, and fan out over cheeks. This is going to form the upper mouth. So now that we have a really great idea of where the mouth is going to be sitting on the face, we need to make a dark spot to show depth. To do that, we're going to grab our brown Norwegian C1. I like to keep it in little packets on my felting table. It helps keep it clean, helps keep it easy to find and organized. So I'm just pulling off a little bit, a small sheet, much smaller than you used for the nose. I'm going to kind of reorganize that. I need it to be not thick, but I don't want to see the core wool below it. So what we're going to do is, while this is so nice and a nice flappy thing on the face, we're going to just lay this out. This Norwegian C1 spreads out really easy with your fingers or with the palm of your hand. Just lay it out and tack it down along the edges first. It can go down under the egg. It's all going to get covered with flesh tone. If we want a really broad smile, we want to make sure we have enough to show behind any kind of really broad smile. So I'm just tacking it down with the yellow needle, getting the air out of it. And to make sure that we don't have fuzzy fibers sticking out of the mouth, I'm going to switch to the red needle and do that surface needling stroke. So I'm not sinking this in. It's following the contours of the egg. I'm not building up the egg. I'm just putting a nice flat sheet of brown wool over the top. So I'm just going over this in a couple directions to really make sure those fibers are locked down and well felted, because it's going to be hard to get to them again. So that was easy. And that's going to be the definition behind the mouth. Let's put that red needle away. And now we're going to make the lower mouth. The lower mouth is very much the same as the upper mouth, but there are some differences. So let me find a good clean piece of wool, pull off the same size you pulled off for the upper mouth. Nice little sheet. Clean up any rough edges. Lay it down on the pad. And like we did before with the line, because we need a nice edge. But we're going to have lip color too, but we still need a nice edge. So rather than a straight line, I want to make a curved line. It makes a more natural lower lip shape than a straight line. Make a nice curved line right in the center. Nothing fancy here. I like to focus on those corners, make sure they're well attached into that felting pad, but not too deep again. Because this curved line, they want to pull out much easier when you pull against that curve. So what I'm doing is I'm just gently folding it, and I want, here's where the edges of that line is, that I just drew are, where the edges are of the line. So I'm going to tack it down here and just work my way up around to where I started the line, and then work it to where I ended that line. And just like you did before, needle out all that air. So go ahead and needle out all that air, flip it over. After you get it all needled, all the air needled out, pull it off the pad, flip it over, pull out your red needle, tame down those fuzzies, and we will be ready for the lower lip. So we have a nice lower mouth shape here. You should have a nice clean, slightly rounded edge, no fuzzy sticking up from the back, and lots of fluff around the outside. So we'll bring in little Evelyn. She's grabbing hold of wool that I didn't want her to have. Now we're going to make the lower lip. The lower lip is simply a tube of wool, and to achieve a tube of wool, this is where lollipop sticks come in handy. I usually keep 2 sizes on my felting table. I will want to have a little bit of loft and substance to this lower lip, so I'm going to choose the thicker of the two, the larger stick. Put the other one back in my happy cup. So I like to use merino wool. Merino top, actually. I keep little bits snipped up near my felting table. I like to have a variety of colors. I use them for eyes and shading as well. So it's nice just to have a little bit snipped up and set aside for my needle felting projects. Easy to grab, easy to see what I have in here. I try not to go for red. Red seems too bright and garish. Let's see what we have. Merino top comes in an unbelievable amount of different color choices. I've bought a sampler pack, probably a pound of wool, which would probably last me an eternity for using for needle felted dolls. So I just snip it up and give myself some nice samples. I'm just going to pull a rosy pink color out of here. Blue lips would look funny. I'm going for more lifelike. I think this will go pretty with the flesh I've chosen. So let's get this rounded back up, back in the bag. Now I don't need, there went my bag, I don't need this whole bunch of roving. That's too much for a lip. That's enough for several lips. So what I want to do is just grab a hold and pull some off of there. See, I don't have a lot. So what I want to do is take this and roll it into a tube. So I'm holding the roving, or the top, the comb top. I'm right across my fingertip, press the stick over it, leave enough overhang to grab hold with your thumb and fold down and pull tight. And then just start spinning the stick towards you, keeping this wool fed in just a nice little narrow tube. You want it thicker right in the very middle than at the edges. So now all we need to do is spin. Do you see how I'm just spinning it between my fingers? I'm letting friction do the felting. It's a pretty fun way to do it. Just spinning it towards me. I'm just like when I rolled it, if I spun it the other way, if I spun it away from me at this point, it would undo it. So this is just starting at the felting process. Now pull it off the stick, and it should be felted enough that it holds its little shape. So what I want to do is give it a gentle little tug. See, it's still got some fullness in the middle. I like that. You'll see it's not real long. But it is long enough to go along the edge of the lower mouth that we just made. Just barely, but we don't need a lot of overhang. We'll stretch out just a little bit. So now what we're going to do is we're going to lay it right on the edge of the front. And this yellow needle comes in very handy. I'm trying to get this moved around so we can see the best of what I'm doing. What I want to do is just start by, see how I've just barely snagged a couple fibers there with the needle on the edge of that lip. I'm going to go right down in near the edge of the mouth shape. So just keep going along there, grabbing a little bit of fibers at a time. It's gonna pull this shape. See how it's pulling the air out? It's gonna do that, but you can be able to fix that up. So it's just a real gentle process. Move it, turn it over. You can see what you're doing better. And then start where you started on the other side. So work it along. It's a little awkward. You just really have to be careful and don't work it too much. And don't go for perfection. And always get your wool out of your way that you're not using. I'll put it back in the little bags here. It just tends to get messed up if you leave your extra wool laying there. So I have it tacked on along this outer edge. Now I want to turn the whole lip shape over. You should be able to see that you've driven a few pink fibers right through to the other side. That's okay, they're not going to show. But what you don't want to do is contaminate the front part of the mouth, right under here. So in this next step, it's real easy to contaminate that, but we'll try not to. So what I like to do is just pull it tight, press it tight against the felting pad, and just really gently. See, I'm just taking a couple fibers really gently, just flattening this shape out to meet the lip. I'm really going shallow. In fact, I'm going to switch here. I'm going to be switching back and forth with the red and yellow needles. The 38 star, remember, it has more tips closer to the surface, so when you're trying to make some really slight surface attachments, grab this thing. Grab this needle. So you see I'm playing with both of them. Now I want to take and just still stretching out and pulling it. Let's start right near the center. Pull some of these loose fibers back. You want to fold them right over the edge. And if it's sticking up too much, just tack it down. Sticking too much to get it over. Now I've told you not to pull fibers with your needle. This is an instance where you can, but be careful if you feel any stress on your needle, back off, you're pulling too hard. So I'm just tacking them down and driving the fibers sideways rather than deep into the, or rather than into the other side of the face. You're gonna, I'll show you. It's we probably will contaminate it a little. This part's real tricky, but you don't want to see. You want it to cover that edge. You don't want to see that edge, so. Now that doesn't look very good yet, so we're going to just keep playing around with it. It won't take much to fix it up. It's just got a little air in it there. Pull it over a little more. I'm still working on the back side. I haven't pulled it over evenly. It won't look good on the front. If there's any spots along this outer edge that you might have missed, now's a good time to go back over it. What I'm avoiding doing is needling right down into the middle of the lip. I don't want to needle that air out of there. You have some loose stuff on the edges. So there we're getting more of a nice lip shape. And we're not going to worry about making it perfect now, because after we get it on, we're going to sculpt and we can add shading and we'll refine this shape as we see it needs to be refined after it's attached to bring out the character. So let me get my needles out of the way here, clean up any wool. So now we're going to go back, and these two shapes are going to come together, upper and lower lip. Mouth, I should say. So I'm going to try to straighten this out. It could be all off and wonky one side to the other, so that's okay. We'll have plenty of time to straighten it, but what I'm looking for is these original corners of the mouth. So I want to take the one and separate these fibers right at the corner. I just want to fluff them out a little bit. I'm holding on to the nose area. I'm pressing in. I don't want to pull it out of the face, but I just need to fan those fibers out a little bit. You do it on the other side too. Whenever you're tugging at the wool, make sure to hold on so whatever you've needled isn't holding on. You don't want to rip out any work you've done. So I found out those sides. Now I want to do the same here. Holding on. Don't want to tear out anything. And if your edges feel real thick and kind of hard to straighten out, just pull a little bit of that off. Sometimes when you fold it over, this leftover part of the fold, it's just a little too thick. What you want is just nice, loose, fanned out fibers. See? So now let the two corners match up. Let the upper mouth come overlap the lower mouth. The fibers should be nicely spread out from one shape to the next. So now we need a yellow needle, and caution. I'm needling into the wind here. I'm not needling into anything, just into the air. So I don't want to have my fingers behind there because I'll stab them. So I'm just holding these fibers together and keeping my fingers out of the way as I gently attach it. Doing it in the air, it keeps the fibers from getting hard and overworked. We just need these two shapes attached and not deeply felted. So find that other corner. It's right there. This corner, pull them up together, overlap these fibers. Excuse me while I wrestle around with it. You'll find yourself changing positions a lot just to get the best view. Okay, get the fingers out of the way. And you see I'm coming from the back side too. I'm just tangling these two sheets of wool together, really. Well, we're starting to see a little character come out already. we're gonna continue to build up the face. We need to consider cheeks and chin next. So that's really fun and easy, and we're getting close to getting ready to get this nose sculpted down and get some eyes on. So let's talk about the cheeks for a moment. It's more than just the cheeks, actually. It can be cheekbones and sunken cheek areas. You can build up cheekbones way up going past the temple. You can have more narrow temples. You can have just apple cheeks. Little Evelyn here, she's just got some little apple cheeks, and that's really the simple cheek method. As you practice with these techniques, little teeny nose shapes are what I use for cheekbones, if you want to build up cheekbones rather than apple cheeks. These little teeny noses needled on under there. I'll explain as I go. So let's start with cheeks. Generally, if I put on cheekbones, I wouldn't do cheeks, or if I do cheeks, I don't really need cheekbones. So I'm going to decide that I just want some cheeks. Now I have a lot of fluffy wool here, but it's not going to give me enough loft to build some nice cheeks. So I need to build something to go under these cheeks to give it some structure. So I pulled off a little sheet of wool. I don't need that much, but I do need 2 cheeks, so one on each side of the face. So I pulled that in half, and so all I'm going to do to make some cheeks is just fold the fluff over and pinch it and keep it down as you keep going around. And you're going to make not a ball, but kind of a disc. So lay it down, fuzzy side up, very carefully, watching your fingers. Just tack these fibers down. See how I'm slowly sliding my finger out of the way? It holds the fibers as I work in that direction. So it's just a little disc. I believe this is my other piece here. Repeat for the other side. Just let's see here. That's how I was doing it this way, folding them down under. You really want to just go for the same density as the other one, and since you pulled off both sheets of wool at the same time, that helps keep the shapes the right size. And all I want to do, I'm not worrying about anything lovely or fancy, just tacking these fibers down so it holds its shape. They're relatively close to the same size. We want them, we don't need to worry about perfect. And they're about the same density, so that's good enough for me. Perfection isn't my forte. I don't love to worry about that. I don't think I'd ever get a needle felted project done if I worried too much about that. So what I do want to worry about is keeping this face all centered while I figure out where I need the cheeks placed. The reason to build this facial layer first is because it's really hard just to look at an egg and determine where you want all those features. It's nice to have this layer that you're going to be sculpting in to sort of help guide you of where to place these. Like now I know where the corner of the mouth is going to be, somewhere in this area, so I have a better idea of where I want these cheeks. So, keep it all straight. Where I want these cheeks is just right on the other side of the nose, slightly below. You see the nose there, and right next to the mouth. And so the yellow needle, I'm just going to tack it. I don't want to needle it solidly, firmly in there. I may want to move it around a little bit, and you have to reach under there and pull and push. And so you just want to tack it. I just went around the outside of it, just a little bit. So where you put the other one, try to place this one. Now let's see here. I'm going back in here, and I can feel this line of the eye. And I feel already I've placed this cheek too high up by the eye. I'm going to lower it. I noticed this mistake, not a mistake, it's just a placement choice. When I went to put on this one, I could see better the line of the eye. So, and I could see it was going to be up right on the eye, and I don't really want that. Cheeks are cute right up to the eye though, so but I wanted it a little more lower down on the face than that. So just tacking it into place, and it should be fairly symmetrical with the other one. So just kind of give it a look. Pretty close. So let's pull that down. I'm going to be looking at that. And I like where I'm feeling those cheeks. So, keep it all in line here. I feel the cheeks on each side of the nose. Now I want to start sculpting the nose down. So I'm back to those 2 points. I'm going to tack them in again. They do pull out as you go, these 2 points, as you work and pulling up the facial features. So you have to re-tack them in. And I'm sinking the needle pretty deep into the head. I want these fibers to pull tightly into the head. So now what I'm doing, I'm looking from the forehead down the face, down the nose. I'm going to keep it all lined up straight. And I want to start gently sculpting around the nose. Keeping in mind that the bridge gets very narrow between the eyes. Let me see here. Do as I say, not as I do. Do you see I started scraping at this line, at these little fibers here with my felting needle? Well, I have a lot of experience with the felting needle, and I know how much pressure it can stand, which isn't a lot. So if you ever need to fan out fibers, grab that sewing needle. What I was seeing happening is a seam there from pulling, and I don't want that. I don't want any seams, so when I'm seeing a seam from fibers pulling in the same direction, I fan them out and fix that. So okay, that bothered me. Now it doesn't bother me anymore. So I take a few pokes on one side and a few on the other, and I'm just working my way down the bridge, drawing these fibers deep down into the head shape. What I don't want to do is a lot of surface needling here. It'll beat up the outside of the wool. So you're continuing down. You want to start thinking of nostril flares. And see what I'm doing? I'm squishing. I'm trying to squish a cute little shape in. I'm going to keep pulling on each side of the bridge. I say pulling because you can actually see the fibers pulling with these deep strokes. Especially as the whole nose starts tightening down, you can really start seeing the fibers pulling and pulling a bridge into shape. And what I do on one side, I always do on the other, and try to keep it all straight. I'm going to give it a look to make sure it's still lining up good with the mouth. Make any adjustments if it's not. Okay, I'm going to turn it a little bit. I want to start thinking about the flare, the nostril flare. So I'm just going to needle in deep. This is the sculpting part. We're getting into needle sculpting now. It's kind of like with clay. You'd want to push in here and start and push up here and get some flares going. So because it doesn't stay when you push it, you have to squish and then needle it before you let it, before it remembers where it was and pops back. So here I'm going to work around this little area and sculpt in a flare. And then I get on this side. See? Now this nose is still big. It is just roughed in. We have to do a lot of sculpting on that nose, but I needed to get it roughed in so that it'll stay in place, and so we can get this, see how the cheeks are coming out there, so we can get this in place. But we can't really place these fibers because we don't have much of a chin here. We need a little chin. Evelyn just has a little bit of a chin. We have the pointy end of the egg, but that's going to form into the neck and jawline. So we need a little chin to hold this lower lip out, this lower lip shape out, to balance the face, to get a nice profile. So a little chin's easy, really easy. Take some flesh tone. You can even gather up if you got little scraps laying around from yanking stuff off and trimming things up. So just gather up a little bit, and all you want to do is make a little nose shape, just like we made for the big nose. You just fold it over. Let's talk you through it. Fold it over the top, fold it from the left and to the right. Now if you want a really big pronounced chin, you want to take a lot more wool, but you do the same technique. I just want a cute little button, just a cute little small chin. Button nose, I don't know what you call a small chin though. So I just needle that together, and I want to fan it out to where the shape's right in the middle, and you've got it fanned out like this. So where do I want the chin? I want it below the nose, even in line with the nose, below the mouth. So I'm just going to pull up that facial layer there. I'm going to lay that chin on. Now there's one thing we have to be careful of here. We're tacking it in right through the chin and up behind the head. But what I don't want it to do is what it's wanting to do, is I do not want it to cover this brown layer. So I just want to take with my fingers and pull out those fibers around. Get them off of that brown layer. We don't want to be seeing those. We don't want to be seeing the flesh tone. And if you made a chin out of dark brown, it's likely it would show through the flesh tone. So this is the best way, is to make all these shapes out of flesh tone. So I've just tacked it into place. It's got some loose fibers around it. It doesn't have to be on there tight, because you need it to move around a little bit. So now I just want to I want to check the profile. I think I want the chin to be up a little higher, so I just tugged it a little bit. I pulled some of the fibers came out when I did that, but that's okay. It just seemed like it was back too far. So I'm just going to give it a little curve up here. And check it again. That feels better. It's not sloped back this way too far. So just really gently going to pull these fibers very loosely around the chin. We want to leave enough to sculpt a cute shape in. And I have loose fibers all up along the nose, so I've tacked them down along under the chin. So now I'm going to move back up on either side of the nose. See, I'm just stretching out the fibers, just stretching them out, and I just tack them, just barely tack them. We need to get these dealt with just up along the eyes and the cheeks. So this is really loose along the bridge. So I just tacked in some of those a little deep like I was doing before. So now I'm just working my way around. Now we have this funny looking mouth. There's the chin. I don't want that shown, so I want to pull this mouth up over. Tack this down around the chin, just tack it. Now that's not a very cute mouth. It's really silly and dopey looking. And to me it seems too sunken here. That doesn't look like a natural profile. So what is missing from there is the palate. The upper palate, or the jaw, the area that holds the teeth. And that's a very easy thing to fix. Depending on how your egg was shaped, you may not need to do this next step, but I'm going to take a little more of this brown C1. I'm going to create a little palette out of it. Just a little will do. Nothing fancy. I'm just kind of rolling and folding it up, not really so much into an egg, it's really small, but just into a little tube that doesn't have any fluffies on it. So I'm going to lay that down. I'm just holding it down with my finger as I felt along it. Roll it. Just so there's no loose fibers hanging off. The thicker you make it, the more of a palette it's going to be, and your character could get overbite looking fairly quickly. Evelyn has a cute little palette. So all I'm going to do is wiggle it up under here. Get that yellow needle. Pull that up. I just want to tack it into place. I made this one out of brown because it's part of the mouth, and it may show, and we may need to attach teeth, and so it just needs to be the same dark brown as you used before to continue adding the depth. So I've just tacked it in there, and already the profile's better. So now I have something to work with the mouth. I want to start playing with this expression. We can have a pouty expression, we can have a sad frown, we can have a grimace, we can have an Elvis snarl, we can have just a cute little happy face. Those are what I tend to make the most of. They're really fun and easy, so let's proceed, because I'm already seeing a smile in there. Let's proceed with beginning to get the mouth into shape. Like I mentioned before, this whole thing is an evolution, so we jump back and forth between parts a lot. But see right here, I need to get those dealt with. I missed those somehow, so I'm just going to tack them very loosely down. I go loosely because I need a lot of this fuzz and fiber to doing it loosely, let me rephrase, doing it loosely leaves a lot of this air in here. If I pulled really tight, I'd pull out a lot of this air, and I need this air for sculpting. So what I want to do is just start focusing on the corners of this mouth here. Working up from the chin, working up. These corners need to come together really well. And this area here, let's just start sculpting here. There's a natural line in most people's faces that comes down from the flare of the nostrils to the corner of the mouth. So what I do on one side, I want to repeat. And I'm not really drawing in a line, I'm just felting up to the line. The imagined line I'm seeing in my head. And see how that's turning that more into a mouth shape. So I think it's too broad this way. So I want to sculpt that down a little bit. So I'm going to turn it on its side. And I'm working on this lower corner here. I want to get that well tucked up under there. And then this down onto it. And what I'm doing here is this is creating more of a curve. I'm sculpting into that palette shape that I just put in there. It's creating more of a natural curve to the face. It can get flat really easy if you only work on it straight up and down. So you have to roll around it a lot and check the profile. Profiles are key to making these things lifelike. So I don't want to go too much into any of the cheek area or anything. I just was getting a mouth somewhat into shape so I can see the expression. Now I want to start working on this nose quite a bit. It's much too large for my likings. What I'm doing here, see how I'm squishing and I'm sort of shifting everything? I'm trying to get it all centered. And like clay, you can squish and press, but like I mentioned, you have to needle it. So before I let it stretch back into this nose, the bridge was leading over this way, so I'm trying to get it straightened out. So before it pops back into position, just needle it, and that controls it. So this area here forms the eye socket. I'm just very gently sculpting that area in as I'm working on the nose. The two go hand in hand, the sockets and the bridge of the nose, so you gotta really work them together. So there's a lot of air in here. And I'm going deep as to not work the surface too much. I do on one side. Before I get too far, I have to go repeat on the other side. So we're bringing in a bridge of a nose. We haven't even gone under here much yet, so I want to press it in, needle that in. We're going to start working on the nostrils here momentarily, but I want to get this shape nicely made first. So this area right here that I'm working on, this side of the nose where the flares meet, that tends to be a pretty dense and deep area in the nose. So I'm going to squish that in with my fingers. Squish it in the far corner, just pressing some of these fibers deep in. Turn it over and repeat it, squish it, and in that far corner, press those fibers deeply into the head. So I'm just going to continue along. Now I'm looking at it face on. I've been working on it upside down like this. But it's good to turn it and make sure you're making it a nice nose that you're happy with. This is sculpting, and I love sculpting, and there's not really any rules to it. Now I'm sculpting in where I want the nostrils. This really changes the shape of the nose, so you have to get them sculpted in and then turn it around and check the shape. I see it's getting too wide here. I want it narrower. So just pinch. Pinch, then poke. And you're going to be able to pull in. This takes practice to get it right, but eventually it's just the control of pulling the fibers from the sides, from each side of the bridge to pull that down into shape. And right now it looks fuzzy and fluffy, but we're gonna come back into this nose and continue to refine it as we go along. So you can see it's getting a little thick and fluffy right here, thick and it looks like seams. We have ways to deal with that. We're going to be taking care of any of that stuff. So I want to squish a little bit more because now I'm ready to start thinking about the eye sockets a little bit more than I have been. So that line is right there. I can still feel it in there. And so I'm squishing the head together here, and I want to start working on this brow bone area. Now, here's a time when my heads often need adjustment, and it's a good time to show you how and show you what I mean. Just sculpting some of this air out of here. Trying to get a nice forehead, just the start of one sculpted in. Here I've switched to that surface felting stroke. Checking the profile, it looks a little flat to me, this forehead does. But what I'm seeing in general with this face is I think it's too narrow up here. I think we've got these big cheeks, which are going to be sculpted down some. We've got a lot of air in there. We haven't even touched this with the needle down here. So, but I'm still feeling like we need a little bit more on either side of the eye socket area. So I'm just going to get a little more flesh. A little more flesh and pull it off the batting. I need 2 pieces. Roughly the same amounts of wool. So I'm going to tear this up into just a little thick pile. And that might even be too much. What I want to do is build up this area. It just feels too, see if you can see, I don't have enough to build the eyes up on too well. So I made this thick. I restacked this so it's thicker, a little more dense in the middle. So I want some substance behind what I'm about to do here. So I want to lay out these fibers. Again, it's pulling apart. I got to get it stacked up a little thicker. I want to just tack the very edges of these fibers up into the eye socket. Just start kind of feeding them down in there. Right up next to the nose. Tack them in. So it's all tacked in there. Gonna spread that out. Spread it out and tack it down on the other side where there's loose fibers. Leave plenty of loft in there and leave plenty of air. What I'm doing is building just a nice basic face that I'm going to be able to sculpt into. Well, the possibilities are endless of what I can sculpt this into. Still, I'm not committed to any facial expression in particular. I have the start of a smile. I see a smiling face. I could change even that, but that's the direction I'm going. So I got this side built up. It looks like a much better room for eyes. So I'm going to quick tear this one up into a thicker little stack than what it came off of the bat. The same as I did here. Let's find a neat area. Yellow needle. Just want a little bit of fibers here to go in. I don't want to build that up too much right there in the sockets, but it's kind of spreading out too much, so I'm putting some of that under there for the substance I was talking about that I needed. So we're going to just work our way around and tack that down. The head grows a lot when you add a facial layer, but it's going to shrink back down as we sculpt this air out. So I think we're missing something right here. What do you think? That's an easy fix. Pull off a little wool, straighten it out. Now if I'd laid it here, do you see how these fibers are really fuzzy here and not quite as lofty here? I I don't want to lay them there. I'm going to get a seam. I don't want a seam, so I'm going to pull that apart again and make sure that where I start covering it, there's a lot of lofty fibers to fan out and not have a seam. So just lightly tack those down. That holds them well enough to spread out. Okay, we have a basic face light laid out. Now we're going to have to consider working on getting this sculpted down and getting ready to get some eyes put in. So now we need to start sculpting the final face shape. We have a lot of loft, we have a lot of loose fibers, we have a lot of squish that is good that we can use to really make a cute face, really make a fun one. So I'm just going to start down here around the chin. And I'm just using basic needle strokes, just the basic one, in and out. I'll be switching between this stroke and that surface felting stroke. So just watch me as I go along. This step is so crucial. It's really, I think, where the magic really comes in. We've got all these nice features in place. Here I wanted to show something where I have attached these two, where we attach the lower and the upper mouth together. I got a bit of a seam here, you see, right there. I want to just take the sewing needle and fluff that out. I don't want a line there. I really don't want a line there. Of all places, that cheek area is not a good place for a line. So I fluffed them out, and now I'm just going to tack them down so we don't get a seam. I'm going to give it a surface needling here. There, that eliminated that seam. There's another one back here. This we're going to get an ear here, so that one doesn't matter as much, but that up front seam on the cheek does matter. So, okay, get my sewing needle out of the way, but keep it handy. Sculpting around the chin. Now I don't want to go too far up. I don't want to steep or dramatic, I should say, change from the cheek to the chin. I think that looks very unnatural. So we want to keep a bit of this loft in here, in this area. So if you, when you're felting down the surface and sculpting, if you push anything in too deep, just pull it back out with your sewing needle and proceed. When I was sculpting around the chin, this area is just sunk in too far for my liking. So there's always going to be some loft in there, but the surface will be well felted, so it will work out splendidly. So I'm just working my way around as I see something cute. I try to lock it in. Don't be afraid to squish a lot. Squish and turn. Sometimes I'll just walk away from the felting table and take my yellow needle and just go sit in the chair or something and just squish. I'll take my yellow needle and my sewing needle and just go hold it and roll it around, and in my hand actually, and I'm use my felting pad at that point and just sculpt. So we had sculpted these lines in here from here, but they're pulling themselves out, so that's okay. Just kind of get back in there. This part is so much easier just to demonstrate than to try to explain what I'm doing on every step. but I'll try. What I'm doing is I'm squishing down because the head's looking too flat to me this way. So I'm squishing down. I want to add some depth going back from the temples towards the ears. So I'm squishing it this way. And I'm going to go ahead and lock those right into position. See, it already thickened the head out considerably. So what I do on one side, I want to do on the other. Now I think I went too far on that side. So sewing needle to the rescue. Sewing needle is a great tool. So I think this mouth is looking too broad here. So I want to just start shrinking it, reducing it by felting it some more. Just go along the whole length of it. Just sculpting in what I think should a nice mouth shape should look. Sometimes it helps to have pictures of people in front of you. Sometimes you just a mirror nearby, or you got family members sitting by, they're going to wonder why you keep looking at them. These reasons are why. You're going to be looking at their mouth, how their mouths are put together. Turn it upside down, sculpt a little smile in there. If you can see what's happening as I reduce and shrink and sculpt things in, you have to go back over areas you've already worked on. But all that's doing is making a really nice tough skin. And it's still keeping it soft because you're not beating anything all the way down right into the egg. You're not over felting it. You're keeping air in, and it's keeping it lively. I think it's adorable. So we're going to come back and do teeth at some point here before the face is done. The teeth and ears are usually some of the last things I do. And as we make the eyes, some of the stuff is going to pull out again. But like I said, it doesn't really pull out. It kind of relaxes out. It doesn't pull out so it falls out. You see how I just jump around? If I see a little area that I think is not look right, I just go and fix it. So the next stage for me here is to get some eye sockets committed to the shape and the expression I want to build the eyes. I'm just going to take a little bit of this loft out of the forehead. So what I want to do is I don't want to needle in deep or rounded eye sockets. I don't need to put an eyeball in there. What I just want to do is make a flat bed in the shape of the eye I want. I'm just having just sort of just a little, kind of a fat almond shaped eye there. So what I did on one side I want to go and do on the other. Kind of draw it in and fill it in. The main thing you're wanting to look for here is that these two shapes that you just drew in are at the same depth in the face, and there's even density behind them. If one of them feels really soft, you probably should add just a little bit of wool on top to build it up and to strengthen it. You need equally deep and equally dense and firm eye sockets. So, looking at the profile, I think it's cute. I think we're getting close to being ready for eyes. I want to take this nose and reduce it just a little bit more before I commit to the eyes. Once you get the eyes in and you mess with the nose too much, it can cause you some grief. So if the nose isn't quite where you want it to be yet, go ahead and work on it. I wanted it more of a cute little button nose. See how I squished it here? That makes it not so fat. We're gonna add some, we're really gonna define the nostrils soon. You may be noticing that I don't work in one logical step right from one to the next. I jump around a lot, especially on heads. Because it's more than just techniques. It's seeing it. It's looking from all angles. It's feeling the piece. It's if I'm looking at it from this angle and working on something here and I notice something here is off, if I don't go address that quickly too, I'll forget and it might always bug me and I won't be able to fix it. So that's why I jump around a lot. So I think we're getting ready to lay in the eyes. That's going to help. I like to do the eyes before I put in teeth. It sort of helps. If the eyes turn out to look like say an old man, I want a different style of teeth than if it looks very youthful. So, unbury Evelyn out of the wool here. Eyes are very simple. Needle felted eyes are very, very simple. They take a lot of practice to get to make them look even. That's the hardest part, is making them even. And a couple things we're going to do is we're going to lay out a bed of white to form, it's the eyeball, but it's just a flat sheet of white merino. We're going to lay that out. We're going to lay in a dark pupil. We're going to lay in some color. We're going to lay in this gorgeous dark line around the color, and then the glimmer, the glint. And we have a dark line around the top of the eye, and we don't have any dark line on the bottom. The dark line on the bottom would look like makeup, and little Evelyn would look just kind of gaudy. And so we keep the eyes simple, and every character you make, you'll use the exact same techniques for the eyes, but the character is always so different. It just depends on how deep they're set, how big they are, how small they are, the color, even which direction they're looking. I try to make them looking off in one direction or another rather than deadpan straight. That makes it more lively, more fun, more alive. So let's proceed. I'm going to clean up my mess from the flesh tone here, put that all away. What I use to start the eyes is white merino. I get it in batting. This is short fibered white merino batting. You can get it in top form too, where it's all combed in one direction. But I find the batting works really good. It doesn't take a lot for eyes. I'll pull off and put away here before I lose my white batting. It's nice to keep it in bags, keeps it all clean. So I have 2 eyes I need to make, so we might as well get 2 tufts of wool. Really takes a small amount of wool for an eye. Make sure you got even amounts though. Or just bouncing back and forth, trying to even these pieces up a little bit. I'm just going to pull some of that off and set it to the side. This stuff is really fine. It tends to be kind of clingy. So what I'm going to do is, looking at the size and the shapes that I made for the eyes, I want to just start to fold these over like I did the cheek shapes. Fold these over, keeping in mind that size and the shape of the eye that we drew in. So I folded it all over, and now I don't need to lay it on the pad and needle it like I did the cheeks. I just need to lay it gently in place. Grab the yellow needle and just start going around the very outside edge, just barely grabbing anything. And this is going to form the eyeball, the whites of the eye. And all that fluff that's underneath is actually giving the eye a little bit of roundness, and you didn't have to make a ball, you just made a flat shape. So just tacking it in. It's a little harder when you got cheek down here to worry about. And if it starts pulling out, just go back in. See? Really simple. So what you did for one side, gotta do for the other. Keeping in mind that shape. And you want all those loose fibers tucked under and hidden well out of the way. So here it's tricky. Whatever shape you got it in, you really want to try hard to get it in the same exact shape, and you gotta pay attention to how far it is from the bridge of the nose. You want all this even. Too far apart, too far away from the bridge, and you're going to have a doll that looks like a bird. Too close, yeah, it's going to be cute. It's going to be more animated looking. I tend to go for too close together than far apart. I'm just barely pulling a few of those fibers at a time. Let's see here. This eye looks a little longer than this one. So let's see. I think we need to go in this way a little bit with it, right here. And in here. Pretty close. You want that as close as you can get it. So you notice I'm not needling into the top at all. I'm just going around the edges. Okay. So I'm going to clean up my white mess here. Now we need a little bit of, you can use brown C1 for this. I prefer it, or you can use Norwegian, not Norwegian, merino. So since I prefer brown C1, we need to tear off a little bit. That's far too much. We need enough for both eyes, and we are making the pupils. So pupils can be large or small, depending on how much light's shining in the eyes, right? Dilating them. So see what I'm doing here is an interesting thing. When you pull it off, it's real fluffy and loose and spread out, and you can see a lot of, you can see right through it. But simply by taking, I'm not rolling it into a ball, I'm just rubbing it. I'm compressing and concentrating these fibers. And what I'm going for is a rounded shape. I pulled off some, it was getting yucky and too big and thick. I'm trying to find a nice rounded shape that's good for a pupil. So I got one. It's messy, but the needle's gonna help that. So get some more here. See how I pull it apart and clean it up as I'm going? I'm just finding the nice, how it's gonna concentrate together different. You might get one edge of it that concentrates well and then a natty end sticking out. So I just pull that off and get it generally equal to what I had. Now let's see, let's compare these if I get it to stick on there. This one has a little bit more wool than this one, so right here and now I'm just going to pluck off a little bit. We want these relatively the same. So I had mentioned with the leveling that I like to make the eyes looking one way or the other. I don't like to make them looking down, because generally when your eyes are looking down, your eyelids are closed most of the way and you won't be able to see the eyes. And that's fun, but your doll will look nearly asleep. So I want this doll to be happy, alert, curious, something it's going to be, we're not sure yet. But so I'm going to set this pupil off up and to the right. And what I'm doing is I'm just starting right in the very middle. And I'm just bringing all these fibers into the center. But you can see I'm trying hard not to sink it deep into that white. And it's going to sink in a little bit. You can see I don't want to sink it in too much. And you can switch between your red needle here too. If you feel like it's sinking in too much, just go at it with a red needle and tinier jabs. I find that even the needles, even like depending on the humidity in the room, how they work with the wool. So you really got to switch it up. If one needle isn't cooperating, it's usually between the red and the yellow needle I switch. So it's up and slightly to the right on this eye. So it's going to be up and slightly to the right on this eye as well. Again, start in the middle. It's easier to build these eyes up like this, one part at a time, rather than building up an entire eye and then moving over and starting from the white on up. So always try to build them simultaneously. See, I'm just pulling those fibers right into the middle. When I tell you don't pull fibers with your needle, this is an instance you can. There's so few hanging over, it's not going to break your needle. Just be careful. So I decided I like the yellow needle the best. So these sizes are about the same. One's a little smaller actually. This one's sunk in just a little too much. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a tug. Heads are rolling. They're round, they roll away. This one's jumping away looking for trouble. I'm just going to gently pull up on it without pulling it out. You can see these eyes are, it's really tough to keep them the same size. So I just pulled that around and kind of made some adjustments. It's going to move a little bit more as we add the color. So for the color of the wool, we're back to our merino top. I find merino top works really the best for eye color. The colors are, like I said, are so clear and bright and lovely. You can mix colors together for eyes. And just take a few snips and mix them together with your fingertips. But for this demonstration, and even for Evelyn, I think I just used just a plain old blue. It's a lovely light colored, like a lavender color there. There's a nice green. Yellow might look quite weird. I don't think I'd want a yellow eye in one of these kind of dolls. Maybe more in a fantasy character. Dark gray, steely dark would be lovely. Dark brown is lovely too. I think the lighter colors tend to really come to life more. So let's just pick blue. Now I need just a small amount of this, like we've demonstrated for the lips. I pulled off a little chunk, but that's still far too much for both eyes. So that's probably enough for 2 eyes. Maybe even enough for a little more. It doesn't take a lot. Let me get my extra needles out of the way. Clean up a little bit. So this process, it's pretty cut and dry. It just takes practice because it's so precise in a small area. So I'm going to pull that apart. I save some for one eye. So what I want to do here is, like, you saw how I concentrated the wool down for the brown for the eyes. I want to do the same here. So I'm just applying some friction. I'm not rolling it into a yarn. I'm just concentrating it. It's starting the felting process. I'm just rubbing it and it's flat. It's staying flat. It's not rolling into a yarn. So it's going to have fluffies on each end. So you want to just hold it and pull it. Merino breaks pretty easy. So pull off just one end. Okay, this part's tricky. What we're going to do is we're going to attach this around the eye. We're not going to go over the brown, we're going to go right up next to the brown. And the thing you have to do is you have to keep your hand, you have to work your way around the brown while holding onto the end so that this concentrated shape doesn't get pulled all out of shape. So, starting at the top, I find it's best to start at the top. I'm gonna hold on to it somewhere down the line here so it doesn't mess all up. I'm just really gonna go slow here. I'm using the 40 gauge. I like how it stabs in and grabs these really fine merino fibers. So I'm gonna stick with this one. Trying to keep those lines spread out and not get any twists in the top here in the merino. Don't let it twist up on you. See here it's folded over, you can see right there. So we're going to unfold that and keep it laying flat along the eye. Hold it down here with my fingers. Just go in a nice even, keep it spread out wide but not too wide. Just keep feeding it around right up to the brown, needle in. As you get close to the inside of the nose, it gets tricky. Just go slow. You see, I'm not viciously attacking it with the needle, I'm just tacking it into shape. But before I get too far ahead of myself, I do want to go back and needle it. I'm going in just probably to the second barb. And as you get near the end, you can start letting go of the end a little bit. It doesn't pull apart so bad. Right up to where I started. And again, go back and work on that. Needle it down. So if you were going to try to do this another way, say lay out all the wool around the brown first and then start needling it, you'd have a mess because the wool would start shrinking right over the brown and you wouldn't even be able to see the brown. So I don't need all this extra blue, and I don't want to try to pull it off because it's very delicately laid in there and needled in. So I take my little curved embroidery scissors and I just give it a nice little snip. And then I have some cut ends to tack down. Cut ends are not my favorite. They are stubborn to tack down, so I like to keep them up near the top. I wouldn't want to cut them somewhere down here. The reason I keep them at the top is this top part of the eye is going to be covered. So repeat that for the next eye, and then we will continue. I'm going to make the next eye look very even like this one, and then we'll continue with finishing up and making this pair of eyes come to life. So now you have the pupil and the iris on each eye, and now what we want to go for is this cute little dark line around the eye, around the iris. Really defines an eye. And if you've used a light brown or a golden amber or some kind of color, even a dark color, a dark line is nice, but if the eyes are very dark, you don't need to worry about it. So what I have here is some merino top in brown. I use this because it makes really nice thin lines, and that's what I want. I want a really nice thin line to go around here. So I could pull this apart into a thin line and just start needling it in. I'd have some fuzz to deal with. See how I'm pulling that apart? I see a little bit of yucky stuff in there, so I'm going to clean that out. And really I have literally wisps, just wisps of wool here. So I want to start rolling this into a little thin yarn. And I'm just using the friction of my hands, my fingers on my hands, and rolling this up. I start in the middle and spread my fingers out because it helps keep it smooth, and even otherwise it tends to bunch up as the fibers pull, individual fibers pull and lock together. It messes up the ones next to them. So just if you need a little water, dip your fingers in a little water, that helps. A little spit bath even, that helps. The general idea here is just to get a nice thin yarn that's somewhat felted. Okay. It's a little tough in the middle there. So this is likely enough for both eyes. See how long it's gotten. So before I even move any further, I could pull that apart, but for things like this, this is pretty tough. So I'm going to just snip it apart. Now one end is going to come loose again, because it's not really felted, it's just beginning to felt. So go ahead and twist that, give that a few spins. So now we need to needle this in along the outside of the eye color. So I'm starting way at the very top. This is all going to get hidden up here. This top part of the eye will get hidden by the eyelid. So it's a good place to start and stop. So I'm just going to feed this along, keeping a light hold of it with my fingers here. I've got my yellow needle because I really need this sharp, clean line here, and the yellow needle just tends to have a little more precision for me than say the red needle. I may go back, excuse me, I may go back into the red needle and refine this line a little bit, but to get it all in place neatly, yellow needle is what I use. So again, I didn't circle the eye and then start needling it. I'm working my way around that. It keeps it from shrinking up around the eye. I'm just going to go back in and work at what I just laid on. I want that line nice and thin, nice and neat. So I'm going to continue along here. I think needle felted eyes have a special magic to them. Partly because it's almost unbelievable that they're made out of wool, that you can get such detail and lifelikeness out of wool without any kind of painting or even glass eyes, fake eyes. You get a depth of realism that's just not possible with other methods. So right up into the top here. So go ahead and snip away any excess. You don't want to be messing with that. And let's take a look here. It's a little too thick on this side because I haven't on this side here is thicker. I haven't gone in and really refined that line yet. It doesn't take much to thin that line down, to reduce it down. So there we have pupil and an iris and the dark line. I don't know what that dark line is called. I bet you there's a name for it though. I would just bet. So I'm going to get my red needle and just see what it does. I want to reduce this line a little bit more, so this is just going to felt right into the surface. I don't want to sink it in. I want to keep it flat with the whites. I don't want it raised up. So I went around the outside of it a lot. Now I just need to go along and refine along the inside of this line. Okay. Cute little eye. Now repeat it for the other side. And then we're going to need to make one more strip of a dark line for this part of the eye. So I'll leave you to get the dark line on the eye, and then when we come back, we will put the dark line above the eye for the eyelid. So now we have the dark line around both eyes. And I made another long brown yarn. This one is going to be for the dark line above both eyes. So I'm going to cut that in half right now because it's long enough for two. It's easier to make one long string than two short ones. Let's see. Get this stuff out of my way. I'm going to be reaching for those scissors again here in a sec. So I'll just keep them out. So I'm just tying that loose end down there, twisting it down. So this dark line is even enough. I cut it in half and it's even enough for both eyes. So let's go ahead and cut it in half again, and we can save this other one. We'll need it again. We'll need one more dark line on the face for the mouth. So if you have an extra one you've already made, go ahead and save it. And I'm going to cut that in half and fill these down again with my fingers, just so we have a nice line, nicely felted. So let me get this other little one ready. What this is going to do is determine the expression, the alertness of your character, the inquisitiveness or the cuteness or the shyness. This is where expression really starts showing up in the dolls. You have the eyes kind of up and looking over a little bit. And most eyes, if you look at them, you can't see white above the eye, above the iris and the whole eye. You can see some white below sometimes if the eyes are looking up, but generally you don't see a lot of white on top or bottom of the eye. But since I have these ones looking up, I want to see a little on the bottom and none on the top. And I want the line to partially cover the top of the eyeball because it looks more natural. So if you want a worried look, you can make this line go more this way. That could easily give a sleepy look too. Cover it like a straight down angle like this. If you want it mad, you can sort of angle it this way. So you need to play with that line, and you're going to start seeing a little bit of a cute expression coming out. If we move on to Evelyn, you can see I just tacked it in. I kind of followed the shape of her eye that I'd already made. And that's an easy way to go. So, the yellow needle in hand, I'm going to get this corner situated. I don't want to wrap it down too far. I just want to sort of start it where the corner of the eye would be. So I'm holding on to one end, and I'm just going to tack this into that cute position I determined I wanted it to be in. And right up to the edge, right up to the other corner. So this has to be tacked down right to the eye. And again on the other side, we'll come back in and clean that up, but I just want to get both sides together at the same time. And even once this is on, I play with this line. I can stretch it a little bit with my sewing needle to really bring out some cute character. Taper it down at the corners. And make sure it's attached right across that white. So, scissors. Let's just snip those off. And felt them in. So the eyes are still not quite there. On a lot of dolls I just use very simple methods to make it appear that there's some eyelids. You don't see any folds or creases in this method, and it's quite easy to do. So now all we need to do to make sure that you're not seeing any whites or anything above that dark line, we need to pull with the sewing needle. You have a little extra fold. You shouldn't have felted this down hard yet, so you should have some flexibility here in this little bit of bowl above the eye. So you see how I'm fluffing it up and bringing it down towards the eye? I'm squishing it down with my hand so it stays in place. I just want to use that attachment stroke that I've used so many times before, just by pulling a little bit of fibers from the eyebrow or brow bone right down across the top of that line. You want the line to still show. You don't want to beat the wool up too much. You want it to be just a nice attachment. So I'm going to strengthen this up, this area here. It's a little loose and fluffy. Grab that red needle. You see I'm still squishing here? I'm pulling it in so I can work with it better, and it'll stay put once I get it all needled. So do the same on the next eye. I'll go ahead and demonstrate again. Get these out of the way so I don't break them. Use the needle, use your hands, take advantage of that air you left behind, and use the attachment stroke. Right into the line. Back with the red needle, I'm going to do some surface felting here so this is strong, this brow bone area. So it's brought the forehead out and down a little bit, and that is cute. So I don't want to work on that too much, sculpting that. I just want to make sure that there's not any big puffs of air in one side that may not be in the other here along the brow bone. We're going to still do a little more sculpting around here, but the eyes aren't done. They're missing a crucial element. You may be able to spot it right off. It's that sparkle of life. It's the glimmer, it's the gleam. That little tiny speck of white that shows that there's light reflecting off the eye. That really, it makes the eyes look wet, it makes the eyes look sparkly. So for that we need minute amount of merino, white merino, either batting or spun tops, roving, whatever you want to call it. But this is batting. It's all messy, it's not all neat and in a line like roving is. So I'm just taking a small bit, here. I'm rolling it into a ball, condensing that down into a little tiny white ball. Just going to throw that right on the eye for now till I get the other one made. And throw that right on there. Now, like when you first started the eye, if you put the pupil up and to the right, then and up and to the right on this side, you're going to need to do the same thing, only it doesn't have to be up and to the right. It can be down and to the left. It can be up and to the right, up and to the left. It generally, the light generally hits off the curve of the eye. So I'm just going to needle it right up and to the right here. Now this takes, you've condensed it down so it's going to resist the poking of the needle. So just really gently work it in. If you work it in too hard, it could sink in and disappear. So it's up and to the right on this side. So now I want this one up and to the right. And just tack it in. There! That brought out the sparkle of life. I'm going to go over this eye to make sure nothing is sticking up. There's no fuzzies, no fluff sticking up. You want it, you don't want it to be so flat, but you don't want it to be a bulge either. So you can sort of sculpt in a little curve here. Now I like to go along the bottom of the eye. We've done a lot of sculpting and pulling, and it's probably a little puffy, so the white is. So I'm just going to go along and pull that back down where I like it. Refine that line a little bit. This side's less puffy, but over here needs a little bit of work. So there we have eyes. Now if you wanted to do some heavier eyelids, you have a couple options. Something I like to do is I can take just the flesh tone. I have a thin little wisp like we did for the lips. You just want to fold it over. I'm using the thinner stick because I want just a little thin line of a eyelid. And generally these heavier eyelids tend to make a doll look older. These kind of lids lend more of a youthful appearance. These non-lids, I should say. So I'm just rolling this up. We've got a nice little tube. And you can needle this right on to the line using the attachment stroke just like you did for the lip. And then once you get that attached here, trim off that end, and you can flatten this out by needling it down here. You can also do this with colored wool if you want the effect of eyeshadow. But the main thing to remember is that you leave a little bit of that brown line showing. That always needs to show. It really clearly defines where the eyelid meets the eye, and it really gives a natural effect. So once you got that attached, then go ahead and sculpt this down. Yeah, like I said, you'd want to cut that off. You can also make those kind of lids for along the bottom. It gives a, just pull that out here and show you. It gives an appearance of a kind of baggy, saggy eyes. See how that would work? So you have a lot of options there, and if it seems too round and unnatural, then you can just felt that air out. It's the air inside the tube. So you have a lot of options there. These also make wrinkles, these tubes. And again, that adds age. Little Evelyn doesn't have any wrinkles, but many of my dolls do. And even a young one can have a wrinkle or two. You just might want to make it thinner. And the same thing, all you do is attach it with the attachment stroke. However, I would wait on the wrinkles if you're going to add some, and I'll get back into that. I still have a lot of fluff to work out. I don't want to leave this fluffy. It's not felted yet. In many areas it's just fluff. We don't want just a wool doll, we want a needle felted doll. So that means we do have to go over everything with the needle. And because now the eyes are in place, it helps me define this character a little bit more. So I'm going to continue with sculpting out some of this air. And as I do, I'm going to talk to you a little bit here as I go along again. We've done some of this before, but I find it's very beneficial to go back in and do it again. And that way you don't over felt anything the first time around. You can let the face evolve more. So I want to take a look at the profile. I think it's cute. We're going to get some teeth in there in a moment, but I want to make sure that this mouth is sitting like I like. I don't want to have to adjust the mouth a lot after there's some teeth in there. We're going to put some definition for these nostrils in here and refine the nose a little bit more as we go. This step is really, really very crucial, this whole sculpting step. So maybe it'd help if I clean up my wool on my work surface. The stick out of the way. I won't be needing scissors. Let's get those out of the way. What I may be needing now is the sewing needle. I'm going to put the red needle for now back in the cup just so it doesn't get broken. But this I want here so because I may need to grab it. So as you squish, just sculpt along. Let's see, I want to get a little bit of density in these eyes. In these cheeks, I mean. But I want to keep them fluffy, lofty, I should say, but I want the wool felted nicely on the top. So to keep the loft, here I'm sticking the sewing needle in. I'm just using it to keep the wool from sinking in. Just having something back there that you're pulling against as you're felting will hold that up into shape. And these loose fluffy fibers are now going to be felted, but there's still going to be some air behind them to give it the shape that you've worked so hard on. We're going to be doing more to these cheeks by adding color too, so I just want to get a nice felted base here. Here we got some creasy looking things that I don't like. So I've got my needle back there, my sewing needle. I'm just pressing it and it's putting pressure upwards here. So I'm going to be able to felt on here, surface felting helps. I want to do this part before I get to the ears too, because I need a nicely shaped head so I know exactly where the ears are going to be. If you've got a stubborn area that looks like it's a seam, you can cover it with a thin layer, but first I like to try to felt the seams away. The 38 star really does a good job on that. Just have to work at it from a couple angles and that seam usually disappears. If it's not going away, you can cover it with a little sheet of wool. So I want to sculpt in some temples. I'm going to smash that down a little bit as I go. I'll switch needles again. Just find the 40 gauge generally works better for the sculpting part. Again, we have some temples going in. I want to play with this expression a little more before I commit to teeth. So I really don't like how wide this lower lip is. It should be a little narrower, so it's really easy to fix that. I just want to hide some more of it up and away here, up under the corner of the mouth. And I told you in the beginning we can refine, when I first made the lip, we can refine this more as we sculpt. And here's where that's coming in. You can see I'm sculpting it. I don't want it attached to the head right there. I might want to slip some teeth in there. You can add a little dark line underneath if you'd like. It gives an effect of shading, just like you did on the eyes. Or we can actually shade it when we get there with some really thin wool. So here's this tube that I made to show the palette. And I've been reducing the lip by all the sculpting, and that it's looking like a tube sticking out. So what I want to do is just work it up in there again. Remember, we had just sort of tacked it on, so it really wasn't, I wasn't committed to that. So I've sculpted it. Now it's given a nice little, a cute little overbite. Sculpt that a little more. Sculpt this a little more here. I want to refine this area here. I need to refine this to get it ready for ears, and I need to get a better jawline here. You see it just sort of ends at the chin. So I want to squish this in, define just the underneath of the chin. Now here you could make a fat double chin really easy just by creasing here. Wool likes to turn into chubby people, and it's cute. So you can start to work on a double chin there, or you can add a little more wool if you wanted a double chin. I think I'm going to sculpt this out, though. See how I'm squishing it down and flattening it out back towards where the neck is going to be? I usually work quite a bit on this area. You're going to attach the neck here, so you want this strong. You don't want it really loose and fluffy. So what I'm doing is I'm squishing, and I'm keeping in mind the line of a jaw, and I'm working my way back. The jaw's not going to be completely defined until the neck is complete, and that's a whole nother step. So just kind of working my way up and around. This is the sculpting part of it. That changed the look of it. Again, I'm going to go back into the mouth, shrink it up a little bit. I shrunk the chin down a little bit in doing that, which is okay, because if you remember, I planned for just a little chin in there. The nose is looking a little bit big, so I'm going to reduce that still, and if you see, I'm going in deep, more than that surface felting strokes you've been watching me do. Probably of all the parts on the face, I spend the most time working on the nose. It's seeming too wide here for my liking, so I'm going to squish it down. I think that's much cuter. So now I'm going to work up here on the forehead a little bit. And let me pull an Evelyn to show what I'm working on here. If you see, the nose and the bridge just makes a really nice transition into the brow bones. So I want to try to define that a little bit more by sculpting. So a lot of air in this to work with, to sculpt out. I decided I didn't want that big bulgy forehead. That adds masculinity, like a big thick brow bone. So if you want a male, you can leave that, and we can even add brow bones too. You may have to go back in and work on that line in the eyes if your fibers are pulling away slightly as you're tightening them up around the whole area. So just keep going back in there, making sure the eyes look okay. If they start to look bulging out as you're reducing things around it, you may have to sink things in a little bit. This sculpting process, there are no hard and fast rules. You'll go by a lot of intuition here on what you think a face would look like. Use pictures again for reference. Slip that little dent in the lip. If you're seeing that your upper lip is showing some fuzz from behind, just go ahead and sculpt it out with that red needle. We've got a really cute little face coming along, and as I was sculpting, I thought of some things I should share. When I'm sculpting, I use my sewing needle a lot. I use it to pull the expression into place. If I wanted to make this face a little sadder, I could stab in with the sewing needle and draw this expression down. See how it draws it down like a frown? And then all you have to do when you find those spots that you like is go for these deepest points and needle it into place. And then it'll hold. You'll have to do it in a few spots to get it to keep from drawing back. It won't draw back here, but it'll draw back anywhere else you haven't needled. So you just have to get a few places to keep it from drawing back. But I don't want to go into a frown. See when I'm stretching all this, I found this one deep point by the mouth to needle into, but let's go here. And those things help set those expressions. Just go for those deepest points. Here would be one right next to the nose, right in the nostril, right along this line, right in the corner of the mouth, and down here, even under the corner of the lower mouth. So those things help set expressions. So I don't really want it to be frowning. I could give it a side grimace, or a big, wide, happy smile. It's wanting to grimace over here, so to fix that, I can push this in a little bit, make this, see how that makes it a little sweeter, shortening the line of that mouth. So again, when you get those places you like, all you have to do is then sculpt them into place. Just kind of pretend this is clay, but you need to do this extra step in locking it into place. You can sculpt in a nice shape of an upper lip without adding any color. You can lay a little color, another tube along here if you like. It's a little tough to do, and I don't do it too often, and it can make the mouth look garish. But you can go along here now and sculpt. But before I even sculpt too much more on that lip, we're going to think about adding some teeth. So sculpting here in the lip, and you may notice your nose turns into a snout really easy. The noses want to shrink this way. They want to shrink up as you work, as you sculpt. They tend to want to become snout-like. I've recommended needling and sculpting the nose from looking down the forehead before, and part of that, the reasoning behind that is to keep it from crawling up. It pushes the fibers down this way. So, but even so, you wind up sculpting a lot and around, and it tends to go up and snout-like. So a good trick as you're sculpting along every so often is to give that nose a tug. Now see how it's drawing out the bridge? It's making it look like let's see the profile here, what that does. It changes the whole profile. You can give it a real big tug if you want to really change that profile. See, it's pulling out the palette and everything with that. It's a good way to change the whole profile, is pulling on the nose. It even drew the eyes out a little bit from being so deep set. And faces are like that. Some faces have things aren't very deep set. Some faces, things are much more deep set. You see here? And we can still keep this deep set and pull this. So you can really do a lot of pulling and sculpting and finding a character that you love. Now I stretched that nose out. I haven't locked it into shape. It's gonna eventually shrink back to where it was. But I want a happy medium. I don't want it to look like a long nose. I want it to be rather cute. So I drew it out and it hasn't shrunk all the way back yet, so I'm going to give it a little more sculpting here to keep it more of a cute button nose and not let it get too long. I'm going to continue to sculpt this bridge. I mentioned that I come back to this area a lot. It's just, to me, important to get it right. And so moving up along the from the nose, another area to play with the needle very carefully is this dark line. You see how it can change the expression from really kind of flat and not too expressive. See how I'm tugging it up and towards the direction I had the eyes originally set. I want to give it that appearance it's looking up that way still. And the eyes have kind of shifted flat in all this sculpting, so I'm just gently tugging, and it's going to shrink back, but it takes a little while. It takes a minute or so, so it gives me some time to get in there with the needle. I want it right here a little bit more. So I'm just going to work on this line, gently fixing it to hold itself up just like so, just to make sure it hasn't shrunk back too much. See how it changed? It really changed, that slight little adjustment. I think even here it could use a little more. So those are some things that I use the sewing needle for, slight little adjustments. Still looking at the mouth. Just sculpt a little more around the chin. This is something you could work on over a period of days even, is sculpting this face. Sometimes I'll leave them laying on my felting pad and come back days later and I have a different idea of who it wants to be, and I can sculpt it accordingly. I'm just giving it a nice light little transition from the bridge down to the eyes. I want that all smooth in here. Turn it over, work on it from this way. Just gives a nice perspective. I can see it a little better for some reason looking down the face and looking straight at it. I can see I've got a nice bridge area there. Nice transition. The eyes look bright. I want to take and continue to reduce this a little bit though, this brown line, just to kind of blur the features together. To blur the lines just slightly, just reduce that a little bit. It just looks a little too prominent. I could have used a thinner yarn there and been fine. You can make really fine lines and needle them on. They're just a little more difficult for me to film, so I made the line just slightly thicker. But I'm just reducing it here. Clean up this line. Whenever this lower line gets messed up, just clean it up. So those are some of the little finesse steps of sculpting. So we're going to go ahead and move along to the teeth. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm falling in love with my little character. My mind's really starting to go with some ideas of who this is going to become. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I want to make some teeth. Teeth really add a really cute effect. It's not mandatory. It's really easy to close this mouth up with some careful needle sculpting, and you wouldn't need teeth at all, and it gives a very cute You can even see a little bit of the dark in there, and it would still give a very cute expression without the work of teeth. But we're teaching a class here, so I want you to learn teeth. It's an optional step. Do you see here, my hand here on this needle? That's how I break all my needles. Do as I say, not as I do. Keep your needles well out of your workspace. My happy cup is great, but I oftentimes just put them right on the pad and break my needles. Luckily we didn't on that one. So I'm going to get it out of my way as I prepare the wool for the teeth. So we're back to this good old merino. My white merino. Merino, this is short fibered batting. So I pulled off a little bit out of the bag there. So what I want to do is kind of make separate teeth, I want to make separate teeth using the same techniques as I used for the nose, which basically is this. We'll review. We're going to fold over one side, fold over from one, and then to the next. Lay it down on the pad. Now this is much more miniature scale than the nose. So where's that yellow needle? Way over here, safe in the happy cup. So like I did on the nose, I'm just closing up that fold. You'll find merinos a little more difficult to felt than the Norwegian C1 for the nose. You got to poke a little harder to get through there, even with this nice fine 40 gauge. So I'm just tacking it together. I'm going to turn it over. You want to make sure you're not working on a real dirty spot of your pad. Pads collect a lot of fuzz and foam. You can see mine's not perfectly clean, but as long as there's no color or dark wool under there to mess it up, you should be fine. You can easily pull out a random fiber or two if it gets stuck in there. But what I'm not doing is needling deep. I can hear the needles starting to crunch into the pad, just barely though. So this is going to be the edge of the tooth that shows, so I want this to be a pretty nice, abrupt, clean edge. So I'm just turning it back over to the back side, pulling over any fuzzies. We get this red needle out and get it busy too. Just to corral these fibers. I want that a nice clean line. So generally I make two bigger front teeth. This would be, I consider it a larger one. I'd make two of those and then possibly another tooth for each side of the front teeth. Then those would be much smaller. So I'll start by placing this first front tooth in. You see what I've done? I've pulled off some of this excess loose fibers. I need some to attach good. And what I'm going to do is put the needle, got two needles here on the pad, get those out of my way. I'm going to be reaching for that yellow one here in just a sec. So what I'm going to do is I want to position this so it's just below, the middle of the tooth is just below this nostril. And see, I'm using my popsicle stick to push the fibers deep up under that lip and sort of force that tooth where I want it to be. Now it's going to shrink a little bit. It looks very big and buck tooth right now. It's going to shrink just a little or as much as you want. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start, see how my needle's slipping past between the lip and the tooth? I'm just tacking those loose fibers that we just stuffed up there down. That's going to hold the tooth while I work on it. Now that looks very big buck tooth, very unnatural, and it's very thick, you see? We're going to need to sculpt this into place. I don't want it to attach to the lower lip. I want to keep it far from that. I'm just going to keep working it up under the lip. If it starts spreading out too wide, it tends to want to spread out. It's getting past the center, you see here. So, dropped my needle. So what I'm going to do is just start working it back towards the center. Once you get the first one in place, it's easier to get the others set into place. So it's real important to take your time on this one. And think of how teeth taper. They taper back towards the back of the jaw, so we're keeping that in mind as we're going along here. Kind of shrinking this tooth down a little bit, reducing it by needle felting, and then it's flattening it out and it's getting it to be more toothy. So don't worry about this view for now. See, it's messy up there. We're going to deal with that. We don't want to look up there and see that. That doesn't look natural. So I'm going to pull that aside, and just to show you, it is attached in there, but it's messy. We're going to get it cleaned up after all the other teeth are set. So I'll make another tooth for the other side, and then show you how to make the smaller teeth, and then we'll make some bottom teeth. So go ahead and make your 2 front teeth if you're going to have them. Let me back up a step. Sometimes, let's get little Evelyn. You'll see she doesn't have any top teeth at all. All she has showing is a couple of bottom teeth. So that's another look. These teeth are separate little teeth. I just made them small because the bottom teeth tend to be smaller. So you have many options here, from no teeth to a whole bunch of big teeth, just to tiny little suggestions of teeth. So use your imagination on the teeth and try to picture the character you want to capture. So I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna make another large tooth for the front, and then I'll demonstrate when I come back how to make some smaller teeth for the side teeth and the lower teeth as well. A different technique for those lower teeth. So teeth shouldn't take too long, so go ahead and get that second tooth made, and we will be right back. So I made a second tooth, big upper tooth, and attached it just the same way as the first. Only this first tooth served as a great guide as I worked, and it went in really quick. They're not quite exactly the shape I want, but I have flattened them out. I'm trying to taper them back against the along the curve of the mouth. I don't want them to go too far at a steep angle down, but teeth can angle down. We can work on that a little bit as we play. You see how I can change that palette even still now, and I would just go up behind these teeth and needle if I want to change that now. But we're going to work on that and we're going to set we're going to make some small side teeth and then set some lower teeth in. So to make the small side teeth, it's exactly the same as you made the larger tooth, only with a little bit less wool. I just sort of folded all those loose ends right over the edge and pull them down with the needle. They're very tiny fibers and fine, they won't break the needle. So there, I've got them down, got them felted over. Felt those fibers back down on the front side here. It doesn't take a lot, because you can do a lot of the felting when it's in the mouth. So again, get that out of the way, grab my popsicle stick, lollipop stick. I always call it popsicle stick. Popsicle is ice cream, it's those flat wooden sticks, I believe. This is a lollipop stick that you use in candy making. So it didn't stuff up there well yet, but that's okay, it will. The edge is here, it's kind of getting obliterated, but it is. I remember that edge was right there. So I'm just working it up under there, under the lip. I don't really want it sticking out of the mouth. I just want it to taper back. You can give it a little fang-looking, incisor-looking thing if you like. I think it's cute. The bigger teeth you make, the older the character looks. So I'm just going to do another one real fast for the camera here. Get that set into place, and then we'll move along to the lower teeth. And then the final sculpting and the final refining of the mouth, and that's really thrilling to me, is bringing that mouth into just a wonderful, wonderful expressive position. So just getting those fibers contained into a rough tooth shape. Okay, we're going to stuff them back up there, get that needle out of the way so I don't break it. It's harder to stuff up into this tight little corner, but it can be done. I'm just going to start feeding those fibers up there. Turn it around, do what you need to do, roll it around, whichever position feels best for you. I'm making sure that I'm not attaching it to this upper lip, upper mouth shape. Just pushing it down into that brown wool. See how cute that is? I want to grab my sewing needle just a little bit. I want to pull this down to finish off this row of teeth. I need to cover it slightly with the lip, and then picturing where the gum line might be, where the teeth meet the gum, I'm just stabbing right through the lip. I'm not going all the way down to the edge of the lip, but just I'm stabbing right through the teeth into the head. And that's going to securely attach everything. See how cute that is? What a nice little grin. So now on to a different technique for some lower teeth. And again, you could stop there. You don't need to do the lower teeth, but I want to teach you these different techniques. So I've got some scrap wool here. What I want to do is turn it into a long, this is the white merino, it's just whatever, this is those little tufts I pulled off. If you need more, grab into your bag, or into your stash, I should say. And we're going to, again, use friction on our fingers to get the felting started. We're making a nice long rope. This is enough rope for about 2 bottom teeth. We're going to turn this rope into teeth. It's a really simple version of teeth. This will make about 2. If you want 4 bottom teeth, make 2 of these, or make this one longer. So, because I'm only doing 2, and I don't have 2 of them, I'm going to start in the very middle. So what I'm doing here is I need my sewing needle. If you have a couple sewing needles, you can take and pin this whole lip out of your way. But I only have one today on my felting pad, so I'm going to just stretch that lower lip out of my way, and I'm going to see if you can see there. I'm not stabbing into the wool, into that white. I'm just setting it, I'm just using that needle to hold it down. So I'm making a loop. That loop should be right even with the upper teeth to keep the teeth nice and straight. Not a rule, teeth don't have to be straight. So now I'm just needling it right along the edge of the needle down there. Not too deep, just tacking it into position. So I'm taking the needle out, and now I want to put it to hold a loop. I'm going to set the needle at the tallest part of the tooth, where I want the tallest part of the tooth to be. Get this out of my way. It's a little awkward, but I'm going to loop this around. See how I grabbed those fibers? There was no resistance at all. It didn't damage the needle. So loop it around, and see how I tuck the fuzzy ends there? Taking the needle out, you see where the loop was? So now you have excess wool around that loop, and you can flatten that out right into a tooth. Make that little loop disappear and flatten that out. So we've got this other side to deal with. So again, right at the top of where I want the second tooth to be, get that lip pushed out of my way. Tap those down. Pull it out. See, if your rope would have been longer, you would have had, if your little yarn would have been longer, you would have had enough to make another tooth on each side. Or if you would have started with 2 ropes, you'll have to play around with that to get it to work out. So I'm seeing that these teeth look like they're way sunk back in there. He's got a very, or she, I'm not sure yet, very strong overbite. And I want to remedy that, so I'm going to get under these teeth, grabbing a lot of wool, and I can even get under them from this side and pull that bite out, pull that lower bite out. Boy, don't you wish dental work and orthodontics was so easy? Pull it out, sculpt it into shape again. I want these teeth to be pretty well hidden, and so I'm going to pull this up with the needle, and like I did on the top, I'm going to go through where I think the natural gum line would be, and needle right through. That's securing all that. And here I want to taper this upper lip down a little bit more. Upper lip, lower lip, I'm sorry. Taper it down, give it all a nice sculpting. It's still looking a little funny to me. I'm still going to work on pulling that out. Sometimes if something's sinking in too deep, you have to go in from behind. It's sort of reverse felting. What I'm doing is got the needle, it's almost going to poke through to the teeth, but I'm just packing some fibers behind those teeth to keep them from sinking in. I'm pushing fibers from here right to the back of the teeth. It really does amazing. Amazing stuff. And that's going to help that bite not be so deep and low. Give that mouth a nice sculpting. These corners should really taper into nothing, so see how nice that sculpts in? So back to my sewing needle. This is all sunken in a little too far for me. Didn't want that so deep. Now one final thing to do with the mouth is I want to firmly lock in I've been playing and playing with the mouth, with the needle, with the sculpting. So now I want to commit to this cute little grin that I'm seeing here. So when I made the dark line for the eyes, remember that I had a little excess and I said to save it, we're going to need it for one more detail, and that would be the mouth. If you didn't have extra, that's fine, just make another dark line out of merino. Has to be a bit longer than the mouth. So I've already needled this lip down right through the teeth, and I want to pry it up again just a little. I don't want to pull out what I've done, but I want to pry it out because this line is going to give a really nice sense of depth to your whole mouth. So we're going to make a dark line that runs up above the teeth. It's going to be mostly hidden like the eyelid line, even more hidden than the eyelid line, but it's real important that it's there. So hold those ends out. You should have excess on either side, and just go along real gently and carefully. Don't try to mash it into the front of the teeth. You just want to tuck it up between the teeth and the upper lip. So working back over this side here. Pull that lip out of my way a little bit there. Okay, now we have these funny looking things. What are we going to do with these funny looking things? Well, let me get this stuck up in there a little bit better. I got to hold this end more too. It was wanting to tangle up. So I'm going to go back over this one more time to tuck that over, that brown line. Pull the slip over it just a little more here. I don't want it to show dead on. I don't want it to show, but I do want these dark corners to show. So this, if you look in anybody's mouth around you, you'll notice that there is a hint of a dark line at the corners. It can kind of crease down, fold down. Doesn't even necessarily make a frown, or it can go up this way, or it can just kind of just be very subtle right at the edge of the mouth. This sets the expression. This amazing little dark line does so much for the expression. So again, I want to just let it show a little bit on the outside. It just blends in and looks so cute. So there you have a lovely needle felted mouth. How cute is that? So the next step we're going to move along to is the ears, then shading, then hair. Oh, I'm sorry, ears, shading, neck, and then we'll finish off with hair. So we're really making a lot of progress. So go ahead and play with that mouth. You should fall in love with it. You should love the expression by the time you're done. If it's still not right, you can still, even though the teeth are in, you can still continue sculpting, pulling, changing things. Make sure that dark line doesn't get obliterated. Keep it visible, the corners of the mouth. So I'm pretty in love with how this little character is looking, so I'm not going to do a lot more work. You can just barely see the teeth. I think it's got a great profile. It's a little snouty, little puggy nose. I think it's cute. It's got a cute little bump right here in the bridge. I think that adds character. I knew the nose was going to be larger than Evelyn's because I took a little more wool. But you see the eyes are much bigger. Every character is different. They evolve differently, and it just adds character. We're all different, all of us. Some of us have big, big eyes. Some of us have very deep set eyes. So those kind of things just happen as you go. You may develop a favorite that you like eyes much smaller than this character, more like Evelyn's, or even smaller yet. You may like even bigger eyes. It just all becomes personal taste and style, but now you've learned the basics, and you can revise these instructions as much as you like to come up with your own personal look and style, and it's just a great amount of fun. So again, we're going to move along. We're going to get some ears so this little character can hear me, and a neck, some shading, and some hair. So have fun with that, and we will be back. So for ears, it's well, kind of some combination of techniques that we've learned throughout these lessons so far. I've got a small sheet of wool. I'm going to tear it in two for even smaller sheet. Ears don't take an awful lot of wool. Ears are very thin. They're very dense though, so we have to do a lot of poking and felting to sculpt out the ear, but they're very thin. You can nearly see air through, not air, but light through ears. So what I'm starting out with is 2 even sheets of wool, about that size. Whatever size that is in relation to your head, so kind of give you some ideas. So we want to make a nice refined ridge or the outline of an ear, the part that sticks up and away from your head. It's very dense, so I need a little bit more wool to make a shape to hold that line, and all that shape's going to be is a tube. So need two tubes. Start out now, make sure you got the same amount for each one. I'm going to set one to the side. They don't need to be very thick, but they do need to be thick enough and long enough to go along and form a line, a ridge of the ear. I don't know what that part's called either. Maybe I need some anatomy lessons. So I'm taking it and folding it over the thinner popsicle stick. I don't want a lot of air in there. Lollipop stick, I am sorry. I'm just going to start having to call it a popsicle stick and be good with it because I seem to want to do that. So I'm spinning it. I'm holding it between my fingers. I've made this shape kind of long. spin it and pull it off of there. And I want to stretch it out a little bit. It should have a lot of stretch to it, see? And it still stays together. So lay that on your ear. You might as well do the next one right now. Fold that over and just keeping tugging good, hold the tension on there as you spin it around. Between your fingers. Off the stick. Get rid of the stick. We don't need that right now again. Okay, and give it a pull. It's not perfectly the same as the other one, don't worry. But see, it's got a little more air in the middle here. That's okay, we're going to sculpt that out anyways. So we're going to make matching ears, and they have to be opposites. So all you need to do is shape this into what you think an ear will look like. And ears are attached in line with the nose, with the eyes, the corner of the eyes, and the corner of the mouth. So looking at that, you can see we don't have to make a very wide, really long ear. It seems like a big, huge ears age a character. So if you're going for a young character, make a smaller ear. So make this loop closer. Bigger ears, really try to spread that out. So it's up to you. So I kind of want an ear on the smaller side. So starting where it's going to be attached to the head, you can sort of feel your own ear and see how it's shaped there. Just tack it right down and loop it where it's going to be attached to your head, and you're going to have a lobe right here. So there's the start of the ear. Just make sure that's tacked down good. So once it's tacked down, just start folding these fibers right over. Pull some over, tack them down, pull some over, tack them down. Pull some over, keep going along. Fold this up a little bit, that's going to form a nice earlobe. What I'm not going to do is felt anything along here. I need these fluffy to make a nice seamless attachment to the head. So you can see how quickly and easily an ear comes together. Now when I tack this one down, I'll do the same thing, and I said I got a little extra air in there, and that's okay because you can just stab it right out of there. It's the same amount of wool, it's not any denser, it just had a little extra air right there. So bring that up and again and repeat. So I wanted to not drift too far from this ridge and this air I'd mentioned here. So you don't need to worry if this shape feels a little bit puffier and thicker. You can see how quickly it compresses out. So I'm needling this inside really well. This is the thin part of the ear. I'm not sinking it real deep into the pad, but it is sunk in deep. So now I have to carefully pull it up, and I have those fibers to contend with. So red needle to the rescue. Do some of that side felting, the surface strokes. The red needle really grabs those and puts them away in a hurry. All those extra barbs. Turn it, go over another direction. And see some along the edge. See them there? We don't want that. Even though when we put it on, we're going to sculpt it down, and any loose ones are still going to be able to be hidden. It's just easier to do it now. Okay. It's wool, there's still some fluff, so now I want to hold tight, pull off just a little bit of that fluff without destroying the ear shape I just made. Kind of fluff it out and spread it out like you did on the chin. You need you need a flat area here to attach. Sort of cleaning that line, cleaning that fluff up. So now we have to determine where it goes onto the head. Too close, right? Too close. Too far back. So you have to use your best judgment on this. Depending on the shape of your head, you're going to be able to sculpt a little curve into this too. So find where you think the ear looks good. The rules of thumb that I mentioned are that it attaches to the head in line with the eye. That way you can wear sunglasses really straight and even. And it also attaches, the lobe attaches right in line with the corner of the mouth. That's a general rule of thumb. Of course, we all are a little different, and if yours isn't perfect, that's fine. So what I'm doing is, see how I'm laying it down? It's really looking like an ear. And I'm just going to take my yellow needle and tack it in right in the deepest part in the middle. I'm not messing with these loose fibers that I have. I'm just tacking it in. See how a cute little ear is forming already? So just keeping it from crawling around on the head, get behind it, get it where you want it, tack those loose fibers down. Starting at the deepest points and work your way out to the loose fibers. That eliminates seams. So back around to the front, same thing, work your way out to those loose fibers. Kind of straightening it out here, working my way out to the loose fibers. And make sure here that we have it securely attached all the way around. Now it's cute. I want to sculpt a little more shape into there. Look at there. Now we can come back when we do some shading. I'm going to come back into this ear and do a little bit of shading work, but that's just really light surface work. So in general, you should have a nice little ear attached. It should be a really smooth, seamless transition from the face, from the cheek. See how I'm working that? I'm going to grab the red needle just to make sure I don't have any big obvious seams, and this is really nice, neat attachment. So it doesn't look like you've just stuck an ear or stuck a big chunk of wool on there. You want it seamless. If you've come up with some sharp seams, some seams you can't seem to get rid of, like I'm seeing a little bit here, I could get rid of that, but all it takes is the wispiest layer of wool. Just a little wisp, just to sort of counteract however those fibers are stubbornly playing out there. It just covers them with very little effort. It doesn't take a lot. You don't want to build up a lot. So keep that in mind. And I'm going to, now that I have the ear in place, I'm going to sort of sculpt behind and look at that jawline. It's real easier to envision, much easier to envision once you have an ear in place. See how I'm sculpting up to it, and I want to leave a nice sharp angle behind it. We have that if you feel behind your ear where your ear and jaw meet. So it's changing the character yet again. It's incredible to me how a few pokes of wool can change the character. Work up here, make sure it's attached really well. Sculpt a shape into that. And repeat for the other side. So when we come back, we are going to do, I'm going to start in on the magic of shading. It really brings this face to life. So we're going to get into shading this character and really bringing it to life. Before we move along, I want to talk about a couple little things that I want to make sure to mention, but they're features that I'm not sure my doll needs. So I just want to show you, demonstrate a little bit. some of the choices you have. I mentioned before making tubes for wrinkles. These can be very, very subtle or very, very dramatic. If my character's starting to look a little bit older, I can really play up on that with some wrinkles. And I mentioned eyelids and bags under the eyes, or the saggy little lids under the eyes. You can really do that. And I just suggest making some tubes and playing around before you commit. See how I pulled it off of there? Stretched it out a little bit. It's a little bit too long for what I'm thinking. Now these can really change the expression too. You can make like furrowed wrinkles, like worry lines, but the eye expression doesn't really suggest that. You can make them arch that way to make them look, give it a more surprised, raised eyebrow look. Or you can just make them straight across. Or you don't have to do any. But it's really simple, just like you attach the lip, just go along either edge. You don't want to needle all that air out. Just want to go along. And see how those loose fibers just sort of fan out and disappear? You don't really need to worry about making it perfectly symmetrical. None of us are perfectly symmetrical, especially our faces. So you can just lay those on. You can make more, make another shorter one, a really short one for here. I'll give some more examples of some things we can do to change up the face. Making another one. Pulling it apart and get rid of those loose fluffies. You can really make one right here, pretty prominent one. I think they look very cute. Get them at just a slightly off-angled wrinkle. I'm going to bring that one down a little bit. But you see how things like that can change and age a character rapidly? So those are some fun options that you can go on and explore with. If those wrinkles look too prominent, well, a simple technique is simply just to lay out a sheet of wool. You don't want so much fiber that's going to get in and mess with the eyes. But just lay that across. It's just a sheet of wool. Starting just above the eyes, tack that down. And just gently tack it down. You see how very little effort goes into wrinkles? You can make wrinkles alongside the eyes. You can make them alongside the mouth. You can make them along here. You can make them running down the face, branching out from the nose. You can really do a lot with wrinkles. The wrinkles, it's endless. Our faces are very wrinkly, not always smooth. So, but you can see how that changed it. It totally changed it. Now it looks a little more devious. Now, do I want to keep that? I may. Devious is fun. Let's play around a little bit more, and I'll show you how easy it is to remedy something you've done that you don't like. I'm going to grab my bigger lollipop stick, and I'm going to play on this wrinkled, furrowed look here a little bit. And rather than making a tube, I want to make a tube that has a rounded end and a fluffy end. So I start, do you see how I have this overhang? I have it laying so there's some on this end outside of the stick. So just like you did before, fold that loose end over. But now I have a loose end here. So I want to really gently fold it over, but not up to the stick. I don't want the stick poking through. And as I'm doing that, just roll it towards me and then again fold it over, but don't put tension on it, just use the stick as a guide. And you see, it's got an end, and this end's going to be fluffy. So again, I'm just spinning it just like I did before. Pull that off. It's pretty well felted. Any vegetable matter needs to come out because you'll probably wind up seeing this. And these make really cool brow bones. It kind of looks like an eyebrow now, but it gives some greater definition to these eyes. It makes them a little more set in the head. See, I'm just tacking it down, kind of going along this inside first. And this you can change the expression with this too. Just slightly. So I want it to taper along here. And I don't want there to be an abrupt line, so let's see, once I get it attached, let me get some more of that air out of there. I don't want it so dramatic. Taper it up here. I'm liking it. I liked the character before, but I'm thinking this is great. If I didn't like it, all I have to do is rip it out. Just simply rip that out and then give the surface finishing stroke to smooth those fibers back out. Careful that you don't rip your eyes apart or anything, but I'm going to make this not quite so prominent and taper down into this eye a little bit better. See how some of that air is just coming out? It looks deviant. So, where's the sewing needle? We can still change that. See, I pushed it up to where I want to hold it into place. Just sort of changing it. I think the deviant look is coming from in here, actually. Maybe I want it deviant. Deviant's awfully fun. But let me just show you what a few little pokes and pulls can do. Now I'm pulling it this way, so it's not so tight and wrinkled down towards the nose. Much less deviant, but still very, very cute. And if this line's too abrupt, again, just cover it with a very thin sheet of wool. I recommend doing that just because it just gives a great look. Makes it smooth, seamless, and lifelike. We don't have big seams on our wrinkles and our ridges and bumps and bulges. So I'm trying to get this to sculpt in with the forehead a little bit more without a seam, and if you can see, I'm getting a seam. So first attempt to eliminate that is this red needle. You see how I'm pressing? I don't want a big ridge. I want the brow bone to naturally blend in with the forehead. So I'm pressing here where it's wanting to bulge up. I'm just making this a nice, even, seamless plane. See? Put down a little bit more. Sculpt those fibers down that I covered the sheet with. How cute is that? So I'll make another one to match. Again, these are options, you don't have to do them. And now, because I have these, now I can do shading. Shading is ready because I have the grooves in that I want, the features in that I want. Everything's in place, so now I can use it. Well, except for this one, I do need to make another brow bone to match on this side, and I'll do that. And when we come back, we will proceed with fun and the magic of shape. So I've got the eyes like I like them. I've got the wrinkles. I think it's cute. I think it's looking male. That could change with hair. I could make a more delicate chin. Still even sculpt more, make it look still more female. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. I still need a neck. Neck changes everything. too. It can really change the whole look of the face. So I'm not completely done determining who this is yet. See, I've got a jawline here and here. The neck's going to go on, but first I want to get some shading on this guy. I'm calling it a guy. Those are some hints when you start thinking of it as male or female. So let's first start. We have lots of options for shading, but I need some brown. I need some more dark brown to accentuate some deep parts of this face, which, first off, are the nostrils. So, like we concentrated some color down, I'm going to do it two-handed. Like we concentrated this brown down for the pupils, we're going to concentrate some down for the nostrils. So what we're going to do is we're just going to lay these on there. And I want it to start narrower here, the dark shading, and widen out into like a triangle down. And you end right where the nostril meets the lip. So it's very hairy, it looks terrible, but I've laid it out in the pattern I like. I've stabbed into all three sides of this triangle. So now I'm just going to work this brown into a nice little nostril shape. It's going to change the look of the nose just slightly, but that's a good thing. And so I have prepared another one. It's going to change it by giving it some real definition. So this part here is fairly thin generally. Okay, right into those 3 points of the triangle. After I start getting it laid in there, there we go. So this side you really want to try to make it match the other side. When I say try, make it look pretty good. You don't have to go for perfection here. So you don't want it to look messy, so look at it from all angles and get back in there and clean up any lines. Straighten it up. You may need to give the nose another little tug to get it straightened back out, because this can force the nose to crawl back up the head. So I'm pulling on it while I'm poking through this nostril area, and that's going to hold the nose down a little bit better. So the nostrils aren't sticking straight out at you like the barrel of a shotgun. We don't want that look. That's a snout look. See? How cute is that? Not perfect. We're not worrying about perfection. We're just giving some nice definition. I just pulled that nose down a little bit. It seemed a little bit like it crawled up the face a little bit. So it's perfectly acceptable to continue sculpting just a bit. So there's the first bit of shading in the nose with the brown. The other place I use brown is in the ears. So you can just take, I like this subtle. I don't want really dark lines on the eyes. I just want a subtle effect. I want on the eyes, I'm sorry, on the ears. I want to define this deep part of the ear right up below the ridge. So I'm just kind of spreading the wool out as I go. And working my way down. And it's okay if the ear starts folding over a little bit on itself. Kind of, it blends that shading in nicely. So go ahead and keep sculpting away. You can add a little dark spot for where you think the hole will go down into the head. You can sort of see that, right? It's not a perfectly round hole. So, and if it all looks too dark, you can cover it with a very light layer of flesh tone. Here I have a little scrap laying right there. Sometimes I just will tone it down just enough to make it not look like stripes. It's kind of like painting, you just blend in layers. Get my sewing needle out again, kind of try to reshape this ear. I don't want that to look like a line, so I'm kind of scratching at the surface. Great time to grab the red needle when I just need to tack these fibers in just barely to the surface. So a lot of that's going to be covered with hair, but it just gives the effect of some depth. So you can repeat that on the other side. And we'll go ahead and move along. So the next fun part is the colorful shading. Brown is something I use still to add depth, but I don't need it anywhere as deep and rich as I did in the ears and the nose. So so here's what I do if I need some like dark circles under the eyes, or if I want to add some depth here. I add some nice dark color, but I want to lighten it by mixing it. I've just grabbed some scraps off my table here. We've been pulling little bits and pieces off, so this is a good time to use up some of that. So I'm just taking the flesh tone of the Norwegian C1 and mixing it with some brown Norwegian C1. Just tearing it apart in my fingertips, blending it really nicely. Any big nubs or nibs or whatever you want to call them, pull them out and discard them. This process creates those little nubs and nibs, so be aware of that and be ready to pull them out. They don't do you any good once they're all knotted up like that. So I've got a really nice variegated light brown color. So I want to look at some of the areas where I want to show a little bit of depth, maybe right in here on the mouth, maybe below the mouth. But for now, I want to look at the eyes. I want to add a little more illusion of depth in here. So I don't want the fibers spread out for a mile, so I'm kind of breaking them up, concentrating them down very lightly. So you have a color that's going to blend with the flesh, so it's going to look very natural because you've mixed flesh in there. I see a little bit of concentrated, a little neb of it. We don't want that. Just pull those little things out, little imperfections. So now, just tacking into place with my yellow, but I'm going to switch here really quickly to the red needle. And this is like painting. You need to be the painter, and you need to decide where you want some dark definition. I just did all that with the red. That worked out fine. So just you can play with the two needles, whatever seems to lay it on there neatest. So there's some depth, some darkness near the corners of the eyes. I want a little bit under the nose here. I sculpted in some cute little ridges in the nose, but in the mouth, but they're sort of pulling out as I'm working my way along here. When I put all this brown in the nostril, it really pulled. It pulled on the whole lip and everything. So you have to go back in and sculpt sometimes, and that's okay. That is just fine. You have to go back in and resculpt. So I just want a little tiny bit of a sense of depth right here. There's a name for that. What it is, I'm not sure. You see me switching now between needles a lot. It's a feel I'm going for, and boy, is that hard to teach, is the feel. So it kind of left a little dimple, which is cute, I think. But what I'm seeing happening is that it's pulling the wool too far up the teeth. So before I go too much further, I want to remedy that. When I said it was a process that you jump back and forth, I wasn't kidding. How cute is that? So, we can set some more dark if you want some, say, some dark circles under the eyes. Some of that I pulled apart. Trying to find some that I blended that wasn't all yucky. Right here. Best to just get it out of your way if you got some yucky stuff. So here's some nice clean stuff. And layering colors on is fun too. So I'm just going to tack this down along the edge of the eye. Switch up. See how much depth that adds? It's really incredible. So you want to start considering where the light's hitting, because we're going to get out some colors, and you really want to look what parts you want to look sunny and bright, and what parts you want subdued. These subdued parts we've already addressed, or the sunken in the depth by this dark wool. Go around there again and switch the needles. And just play that color down. Right down the face. And you don't need to worry about both sides matching exactly. Lights and shadow play on different sides of the face different. So to me this part really adds uniqueness and realism, depth and charm. So if you have a lot of colors of Norwegian C1, which is what I have here in this bag, I have a lot of colors. I just like to pull off a good sampling, just keeping a bag near me so I have some good shading options. Or if all you have is merino, you can use that too. The merino, let me just demonstrate with some of the color I used for the lip really fast. I prefer to use C1. It blends nicer with the C1 flesh. So, but it's not as easy to come by. Coming by lovely colors of merino is much easier. So there's no way I could use this in this long rope form that it's in to do the shading. It would just be stripy. It would be very difficult. So what I need to do is break it and mess it up. We don't want it all neat and organized. We don't want any stripy effects. So I'm breaking those fibers while I'm messing it up. So this can really give it's such soft fine wool, it can really give a really neat glowing effect. And you can even mix the colors. Let me grab another color. I'm going to grab I'm going to grab a little bit of an orange color just to soften that. Just to soften that pink, make it not so bright. And since there's a little bit of orange in the face, it really helps blend it in and make it look natural and not like a spot of rouge or blush. So mix those colors up. Mix is almost like paint. It's really amazing. So you can see already that lovely glowing effect that it gives. However, it can be difficult. after you've got it laid on there to get it to look really natural. So I'm just taking my yellow needle and going around and tacking down the loose fibers of this. Again on the other side, spread them out evenly. So you can see I'm not going into the center of that. I don't want to just yet because it'll leave spots like freckles. You can see the holes already. Merino leaves much bigger holes behind because it's so fine. So I'm going over this with the red needle with that surface needling stroke that I showed you. And even that's leaving some holes. So this is one of the pitfalls of merino, is it gets very spotty and stripy very quickly. Even though at this stage it just glows when it's laying on there, it's not felted on, it's just laying on there. So just carefully felting that surface to try to keep that glow without getting it ruddy and spotty. But see how it does that so quickly anyways? So I'm going to pull off this bit. I'll show you how easy that is. It just comes right off. It wants to take a little of the cheek with it, but that's okay. Just a second or two here of felting that back down. So that's a cute effect. It does get spotty. You have to really work at it to keep it from being spotty. So the other option you have is to use colors of Norwegian C1 that you think will look good. Here I have a nice variety of colors. I have a I want to look for a color that'll be a nice natural looking blush. I want to go for a light, maybe I'll mix up a lighter blend to try to get some areas of where the light might be hitting. But I don't want to just lay that on, I do want to mix it with a little bit of the flesh tone. So I've got some pink. C1 blends really nicely with itself, with other kinds of C1. You can mix it with merino if you'd like. It still gets that stripy effect. So, see, here we have that yucky stuff coming out. Get rid of that. Now, if that's too pink, let's pull in a little orange. We're kind of mixing paint here. I'm doing a little bit at a time, but that's actually a lot when you start talking about shading. So this is going to have some lighter colors in it, some darker colors. But it's really fun to play with. This stage again is another stage you can just play with and get as creative as you want. So we've got flesh mixed in there, we've got some oranges and pinks. And the flesh is going to really blend in nicely with the flesh tone we have. It's going to be more subtle, you're going to see more highlights from that pink in there, some of the light, but it's not going to get as pocky as and spotty as the merino, trying to blend merino onto C1. This is going to be a nice, more subtle effect. So I'm really shallowly felting this color in. You don't want to see any of this loose stuff sticking up. But I see the pink is landing. You can see it's like reflecting light. And there's some darker tones here, down a little bit lower. So those are some ideas. Lots of options. You guys, you should just be able to go crazy and have fun with shading. Let's see. I like to use blue colors. I think blues and grays really leave a neat effect because we have a lot of those colors in our flesh anyways. But you need to tone it down with a little flesh tone. I'll show you where some of these colors, and you can go crazy with color. If you look at anybody's skin, there is a lot of color hidden in there. So we can define some of these lines up here. We can layer brown and a little bit of this bluish gray color under the eyes to really give a really neat effect. You don't want to obliterate the eyes, and you don't want to make an obviously fuzzy mass under the eyes. So you gotta really work at that with the star blade, star needle. So again, this isn't even felted on, so I'm gonna show you what happens when I go over this with the finishing stroke, just so you can be aware of the differences between using merino and using C1. Grab the sewing needle, starting to flatten out, and where it's starting to pull together, just spread it back out gently with the sewing needle. And eventually you'll get it. But it looks more abrupt than this side. So it just depends on the look that you like. Really just depends on that. So have fun with that. And the next step is the neck. So I've completed the shading. It's really subtle. I added a little bit. There's some blues and browns stacked on one another in there, just little wisps. A little bit around here, a little bit there. I haven't put any under the mouth. I could do that. That adds a nice effect. I just haven't done that. If it bugs me, I'll go back in there and do it. You can always add more. I have a hard time determining when to say I'm done. I'm enough. Let's move on to the next step. So it can be a real canvas here. So I can't tell you when is enough. You could make this so multicolored. It would be an amazing piece of art too that way, and still have a lot of this realism and lifelikeness. I'm just kind of reviewing what we've done before we move on and put a neck and then some hair to finish it up. We've got a nice profile. We've got a natural jawline here. Some very nice big cheeks. Have some adorable lively eyes. They sparkle and shine, I think, for wool eyes. I haven't completed the shading yet here either, but see, we have some nice depth. I can add to this. I'll get back to that ear. I won't leave it undone. I have a cute little nose. I just think it's a cute little character just as it is. So what I want to do now before I attach the neck is I want to talk to you about the surface finishing stroke. Now I've talked a lot about a surface needling stroke, where you run the needle along, holding it parallel along with your work, and take these short little jabs. Well, this is the same stroke, however, it's more refined, it's much closer. You can see how I'm just going over a small area. I like to focus it down to small areas because you can make sure to get a good finish. This is almost like polishing it up. It's surface felting, but it's very shallow. It's surface finishing. It does it. It develops, it pulls the sheen right out of the wool. So it's like polishing in a way. And what I'm doing is I'm rotating this, I'm focusing on a small area right here on the head, and I'm going in this pattern starting at the point closest towards me and working my way backwards. And I'm just rotating it around, making sure I go across it in many angles. And now that seems like it's a very long process, but let me tell you what, it's worth it. Now if you're going to put hair on the head, again, that's optional. You need to nicely felt this surface. And let's talk about this here. See, it's core wool peeking through. I plan to put some hair on, so that's fine. If I thought my forehead wasn't tall enough, I could build it up like how I showed you how to build up the temples. You can also just lay some sheets of wool stacked up, fan them out, and build up the head. And you can build the back of the head. Oftentimes, the egg shape, the head is really flat, and you need to add a little bulk back here. So like you added bulk at the temples, you can also add bulk back here. Hair also adds some bulk. You can hide a flat head under hair if you properly put the hair on. This head, I think it's a good shape. So I'm gonna put hair on, but I may not cover the top of the head. I might just put a male balding hair. So I want to cover up this little patch of core wool here, just so I don't have to try to work around it when I'm putting the hair on. Well, I need my yellow needle for that, because I like to just layer it over with the yellow needle and just tack the loose ends down. Tack enough down until I can just stretch it over and continue to tack it down. Just nice, easy coverage. So, got that laid down. Now I need back to my red needle. And you see, this is the surface needling stroke. I'm not going near as close as I was just demonstrating in the surface finishing stroke. It gives the same results, but not as tight and not as nicely finished. It's going to be a little pockety with air in here. So I'm just getting these fibers attached down. So I was just jumping back to that stroke and demonstrating how similar it is. And I have some wool showing at the back of the head, so that needs to be covered as well. But I'm gonna be putting the neck on here, and I think that I'll have enough fibers from the neck to cover that. So I'm not gonna worry about that just yet. I don't want to work hard and take a few minutes and cover this if the neck's gonna cover it anyways. Just planning ahead. It's evolving still. So anywhere you're not going to have hair, go ahead and go over with the surface finishing stroke. If you're working on an area and it starts squishing down because of all the felting you're doing, like I mentioned before, get that sewing needle under there, get some leverage behind it so it pulls it out. That way you're not going to squish the air out of the nice lofty cheek or chin or whatever it is you're trying to preserve. So I'm holding the needle and I'm just felting over in several directions in a very tight, close pattern here. And you can move the needle, no problem. It doesn't leave a big hole behind, so just move that around. So you need to work across the whole face like that. Anywhere that there's fuzzies, if you see fuzzies under the lip, you can tack them down with a red needle. This is just really time to sit down with your red needle and give your surface a really lovely finish. And it's a good habit to get into. I'm not completely in it all the time. When you are working over on this surface finishing, try to finish one area, move on to an adjacent area, finish that, move on to an adjacent area, and just complete it like a big puzzle. Don't jump from here to here to here. You're going to forget to go over some of the fuzz. You're going to forget if you jump here. Oh, I see a little here. You never get back and properly finish this, and it fuzzes back up. So really try to concentrate. I jump around. That's how my mind works. So sometimes I do jump around and I have to go back in and finish little areas I forgot. I have to work a little harder because I get scattered, but I try to focus on, like I said, moving from one area to the next without jumping all over the head too much. So, still adjusting this face. Again, when is it done? When is it done? Make these final adjustments. I just am seeing too much teeth. It's making me not so happy. I didn't want to see that much front teeth. I don't think we usually see a giant wide bunch of teeth. Our upper mouth and lip hides a lot of teeth, so I'm trying to make it less toothy. Just slight little revisions here, you guys, and this is really, these little moments really are where the magic is. If something's bugging you, fix it. Don't call it good if it's not talking to you. Those teeth look smaller already. They just aren't such a prominent feature. I didn't want them to be that prominent. Locking it all down. So, okay, I believe that I will let you go and work on that surface. And when we come back, we're going to put a quick neck and some hair on. So we've got him all felted down, fuzzies tamed down. He's got a really nice, I'm saying he, it's looking male to me still, but he's got a really nice feel to it. Feels evenly felted. It feels like it's here for the duration. It feels solid, strong, yet it's still lifelike. Look at that. Look at how lifelike that is, and then it pops right back. Just what other medium do you get this with? I just don't know. This is one of the things I'm absolutely in love with about sculptural needle felting. That wool just wants to be alive. How fun. And I find that the wool, even just sitting overnight, it tends to kind of ripen or relax, and it really shrinks in. And like I've mentioned before, the wool has some memory, and it'll shrink back into its position, but because we've tangled the fibers, it can't really expand, but it's going to relax, and it really takes on a really amazing lifelike character even overnight. It's really amazing, and you will all see what I'm talking about as you play with these techniques and make these really amazing faces. So our amazing little face now needs a neck. A neck is made out of solid flesh. I don't want to mess with trying to wrap a layer of flesh around the core wool because this has to be so densely felted. I don't want the colors to mix together. So I'm going to use solid flesh. Now, like any other step, I don't want to use a big mess. I need to straighten it out. The things to remember about a neck are they're felted very densely. They're really pretty short. Our necks aren't real long, but they make up a huge part of our face and our appearance. So they're a very important part of a face, and something we definitely have to address. I tend to keep the necks pretty simple, and in that, what I'm doing is I'm stacking up a stack of sheets. They're smaller than what I started with for the head shapes, a little bit smaller. So this process is going to take, what do I have here, maybe about four or five stacks of sheets, 4 or 5 sheets in a stack there. I think I'm even going to add one more. I want this pretty tall because I'm going to felt a lot of this air out to make a really dense shape. I'm getting my yellow needle ready. So I'm starting at this edge, looking towards me, facing me here. I'm just folding it up and over, kind of like you'd roll up a sleeping bag. really pull it in there. The only thing different about the sleeping bag is that you're leaving these ends fluffy right here. You're not worrying about getting those all wrapped up tight in that. You're just rolling right down the center of your little sleeping bag. But you're rolling it as tight as you can. You don't want much air in there. So I'm dragging it along, and now that I've got a good few rolls, taking the yellow needle, and I'm going at a very short length, maybe an inch, a little over an inch, concentrating the needling in this one little area. This is going to be the inside of the neck, the core, so I want this very strong, and I won't have to do as much needling as I continue to roll if I start the needling process in here. So pinch it into a circle, and I want to keep certain that I keep working on the area I just needled. I don't want to go beyond that on either side. So give it another roll, really putting on the pressure and keeping it tight. Again, just a short area. Okay, continue to roll. So this part we're really focusing on is going to be the actual neck. The fuzz on each side, it becomes what you use to attach it to the head with. And if you're attaching it to a needle felted body, which I hope we're all going to do once we finish our head, then we use the other end of the fluff to attach it to the torso. So this is just ensuring that the air is not going to jump back in if I loosen the grip, my death grip on this. I'm going to continue to roll it over. It looks like I'm about out of fiber, so this part's tricky. You want to really pull it tight against itself and get those loose fibers locked down. Now as it gets denser, I'm going to switch to the black needle. I really want to kill this wool here, and it's getting hard, and I want to make sure that my yellow needle doesn't break. It's very fragile into this hard wool. I've compressed so much air out, and I've needled it a bit now that it's already getting hard. So I'm just going to keep forcing these fibers around and focusing my needling in that little 1.5-inch space in there. Now at some point I can feel that all I'm doing with this large coarse needle is stabbing holes. I don't feel like the fibers are tangling. Right here I do, but as I proceed I feel like it loses its effectiveness and it leaves really big holes. I don't use it all the time, but this I need to felt. I need to get it felted in a hurry. A little tiny bit of something there has to come out. So hopefully you can see what I'm doing is rolling it around. And it's still seeming to compress the air out and lock it in, so this needle is, so I'm going to keep using it. As long as it keeps working, I don't worry that this one's going to break like the yellow. It will break, but not nearly as easily as the yellow 40 gauge. This coarse 36 triangle needle that I'm using. So it's really, I'm starting to meet a lot of resistance. It's getting difficult to poke this needle in. Really having to exert some effort. So you don't want to hurt yourself felting. So just switch. This one glides in much easier, but be very careful. Don't go too deep and don't go too fast because you don't want to break this needle. I'm just refining this shape, just giving it a little tighter felt than what that big 36 gauge was. You can see those big holes there left behind and some air pockets of air. I'm just working those out with this finer needle. And it's going to relax too. So what I'm going for is it's very dense. That's going to make a nice strong neck. So I need this, obviously. That's going to be the neck. And here we have a lot of excess fibers. It just spread out that way. And they're very hard to pull off because of how tightly you rolled that. You could cut them. If you're really having a hard time pulling them, let me show you the difference. I'll cut this side. I don't want to cut right up to the neck shape. I want to cut just a bunch of this fluff off here. Not all of it. Wool is hard to cut and it does dull your scissors quickly. So I like to mainly use my scissors for the little wisps like the eyes. But I just wanted to show you, some people have arthritis and other conditions that they can't pull the wool too much. So what I'm doing is I'm now fanning this out right up to where I solidly felted, and you'll be able to feel inside where you rolled, and just sort of without pulling. You don't want to pull the inside out, so be careful when you start to pull on this little core area. If you pull real hard, you may pull some of this inside out. You don't want to do that. You don't want a hollow neck. It will be not strong. So one reason I don't like to cut is these ends just tend to get really thick and hard to deal with. They just mat up when you cut it. So I'm just fanning them apart with my fingernails, really. And I'm going to pull all this yucky stuff off, and I still have enough to make a nice attachment. And this I'm going to demonstrate just tearing it off of there. I like the look of it better. I think it's going to give it a much smoother attachment with less chance of seams, because I haven't shortened the fibers. They're pulling, they're breaking at random lengths. I haven't abruptly shortened them all together in one mass, so it's going to make it lay on smoother. So cutting's easier, but in the end, the finished work you might have to do to cover the cut ends may not weigh out the benefit. But if your fingers are weak, by all means cut. So you'll see, I'm going to keep pulling some of this loose fiber off, and you'll see we have a nice neck. So let me get rid of all this messy stuff here. Set that off to the side. Fan that apart. So now it's time to get this attached to the head. It's going to change the look of the doll dramatically, and you can also permanently have the doll looking like way up. Depending on how you attach it, it can be looking down. If you want to attach it more towards the back. Let's just, for this, these are things to practice. I just want to center it kind of right in the middle between the ears. And I'm going to press it down. I'm really mashing it down, and I have all these fibers laid out, fanned out. I don't know if you can see, fanned out around. So I am mashing it in. I'm going to grab the black 36, the tough needle, the 36 triangle, going right down through the middle of the core of the neck, and doing this very deep attachment stroke. I'm pushing fibers from the middle of the neck into the middle of the head, and I'm sort of jiggling it along without pulling it out. I don't want to mash this down. So that's just tacked it into position. So now we have to get it securely attached. So here I'm squishing it with my thumb, pressing up. It's kind of, you got to mess around with it and tell it who's boss. I need to now switch to the yellow needle because I need to start working this attachment from where I've well felted this neck. All these loose fibers are going to attach this neck tightly to this head. So I want to start working at the very deepest point here where the two felted parts meet, and just start working up one side, down the other, just moving along a little ways and leaving those fluffy fibers out there. All while squeezing. I'm squeezing in with my thumb. You can see that. I want it to be squeezed in. That's making it up against the neck, the good felted stuff, really tight up against the bottom of the head. And that's what we want to get a really strong attachment. So again, I'm just working my way along. Once you go over a good, say, quarter of the neck, once you go around, then you can start working your way back up here, but I see it's going to pull it into seams. It's getting really thick there, so I'm going to hold off. I have a trick to remedy that. We don't want a big line or a seam. So make sure this lower fluff stays out of your way. You don't want to felt that up to the head by any means. So I've got that pulled out of my way. Now I want to just keep the pressure on, keep it squished up there, and just keep working my way around here. You really have to take your time on this. This is a very crucial joint. You don't want the head falling off. You don't want it flopping around so much. You want it to have some flexibility, again, for that lifelikeness, but you don't want it to be flimsy. So here I'm getting all this out of the way. I'm still squishing up. You can see how much. Okay, and again, I can start working those fibers in if I've gone around a good portion, at least a fourth. So, working my way around, keeping it squished in. It's getting off center. Now's the time to adjust it. You can squish this way and then press in. I'm going to meet back where I started here in the front and start working my way back to the back, just to try to keep it a little more straight. It's wanting to move. So these fibers, I want to fan those out. They're really pulling and starting to pull a seam in there, and I don't want that. Still squishing. And you see here where there's a lot of loose fibers that are going to come up and over the face I've worked so hard on. I don't want that. I don't need to mess around with that, refelting over what I've worked so hard on. So I'm going to just, holding tight here to the neck, I'm going to pull those off. That way I don't have to work too hard. So, looks like he's got a funny collar on, but it's well attached. You can see how it's forming a really neat line in the back of the head. So just keep going around and making sure you don't want to feel any air between, you don't want to feel a big air gap between the neck and the head. That means you didn't press hard enough. You didn't squish in hard enough. So now I'm going to kind of sculpt behind the ears along that little jawline I formed. That can be refined even more. Now we've got a little more wool to add to that with this neck wool. See how that goes? It's just so neat how wool just blends together, one layer on top of the next. So continue like that all the way around, and hopefully you don't have any seams. You don't have any big ridges. If you let the wool work itself slowly right up to the end with the needle, right up to the end of the fibers, you shouldn't have too many seams to deal with. If you do, and you can't get them out with that surface needling stroke, then like I mentioned before, add a little sheet of wool. So look at how much that head changed. The face changed so much. It suddenly looks a little more female to me. just from a neck. I have to work on this area a little more, get those fibers attached down a little more, but generally it's going to be looking, it's not perfectly centered, that's okay, because it's going to give the effect that it's looking up and out that way, and it just happened like that. So make sure it's well attached, make sure you don't have any big air gaps, and then go over all of that with the red needle and that surface finishing stroke, the really close one I talked about. This area should be pretty good because you felt it so hard, but if there's any fuzzy sticking up, you can still go over that. But just make sure that this attachment is good, and once it is, we are ready for some hair. Now we've got everything on and it's bald and it needs some hair. So have fun getting that neck together and all smoothed out and lovely, and we'll come back and do the hair. So for hair, we have so very, very many choices. Where to begin? That's my big dilemma. Well, number one, you don't have to have it. It's really, really cute the way it is. But I think it needs some hair. I think it would give it a lot more character, and it's talking to me. It's telling me it wants some hair. So usually what I choose for hair is either wool or some kind of fiber, natural curly locks. This happens to be kid mohair, and it's been hand dyed. It's lovely. It still smells a little bit like vinegar. I didn't dye it. I purchased it on Etsy. Etsy's a great place to find treasures to use for hair. And the other option I use it a lot, is merino roving. It has such a sheen, it comes in such a nice array of colors, and it looks like hair. It's very fun to use. Both are fun to use. So really, I just have to kind of play and see what I like. You can pile it on like a wig, and then just needle it down randomly and get some kind of crazy mop-headed effect. That's fun. Something I like to do is separate the individual locks. These locks are pretty fine. So just organize these locks, and you can decide, sometimes one end's curlier than the other if you decide that you want the really curly part hanging down, or you want the straighter part showing, more like kind of raggedy, stringy hair. Or you can decide that you want it tight, like curls close to the head, and you can just feed it along. Say I could give this guy a balding look, just a string, just not a string but a pattern, the male pattern baldness look. And you see how that would go all the way around the head. Some key points to this: to attach it good, you want to kind of follow these natural waves, and you can see where I've poked in. Try to drive a few of those fibers. You can feel them pulling, and once you think you've got a few in there, give that needle a twist. It'll twist and you'll feel the tension. Don't twist so hard that you can't pull the needle out, but give it a twist. That holds it. That's got it locked in there. It's locked with the wool inside the head. So once you have it tacked on, you can do that. You can go over the entire head. You don't have to leave the male pattern baldness. Just separate out a few and lay them on. It's really cute. It's just really cute. That's pretty much what I did for Evelyn. Just laid it on, let it dangle loose, free for bangs up here. Hers I let go a little longer. I'm going to tear that off, so that's one way you could go. Another way is to have longer hair, and this takes a lot more time. I'm separating these out. I'm determining which end I want at the bottom. I'm grabbing here where I'm going to attach it to the scalp. If there's nice clusters together, go ahead and use those. So I'm preparing a bit of wool to begin to lay around the head. I want to start near the back and lay it on and just tack it into place. I don't want to needle past where the natural hairline would be, which would be under here somewhere. So I'll just lift those up and tack it down here, give those few twisty pokes. That really helps. You don't want someone to pick up your doll that you've worked so hard to be strong, sturdy, durable. You don't want someone to pick that up and have the hair all fall out. So I have that bit on. There's some more. What the idea is here is to go around the first layer of the scalp. Kind of following the natural hairline. Oh, that one wants to come down. That one should hang down a little bit. That one was folded up on itself and it didn't need to be. So, as you build up these layers, it's going to build up the back of the head a little bit. So if your head feels flat, that's a good way to fix that. So we've got that far, but usually hair has a little bit hanging in front of the ears too. The hair, you know, we have those sideburn things, and the natural hairline does come around the front of the ear just a little ways. So from up there, I'm going to needle it down. Half the head to demonstrate. So prepare a few more, those strands. You can find them in tufts, that's great. Loosen them up here at the bottom. So the idea is just to keep layering it up. You're going to have a really nice full head of hair as you keep building these layers. And eventually you may not even be able to see the ears as you let these layers hang down over. But anybody playing with your doll will be able to mess with the hair and find the ears. See how cute that looks? Could just give this guy I would make him a real forest creature, put a very earthy outfit on him. So that's pretty wild. The yellow color is wild. You can get more natural colors. You can use natural wool. You don't have to use dyed wool. But one thing I love to use for hair is merino roving. You can make really neat effects, like if a hairdo more than a messy curly look like we had here. So what I want to do is just pull off some strands from the roving and start to play with it. Am I still seeing a male in here? Is anything going to bring out a female? Let's maybe even have a little long hair and see if I can see any kind of a female coming out. Well, it could be. I'm seeing it's still kind of young, even though I've got the grooves in the forehead. That's okay. But I still think I want to go with a male hairdo. So, merino roving is so fun. You can just whip out a hairdo in no time. I want to shorten these a bit. I've determined male. I don't want to go for a long hairdo on this feller. So I'm going to give it some kind of a side part little hairdo. So what I want to do is lay this roving out, and I want enough to cover the top of the scalp. And I want to needle the line where I want the part to be. I want this kind of off to the side. Nothing perfect. So I'm just needling a line into the head where I want the part to be. And I want to take on this side these scrappy bits and lay them down. So that doesn't look good. That looks rather nasty. But if you take it and go like that, voila. You have a nice, neat part. It looks natural here. So what I did on one side, I need to do on the other. So I want to prepare another bit of roving. I want it nice and wide so that it matches up with that other bit. So I lay it opposite in the opposite of the direction I want the final hair to lay, and I spread out these tufts And now I got to feel where that other line is, that part that I needled in, and needle right up against it without needling on top of it. You may have to peek in there and see. I'm doing good, see? So I think you can see where this is going. It's fun. Merino is just fun wool. It's just not great for sculptural needle felting. It takes a lot more poking, and I think it felts up denser, harder. So it doesn't work so good for this, but it works great for hair. So, so that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. But now we have this in the back to contend with. So what I just like to do is take one more nice thick chunk. That seems kind of thin, so I'm going to go ahead and get another one. I want this nice and thick. I want some fullness to the head. So right back here, I'm going to lay this out. So I'm going down right to where the natural hairline is, roughly. It's going to be covered, but I want to go up to where this the part line ended. What I really want is to get up in this area. And this needs to just be flattened down to the head, loosely, not tight. So you can see what's going on there. We've kind of pulled this part apart a little bit, and you can see the scalp. We don't want that, but let's just fix all this. So I'm bringing in some air. We go right in between there. I want to kind of look at the dew we got going here. So this merino, let's see, let's get this tucked under. This bottom layer tucked under. His hair is very long. I could have pulled off shorter lengths if I was planning ahead. So I'm just trying to get it structured so it looks believable, like it's hair. And then I'm going to give him a style. I'm going to pretend I'm a hairstylist for a few moments. And I just want to make sure I have enough hair to cover his head. Work on this area just a little bit. Look how much that looks like hair. He's got a luscious head of hair. So now what I'm going to do is give him a haircut. It's fun. I don't want him to have such long bangs, so I'm going to give him a little cut this way. It cuts much different than hair, so you have to just play around with it. And I may want to consult with a beauty professional, but this is just part of it. We're going to sculpt this in, so I want his ears to show slightly, but kind of choppy around his ears. And we want to move down along and cut off all this stuff in the back. It's very thick here. We're going to have to work on that. You can see how thick that is. That's okay, we needed that thickness. So I'm just trimming off the excess, trying to keep it somewhat even. If you wet felt, those scraps are great. So save those. So it makes me laugh giving this stuff a haircut. Here comes some bangs in here again. We'll sculpt those into a nice hairstyle. Let's see, I'm trying not to cut his ears or any vital parts. So we've trimmed away the excess. And now, oh, I just love it. I just love needle felting. Okay, I'm just gonna work this into his head. Sort of taper it down. separate it out a little bit around the ear if I can. Let's see. It's kind of hard to separate, but I just want to give it a little separation so his little ear shows in there. So I just want to take this and just keep tacking it down. See how you're sort of tapering those ends, making them not look so chopped and cut. It's just giving him a cute little hairstyle. Again here, let me separate it out around the ears a little bit. Get those scissors. I need to trim this off just a little shorter here. Hairstylist? No, I'm not. So to taper this up, I'm not stabbing in below where the natural hairline would be. I'm just sculpting it really, leaving a lot of the air and fluff. Anytime you see a really cut, choppy bit, you can just fill it right up in there. Cover it a little bit. I'm doing the bad no-no, see I'm pulling it. I'm combing at it with my needle. That's a sure way to break it. I happen to have thousands of needles because I manufacture my rubber dip needles. Most of you don't have the luxury of having that many needles around. So if you're going to comb at the hair and still style it, do it with your sewing needle instead. Whoops. So there we have a fun little fella. Going to follow some of these lines along though and get a little more of that air out. His hair looks a little too poofy. It looks a little more like a woman's hair. I don't want that. So I just saw that when I pulled back to look and to show you. So that looks more like a young man to me, which is what I think he just turned into. So we're missing one crucial bit of hair, and that's his eyebrows. Well, he could have a beard, a mustache, and a beard, and all of that. You could certainly do that. You can make it the same exact color as his hair. I would recommend breaking it up into small bits. It's merino robing we're talking about, and we don't really want it long and stringy for a mustache. You could use some of this long stuff. Well, let me jump back here. If you want a mustache, just start laying out these small bits and needling them down in the line of where you think a mustache would be. You can leave some fuzzies sticking up, or not. Or if you want a beard, take some of this haircut material and just simply needle it in. You can also make a, boy, this could turn into a leprechaun looking guy right away. You can also make really long lamb chops, mutton chop style sideburns. You can really go nuts with this. So however much you want to do is up to you. And I believe I have taught you the magic of needle felted faces. We're going to take this off. I don't like to cover the face, but thank you for watching, and I look forward to sharing with you how to make a body for this fun little character you just brought to life. So we talked about facial hair. We can't forget about eyebrows. This guy is just looking wrong and he needs some eyebrows. So I showed you how to break up some of that merino. I just pulled off a little bit what I'd pulled off for his mustache. Same thing as what I told you for a mustache. I think thin little eyebrows look good if you're going for a youthful appearance. Thick, bushy, great for old people. So I'm just gonna, I'm using the exact same color as his hair, but you could easily use a darker brown. Brown looks pretty good. In fact, I'll show you the differences. Just get it into a cute position like you like it. You can really change the character in a heartbeat with an eyebrow. So play with that line a little bit. Here I'm going to make a really thin one out of brown. I think it adds a neat contrast to the face and the hair and the eyes, because usually eyebrows are not the exact same color as hair. So you decide what you like and put on the style eyebrow you like. I don't want it to look like a fuzzy caterpillar, so I gotta needle it in, but I don't want it to look like a line either. So I want to leave a little fuzz. A little arch in there. So, depending on the look you like best, go ahead and finish the eyebrows. So I believe I've taught you everything you need to know to make fun little creative faces that are really as unique as you or I. You can repeat these techniques over and over and over, and you'll never be able to duplicate the characters. It's really amazing. It's really fun. So explore these techniques, play with some of the options I've given you. I have heads, many heads sitting around. They've never gotten bodies, never even necks. They're great practice. Practice on heads. Some things for eyes I've suggested before to some of my students. Make an egg shape. Cover it with eyes. Practice on those eyes. Practice making sets. Practice, practice, practice. I think a head covered with an egg covered with eyes would just be fun anyways. So those are kind of some kinds of things to practice. And try different techniques on each doll, on each head. And mainly, let the wool talk to you. Let it tell you who it wants to become. I had some ideas that I'd make a cute little girl more like Evelyn when I started, but little things from the size of the nose, the size of the teeth, the shape of the eyes, the bone structure even dictated that this was going to be a little fella. So, he's going to be a great addition to my Felt Alive family, and I hope that you'll join me as I make him a perfect little body to match his character. Thanks for watching and have fun. Happy felting. We have created a little head. Like I said before, you should be completely in love with it. Of course, if this is your first project, and most likely it is, it may look somewhat alien, a little freaky. The eyes may be something wrong, you just don't know what. There just may be some issues. But I hope you've had a chance to work him out by playing with all of the techniques I've said, especially for sculpting. And I hope you've come up with something you're happy with, something that makes you smile. Because to me, that's the whole point of all of this, is smiles. They bring me smiles, and they bring everybody who meets them smiles. So it's just such a fun and rewarding craft. So our little head is complete. And he needs a body. Well, to illustrate what we're going to do, I decided to go ahead and pre-make the body parts so you can kind of see what we're doing here and where we're going to go with this. I'm going to get this little head out of our way. He can lay back here and supervise. He can just watch me. Here we go. Names are starting to come to me. I'm not going to share just yet, but you should be starting to find names and whatnot for your character. So it's kind of hard to get both figures in here, but you can see little Evelyn is made up of little eggs. Here's the egg for her torso. Arm. She's got arms and legs. It's all made of little eggs connected. So And you can see here that they're connected in a way that gives great flexibility, range of motion. Look at this. With no wire armatures, I think it's amazing because it's wool. And it's remembering what to do, and it's really lifelike. It's bending where it's supposed to. And it's really, really fun. You can see she's got great little knees. She's standing up here. So the techniques I'm going to share now are to bring all these little eggs to life. I'll teach you how to make the eggs, what we're looking for when we're making the eggs, the properties we're trying to achieve, the whys, and all that behind it, so you can understand the concepts of making very animated, lifelike little bodies. It's great fun, and again, like the faces, the possibilities are endless. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the torso first. So we're going to get all of these little parts out of the way for now. I'm going to take an extra needle that I have, and I'm going to just start a stack over here. Just don't want them all rolling away because they really like to roll. So I'll anchor them over there. So we need an egg, so I'm going to have to take you back down memory lane to when I taught you how to make the egg for the head. You recall the egg for the head was about this size. Might have been a tiny bit smaller, but it was really close to this size and shape. So because I taught you so well how to make the first egg, I'm hoping you can just make another egg. Using the same amount of wool, I'd like you to use about 4 sheets of core wool and make a head, and not a head, but make an egg just like you made for the head. And once that is done, then because it's the same size as the head, we need to make it bigger. I don't want you to try to make it bigger on the first go. I want you to make the same size. It's really easy to work with 4 sheets of wool as opposed to 6, 7. That gets really awkward, so it's much easier to go in and make this other egg. So I'll give you a moment, and you can go ahead and pause here and make another egg. If you need to go back to and refer to the first DVD where I introduced making the basic egg, feel free to review that. It's a great time to do that. I've mentioned that these techniques for the eggs are very important. Look at how many you have to make here. We have a whole pile of eggs we're going to have to make. So you really need to learn how to do it right. So go back and review if you need to, and we will be back to create the torso. So you should have an egg that's roughly the same size as you made for the head. Because torsos are bigger than heads, I want to make this one bigger. I could have had you try to make an egg with more sheets of wool than 4, like I recommended. If you try to stack 5, 6, 7 sheets of wool, it gets a little difficult. 5 is about the max you'd want to try. And I recommend waiting till you get very proficient in making eggs. So because I want this bigger, let me get it a little level in here. Her torso is pretty good size. We're not far off because you do build it up. You do build it up with a flesh layer, and that adds size too. But I just think for this little guy, to me he's looking like he could be fairly thin. So I'm just going to add a little bit of length. I'm not going to try to add a lot of bulk to this egg. So I want to keep it fairly slim on the slim end. I don't even want to add any more. So I'm just going to tear off, let's see, let's go for 1 sheet of core wool. It's roughly the size of my hand. It's pretty thick. There's a bit of wool here. So because I mentioned I don't want to build it up on this end and I don't want to really bulk it up, I want to be careful that I'm not laying too much wool across the surface of this whole egg. I want to build up just this end. So I just have it kind of spread out. I'm going to hold on to it as I begin the same roll as what I used to make the egg. It's going to be a little bit different. Just grab those fibers as you pull them around, roll that egg over, and just continue to make sure that the bulk of these fibers here just pull their way around towards the top and end of that egg. So when you get to the end, here I'm just going to manipulate around to a comfortable spot where I can hold those fibers down until I tack them with the yellow needle. Or attack them. That's what it sounded like. You kind of do attack them. You really beat these fibers up, tangling them and mashing all the wool out. All the air out of the wool. So I'm just tacking these fibers down, so that's going to hold its shape. So I need to fix it up here just a little bit, and we will proceed. I can see I can see a little bit of that fold. Just kind of examining it there in my paws, looking to see my work. I see a little. The wool was pretty thin when I pulled it around here, so that's okay. I'm just going to squish it over so there's not a big air gap and fix that. So that added a little bit of size, a little bit of length mainly, and I do need to needle it all down evenly, but it's going to get covered with flesh and clothing, so we don't need to worry about it. But as we're forming this shape and enlarging it, I want you to start focusing on this upper part of the egg. Now when we made the head, we wanted to keep the top of the egg rounded. And that is good. That makes for a great skull. But for the top of the torso, rounded isn't so good. A big poofy barrel chest, it has its place, but you can build that up if that's what you want. So what I'm getting at is that it's a great idea now, while the wool is still soft and flexible and you haven't added a lot, to get it shaped into a where it's flat on the top, flat and narrows out. This is going to be the shoulder, the collarbone area, and the back of the upper shoulders here. The front here, the arms will attach here. So we need this area flat, to not straight flat, but a nice little arch to it. And we want to squish the air out so it's flat, so it's no longer egg shaped like this, but shaped like this. So it's pretty easy to do. You just got to lay it down. That little seam there's falling apart. I didn't give it enough time. Sometimes the wool will be stubborn and you got to go back in there and tell it who is boss. There, that should fix this up. We're going to do some more needling in this area. Yeah, that fixed that up. So, to get it to that shape, sculpt it like you would clay, press it down, get it into shape, mash the air out till you feel the shape you want. And I'm really pressing hard here, and I'm going to lock it all down. So that's just the start of that. Sculpt it nice and even. So what you're wanting it to do is taper down. Taper down this way. Turn it over. We're just forcing this egg into more of a torso shape by squishing and pressing it into shape and then needling it to hold it in shape. So that needs a little more work on top because we're going to be attaching the head here and we want this strong. We don't want any loose fibers because the head would get floppy. We need a great spot to attach this big old head we made. While I'm felting, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that, about proportions. When I teach online, I teach in person too, and a lot of questions, I get the same question a lot, and that's about proportion. Like head to body ratio, how big should the arms be in comparison to the body, that kind of thing. Well, to me, it's very, very subjective. It depends on how lifelike and accurate and anatomically correct you want it. For me and my style, I don't worry about that. I like, I think they have a more cartoonish feel to them, my dolls do. So even though they're cartoony, they still have a lot of animated life to them. I think even more so if I tried to make them anatomically correct, more so than if they were anatomically correct, I should say. So, see how that works? Just squishing and felting. Wool is so malleable, it's so cooperative, even though it's stubborn at times. So I'm really looking at this side, these side areas too. This is going to be where the arm's attached. So we want this area to well felted too. We don't want it sloppy right in there. The arm will always feel loose and sloppy. So we're just making sure that there's no hollow spots under there. It's all dense and the air is pressed out evenly. So as you feel this shape, you're not going to want you hope your finger's not going to just sink in somewhere where you've folded and rolled and not felted it together. Now's the time to fix that. Should be a pretty good shape. We're going to sculpt this shape a lot more after we get the flesh tone on. So the flesh C1, we're going to build that up in the same manner rather as we did the face. It's going to kind of evolve. So there, I've made this torso bigger. It's going to carry this head a little bit better. So I talked a lot about this upper part of the torso, and the same thing goes for this lower part. Go ahead and needle it to where it's well felted. This is going to become the hip joints on this small end. So you don't want it really wide, or the legs will always be very wide apart. That's better look for babies than for people, especially a young boy. I'm going to want to go for narrow hips, a young male. So I'm needling this down too. So these kind of things you have to think about, and these are things I can't tell you what you're going to do. So just be aware of the result if you leave the end of this egg wide. So practice again. Practice gets you versed in all of this stuff when you're making these design choices as you're developing a character. So the next step, we're going to set that aside. We've got a great torso all ready to go. Now we need to make these body parts. This becomes the hips and the upper legs. These ends become the knees. We have some more eggs that become this shin area, the calf and the shin. Again, this is going to become the knees. And so we have more parts here that will become the arms. Those were the upper arms. Here's the forearms. And it will all go together. It won't quite fit, but he's happy so far with his new little body in progress. So what we need to do now is to learn how to make these small eggs. They're very similar, but because it's not exactly the same techniques, you get another lesson in eggs. So we'll start with the largest shape. This has to be long enough to provide space to be a hip and an upper leg. So well, it gives you an idea. It's about a finger long for me, but it just is all relative. Is all whatever you make for an upper leg is going to be great. But try to give it some length, and don't try to make it just a tube. We need it wide on one end and narrow on the other. So to achieve this, we're going to do it. We're going to prepare the wool just the same as if we were making a basic egg. This piece is a little small, but we're going to just tear it off. It's a little smaller than the sheets we started the head and the torso with. So, trying to think of 2 sheets is I believe plenty to start. These parts, they're really something. They really like to roll around. I should pin them down again because I wind up dropping them and losing them. They need to get put in a little basket or get pinned down or something. You're going to see me. You're going to probably laugh at me as I get my body parts all missing in action. Don't like that, but that's half of the fun of it, is chasing him around. So like you started the egg, fold it over. These shapes tend to want to be fairly hollow in the very middle. I really have to work hard. I don't want them bulged out, but so I have to work hard that I get it dense enough in the very middle. So I folded it over once, but I'm going to fold it over one more time. I'm making sure that's pulled really tight. So because I want this shape fairly long, I'm going to take advantage of the length of my fingers here and use that to hold the wool down. So as I'm holding down, I'm just going to fold over here. This is going to turn into the fatter end of the egg. So I'm just folding it down. Now re-changing my grip here. You can already feel that this end is more dense. We've rolled that over once, so there's a little density in here. So I want to roll this over, but I want to be careful I don't make a big wad of wool right here. I want to just gently roll it. See how I'm keeping, I rearrange it enough, pull it around to get it shaped. I can already see that it's going to be shaped like this. So it gets tricky right here. Fold it over, keeping tension on it. See, here it comes. Look at that. So I'm almost combing it. I'm really letting these fibers stretch and pull this whole wad of wool into shape. So I'm going to go over again here from the left. A little bit more from the right. On this fold, I'm going to go ahead and make a little fold. There's not a lot of wool there, and it's going to make a nice tip. So see how I'm just going to fold it over. Get my finger out of the way here. It's just folded over right there. Now this is all out of the way. I'm not going to roll it anymore from this side. This side's pretty close too, but let's just give it another roll and see what we need to do here. So I mentioned in the beginning that they tend to be fairly thin and hollow feeling in the middle. So I'm going to lay it on the pad, and I'm going to make sure that there's some density in the middle while I force these fibers towards the left side, towards the fatter side of this egg. I'm really pulling. You see that, how I'm really stretching? It's really tight here. So just smoothing them out now. I'm going to pull these over just a little bit. So, yellow needle. So I'm holding it down on the pad with the whole length of my finger, very carefully to avoid poking my finger. I'm just going to needle down the length of that. Follow it back up. I'm just going to start rolling it now and felting it. Because these shapes form basically the skeleton of your doll, they do need to be felted fairly densely. We need to give them a good dense felting, and it's going to all be hidden inside. So it doesn't matter if we see big holes from our dense felting methods. So I had told you that our black needles for real heavy duty felting, well, this is a great instance for it. This is going to beat this wool up and do a quick job of making it strong. I'm not going past the blade, I'm not forcing the fibers, I'm not beating these fibers into the felting pad. I shouldn't have to stab too hard to get this needle to penetrate, but as this shape hardens up, you're going to find it's going to meet resistance. And when it starts meeting a lot of resistance, then you got to go back to your 40 gauge. See here, I have a little bit of my felting pad come up right there. That's going to happen from time to time. They wear out. This one's getting pretty old actually. I'm about ready to replace them. I've been using this one pretty steady for the last 6 months or so, and I'm getting ready to replace it. I have a few that I always have room for a guest or two in my studio, so I always have several felting pads around, but they get a lot of use. They last for a long time. Keep them cleaned up. So I'm just going to chatter away here while I beat this wool into a shape. You see how it's working? But I'm starting to meet resistance. I see a little seam there. That's okay. It's going to get covered. It's going to get covered. Work on this end. And I need to start kind of looking at the length of it. It's looking a little long, but we still have a lot of shrinking to do on it. It will reduce as we go along. I like to take some of these fibers and press them right into the middle so I don't have that weak spot in the middle that this method can give. I made sure and fed those fibers towards the middle, so it's feeling great in the middle. I think this is going to be a good strong leg. If you make these shapes strong enough, the dolls can stand on their own. So I'm not going to focus on that. It's not going to be one of our goals, but they can. If you don't need a doll to stand on their own, you don't necessarily have to make them as strong as I'm showing you. But you know, it's really kind of fun. They're great little conversation pieces standing off without the aid of a doll stand or anything. They're really funny. So we still have a much larger shape there. So some things we can do is, well, for one, I want to just keep reducing it, but I was starting to meet too much resistance. I felt like that needle wasn't even doing much, so I'm changing down to the 40 gauge triangle. Something to keep in mind though is your felting and this shape gets dense is real easy to break a needle. So I advise you to use caution. Make sure nothing's in your way. I just moved that shape out of my way. It was feeling awkward. So I'm just continuing here. I'm being very careful not to jiggle my needle inside there, not to change angles once I poke it in. All those rules I've been teaching you really apply here as this piece gets dense. So I like it to taper down nicely at the end and have it every bit as strong at the end as it is everywhere else. every bit as well felted. So it's shrinking down here a lot at the end, and that's good because I needed it to. It was too big. So something to keep in mind though, if this is the first one you're doing, you don't have to get it exactly like anything. You just need to get it roughly this shape and then make another one to match. That's the tricky part, is making the second one to match. But I happen to have one here that I was working on. So I just keep working it around. It takes a little while. I just wanted to show you me completing one start to finish, just so you know about how long you should be felting, how hard you should do it. So we're getting pretty close to being done. This one is firmer than this one, which tells me I just need to be more patient, firm this one down. I'm just sort of rocking it back and forth, making sure to be very careful with my needle. I'm going pretty fast here. You might want to go just a little slower so you don't break that needle. So there's some things you encounter when you're trying to make matching shapes. It's very difficult to pull exactly the same amount of wool off. Even if you had a scale, I think it would still be tough to make them exactly the same shape and size. So what I'm seeing here is a little tiny bit more needling, but rather than try to make this one smaller by overworking it, making it too dense, it would be easier just to add more wool to this one. And it's always easier to add it on the end, on the wide end. And let me see, I can just demonstrate that. So if you needed the shape just a little bit bigger, I showed you on the torso, it's the same concept. You don't want to add bulk. In this case, this one seems a little bit fatter, so I could add just a little bulk by just fanning those fibers out. See how I did that right along that shape? So just start wrapping them around and feeding them up towards the tip. When you start getting up there, do that fold over with your thumb and keep rolling. You want to make sure the wool adds some length there. So just like you did on the torso, you needle it all down and you will get two matching shapes in no time. You're going to have to take a few minutes and needle it all down, so you want to add it, try to add enough in the first place, but it doesn't take a lot to add a little bit of length. You can see when I needle that down, we're going to have equal shapes. So so go ahead and start with the upper legs. Those are the biggest ones. Get two that match. If you find yourself fighting with one piece, it's just not cooperating, just toss it aside. Something else to try, if I wanted to make this one longer and skinnier, you can roll it like clay. You really got to mash it and roll it like clay. You can stretch it a little bit, pinch it and stretch it. But if you roll it like that and lay it down and then needle it before it all shrinks back, it's really simple to get the shapes you want. Really simple. So that's for the bigger piece. So when we come back, I will show you how to make the smaller pieces. It's nearly the same technique, but it's worth showing you just so you can see how to keep the wool small for small egg shapes. So you should have your two upper legs, upper thighs. So now I'm going to show you how to make a smaller part. We'll do the upper arms. The upper arms, I find they look better if you keep them fairly thin. You can always add thickness in flesh tone, but if you keep them fairly thin, it keeps them from looking like they're too broad-shouldered and burly, like a linebacker or something. So try to keep them narrow. So to do that, you need a small amount of wool. Sometimes it's hard to pull off the bat. I really struggled there. So how much is a small amount of wool? That's the age-old question. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to demonstrate what one small sheet will make. I'm shooting for something in between. Let's see. Where did I put that shape? I told you I was going to be losing him. This is the upper arm. This is the forearm. Since I have to make two of each of those, one of each of those will do. So fold it over 2 times. Around from the left, around from the right. Fold it over again. We're going to go again, and this time I'm going to fold this right over. And now come back down, fold it over all over again. I'm keeping it nicely pinched. I don't have to use as much as my fingers, but I still am using a bit of a length of my fingers to get this into shape. So I'm just going to pull this over one more time. And now I'm going to do like I did before to make sure the center has plenty. I'm smashing it into the pad as I'm rolling it around, keeping a lot of tension on it. And I want it to roll up towards the top of the shape and not towards the tip. We need that tip narrow. So here we go. I'm just tucking that in, tucking this around. Hold it down just so it doesn't jump out and lose its shape. If you have to press in along the whole thing, you can use your thumb or your finger. Generally on the smaller shapes you just have to pinch off right where you were holding the last bit of wool that you rolled around. So I'm just going to felt this down. And what I'm seeing is I said I needed it somewhere in between those two shapes. Why I said that is again because it's very difficult to just pull off a magical amount of wool and get the exact right shape and size of these limbs. However, it's crucial that they match. If you have two upper legs that are not matching and one's longer than the other, well guess what? Your doll's never going to stand up. Always going to throw you off. So it's real important to do this right, and so we just have to overcome the fact that you can't measure the wool to get the right size. So felting that down. Now looking at this, just glancing at it, I haven't even compared to anything. If you were making your first one, you have nothing to compare to anyway. So looking at this, it's too short for an upper arm for this size of doll. It's just too short. And I think it's a little bit too long for the lower arm. It looks like it'd make a great lower arm. However, when you make a hand, it adds length in wrist and hand, and it can easily make your arms look like your doll's arms look like ape arms with very long forearms. So I like to keep the forearms fairly short. So already that's bigger than the forearm, but not quite as long as the upper arm. But it's easy to add wool. It's much harder to make this piece small like this one. Much, much harder. It's much easier to add wool. So I've already demonstrated to you on the torso and on the upper leg, but I'll just give you another quick run by of this. You just wrap it around that end. You start in the middle, then you felt it down, and do it in small amounts. You don't want to add too much because then you're going to have to start building this one up and you're going to have a battle. So that's how you add wool, and then just felt that around. It's very simple. It's very simple to get matching shapes, really. You have to do a lot of sculpting to get the tips matching, to get the tapers the same. You don't have to be perfect here either, but you want, the main thing is length. So for 2 arms, you want to make sure they're the same length. 2 forearms. How long they are is not as important as that they're the same length. And if one's a little fatter than the other, that's okay, because you can add, you're going to be adding wool and you can compensate for all those things. So worry about length, and then worry that, okay, let's not worry. Sorry if I used that word. But keep in mind that you want these dents. I'm squeezing hard. They're very solid. But see, they still have flexibility. They're not rock hard. So these ones are not quite as hard as the small ones. Things like the lower leg, I like them to be very firm. Here's the lower leg. So if I want the doll to stand, they won't buckle and cave under a little bit of weight. So this one feels pretty good. So what you need to do is to go make, you've made your 2 upper thighs. Now you need some, see, I get them all. If I could label them, that would be good. I gotta match them up here. Which ones are the same length? There's the lower legs. I believe those would be the upper arms. Lower arms. And 1 extra shape. Where did that come from? That was one that rolled off my pad earlier when I was making the shapes, and I found it later. Sometimes I just lose them, and I have, rather than spend 10 minutes looking, they roll, they bounce, I just make a new one. So anyways, I always wind up with extra parts. If one's just bad and just not working out, I toss it and start over if it's too big mainly, rather than fighting with it. Smaller, build them up. Too big, toss them to the side. So you're going to need, in addition to your 2 legs, your 2 upper legs, you're going to need 2 lower legs, 2 arms, 2 forearms. You can see, let's turn them here on the felting pad to give you an idea of what scale I have. But I think this is about an 11 inch long felting pad. 11, 12 inches, somewhere in there. So it's going to be a great proportion for his head. It's going to make, his head's going to be very oversized, but again, I go for the cartoony look. So if you wanted your body and body parts much bigger for a head this size, go for it. It's just going to take a little more wool, so make sure you have plenty. If this size is great for you, go for that. And have fun. And when we come back, we're going to attach these parts together to make some great needle felted joints. You're ready with all 8 limbs and the torso, we can begin getting these attached, creating some really amazing needle felted joints. Let me show you one I've already gotten made, just to show you what we're really going for here. It's really a skeleton I flattened the tips out of the long parts of the eggs. Not on the where the ankles are going to be. I've left those alone, but on the at the bottom of the leg shape and the bottom of the arm shape, these have been flattened out. The arm, that flat part, forms an elbow, and this flat part forms a knee. These are not completed. They need to get wrapped with some flesh tone, but I wanted to show you what we're going for here. And then, so we have the knees and the elbows, but we also have hips and shoulders. So that's a little different method, but still we have some range of motion there, even before they're finished. So those are needle felted joints, and they're pretty straightforward. Once you learn them, you pretty much got it. I'll give you a lot of pointers along the way. First thing, if you've got all your parts laid out, and you want to keep them straight, go ahead and just take a spare needle or two, like I showed you earlier, and pin them down. They're very dense though, so be careful. So I want to pin them in pairs. Here's the forearms. See, I have an extra yellow needle here. I don't want to break my needles by doing this, so I want to be careful. And then I have the forearms, and I'm not going to pin those. I'm just going to stick them over there. I'm going to be getting to those next. So they roll away, and they also get them mixed up. So it's good to kind of organize them like that. So the legs are going to go here as opposed to down here. You put them down here, you have a very hipless body. The legs are too close together. So they're going to go next to the torso. And this forms the hip, and it flows nicely down right into the leg. So the reason that we kept this end of the egg pretty narrow was so that we didn't have big wide hips. So you'll see that coming into play now. So something crucial though is that you don't set one way high and one way low to make uneven legs. So you want to get them evenly spaced. You can see about how far I have them up my torso. So trying to find a good spot for it, and once I get this one, got to get that one out of the way. I'm just using that to visualize for placement and everything. So now I kept it right where it was. I just rolled it right up on its side. So I'm taking this black needle and I'm piercing right through and into the torso. I can feel it pulling in, and it took a lot of effort to, this piece is so solidly felted, it took a bit of effort to poke this coarse needle through there, but once it's through, I'm changing the angles and I'm just driving fibers around this general area where I'm going to have it all attached to the leg, to the torso. And if you see, I only made the one hole. It's really all that's necessary. So now that's tacked on. Tacked is putting it mildly. It's just barely hanging on there. So what that's doing though is holding on so I can do this next step, which is called the attachment stroke. I use the yellow needle and I go around. You use the attachment stroke like for the lip color on the face. So it's the same concept. I'm just pushing wool from the leg into the torso, and I've gone around about 1/4 of the leg here, the front part of it. Now I'm going to reverse the needle and go from the torso into the leg. This is going to make a really nice strong joint here. So I'm going to move it around. And you'll notice I'm pressing in. I'm pressing in with my thumb here, putting a lot of pressure on this joint. I want it to match up really well. And when you squish two pieces together, it gives you a little more wool to work with somehow. So I went around the top from the leg into the torso. Now I'm going to go. Sometimes you got to turn the whole piece around to do it right. but you want to get wool from the torso now, just a bit. See how that's going into the leg. Okay, continue around. I started here, now I need to work my way right around from the top, down and around. Yeah, it gets a little bit different. I'll show you here in a minute. I've gone from the leg into the torso, now the torso into the leg. Now when we get down here, we need to, without pulling the leg off, just need to gently bend it back, and I'm going to continue this attachment. Make sure you don't stab your finger back here, don't go too deep. Turn it over, I'm going to try to get some of that wool from the leg into the torso. So that would put my character in a standing position. Now here's one of those choices you have to make. And I could have talked to you about that before attaching this first one. However, because you're not committed to it yet, it can be moved. You could change your mind and decide to put this character into a seated position. And you would attach it at the same place, however, you would just turn it. You don't want to slide it back or forwards, you just want to turn it. And so you would attach it just exactly like here, but you would attach it like that. And you would attach them both like that. I like to make my characters, I've been in a standing position. To me is fun. I've been playing with making them stand on their own with these firm techniques here. And to me that's thrilling. I feel I found balance when one of my dolls can stand on their own. So I'm going to make mine in a standing position. I'm not positive yet it will stand on its own. The wool is light. It doesn't really love to stand up on just two little felted feet, but it's fun to try. But on the other hand, I have a lot of dolls that I've made into this seated position, and they're really, really fun to sit on a shelf. They don't take as much room on a shelf. You don't have to have as tall of a shelf. They'll sit right in a bookshelf, really cute. So they sit on the ledges of things really nice. So if you want one in a seated position, just change the angle of the legs. And really everything else remains the same that I'm going to show you here. So like you attached that leg, you'll need to attach this one, and you want to make sure again that they're even when you do. So again, just tack it with this jiggling method, and then go around with the attachment stroke from one side and then reversing directions. So, so when you finish with that, we're going to move up to the shoulders, and it's a very similar joint, so we'll just give it a quick review on the shoulders. So go ahead and get the second leg attached. So we have both upper legs attached. I've gone ahead and attached one upper arm. I'm going to just show you what the finished end result was there. The attachment's exactly the same as the leg. If you want the arm standing out, you put it in a position where it would be straight, and you just twist it. So then you would needle it the same, an attachment stroke all the way around there. You can have it, if you want, to pivot it out this way so the arm's permanently reaching out to the side. You can do it like this. It changes things a bit, but you still needle it in and do an attachment. I like to have the arms rather relaxed. I think they're just fine that way. So you see I've got a nice little shoulder area going there. It's not too broad. This is going to fill in with some flesh tone as I wrap these joints. So we just want to make sure they're aligned. And so, again, just squish it in. Push it up just a little bit. Just like you did on the leg, right in the middle near the top. Let's see where I have the needle. I just poked it in the one time. And changing angles gently. This piece is pretty dense, so it's got to push pretty hard to get it through there. So now I have to attach this arm all the way around there, just like I did on the leg. So we'll go ahead and start up here at the shoulder. From the torso now into the arm. This is where you want a nicely felted torso. Loose fibers will make for a weak joint. So I'm going to go around now to the back. Not sure if it's the back or the front yet, so it's pretty obvious when you have to make that determination. So I want a good attachment all around under here, about this far down the arm. So I'm just working my way around, and like I had to lift the leg, I want to hold it down. I don't want to tear out anything I've just done, but I want to get a nice attachment right under here. This is really vital to get this under here good. This joint right here, it gets a lot of strain put on it. So you want to make sure that you have it a wide enough area here to make for a natural looking arm joint, shoulder joint there. You don't want to just needle it a little bit, attach it just a little bit here, right in here. It'll look like a very skinny armpit area. Very strange. So see how I've bent the arm a little bit, but it'll straighten right back out. So there we have a short little figure. And now it needs the lower joint. So go ahead and get both of those arms attached. And we will come back and add knees and elbows. Okay, we've got our little 4 of our 8 limbs attached. So the next area we need to look at are the knees. We'll get our model skeleton here. You can see that I flattened out this tip area in preparation of making a knee joint. So, because I've needled it pretty densely, I want to get it flat in a hurry. I'm using the black needle. You see how it's beating up that wool? I think it's taken. It's nearly killing it. But we need it strong. A knee joint is strong. So I'm just sort of working my way up just a little ways. Tapering it up. I don't want a big bulge there. I just want it to taper up into the leg shape. Taper it down, and then of course repeat for the other side. Now if you wanted the legs, like if you wanted them really pigeon-toed, or you could have the knees pointing out more that way if you wanted them more bull-legged looking, or bow-legged looking. So anyways, I'm just flattening that out. So these legs are just going to be straight on. So I determined that these were my lower legs. So need those. Pull that up there. I'm going to give it a little more needling on the back. I want to flatten that out even on the back side, but not much. Just kind of flatten it out. So now I'm keeping the black needle in my hand. I'm going to need that. What I want to do is, even though the legs are going to be in a straight position, to get a good attachment, I need to get it attached to where there's enough of this tip we're gonna be able to fold it over a little bit to come down and make a kneecap that's extended down the leg a little bit. So we need the center of this attached right up this direction here. So to do that, we're gonna pierce through right on the side of the leg there and force those fibers right down through the middle of that knee area. Okay, and very carefully move to the other side. I'm going to do it blind. I'm going to do it without being able to see very well here. Just tacking into place. Okay, that did that. So now it's tacked in there. So I'm going to get it attached on this side a little bit. Make sure it's square in center, which would mean turning it over and repeating that step right on the other side. This joint's tricky. This one, I will be the first to admit, is a tricky joint. What I do is I utilize, sometimes I'll bring another felting pad into play. I have some that I've cut up for smaller uses such as this. Let me bring it in here. It just helps to have something to bend this over an edge. So if you don't have an extra pad, which you probably don't, just bend it over the very edge here, but I'm trying to keep this in the camera too. So I'm going to go down, now that it's bent here, I'm going to go down right through the top of where I tapered the knee down. Not at the thinnest part yet. I'm just going to start forcing these fibers. In fact, I'm going to change to this black needle for this. I really want to beat this up and make this into a kneecap that's strong. See how I'm gently working it my way down? Or gently, no, I'm not going gently. So I want to wind up, try to get out of the, stay out, keep my hand out of the way, but that's tough to do. So, let's see, if I turn it this way we can see better what I'm doing here. This part's really crucial, so now I've worked my way all the way down to the end of this kneecap. So I'm just going to go around it, flattening it out even more. Now I'm going to take the yellow needle and do this attachment stroke right along the edge of that. But I need to turn it over now and move my way around. I was just looking at it to make sure the proportions looked okay. First time I picked it up since the lower leg was on. And you see here, I'm going around the back. I'm trying to move it a little bit as I do it. I don't want it too fixed into position, so I'm trying to make sure it still has a little wiggle room as I go. I want it to be able to flex and bend and straighten out so it can try to stand. I don't want a sharp bend in it when I'm done here. So I'm going to roll it around here now to this side. Move this. I need to do the attachment stroke here. I need to make sure to go up this way too. And the result should be something very similar to this. So right away, that determined where the front of the body is. That's a no-brainer, I guess, when the knee is there. So suddenly it does. It looks like the rear should be here. So go ahead and attach the other leg, and we'll review this process in the elbow, because guess what? It's the very same joint. So if some of your joints are flopping around, don't panic too much. Just get in there and reattach them. We're going to go through the process of wrapping them next. So I don't like to wrap them before I get the joints on, because if I've got a joint off, like say I got a knee joint pointed in wrong, I want to be able to pull on this a little bit and get it back into where I want it before I permanently attach it with a strong wrap. So that's the reason that we're working with floppy joints right now. So go ahead and finish the knee and we will be back to do the elbows. Can you see it? Can you see how really basic it is to put a body together? And it's like the face, it's the same techniques you use over and over and over, but it always yields different results. And that's, again, the magic of it all. So I went ahead and did one elbow joint, and I did it just like the knee. However, the elbow wraps around the back of the arm, or the knee wraps around the front of the leg. So it's really, you still just need to flatten it out. It's really the same joint. As long as it gets flattened out and a nice dense tip there. I'm going to switch back so I can get a little more control here to get this tip down. Sometimes it seems that that black needle, the 36, only pokes holes. Sometimes it seems like it's not working so good for felting. It's just poking holes. That's not very productive. So I gotta flatten down there, and just like I did for the leg. See how I have that through there? And again on the other side here. You can see I kind of do it blind. Some things you can do blind, as long as you know your finger's not in the way. So that's tacked on. Now for the attachment stroke. Whoa. See, if it wasn't tacked on, I would have knocked it all out of shape. Probably pulled some of the little tacking down tangles. Probably pulled some of those out, but see, I have it elevated again. It's only so I can get on a good angle here, and I just want to stay in. I could do it down here, but I get so far out of the camera, so I'm doing it up here. You can do it down here. Just find a good place to support everything, and just start tacking your way right down, working your way down right to the point, and then around the edge. And then just go ahead and work your way around the edges of both. Kind of stitching them together is kind of what it feels like, but you don't have any needle. There is no needle pulling thread, so you got to flip it around a lot. And you got to try to be careful not to damage the other joints. So as soon as you feel you've gone around that, this joint's easy. You gotta get right here. Let me get that out of the way. I think I'm done with that now. You gotta get right here in the little space there of the inside of the elbow. Get that down good. And you can see you have a nice flexible joint. It's not flexing here as much as I'd like, so I'm gonna come back in. You see it's just moving. This part should be flexing a little bit. So it's just telling me that I need to get this attached better. So you really want these two pieces of wool to be nearly like one. So they're going to flex and bend together. Same with the knees. You need to go back on there and really attach it. When we get the flesh layer, this flesh wrap, it's going to secure that and finalize that joint. But You really want it down good. So it's flexing more. It's doing its job now. So okay, you should get your two elbow joints in order. They're so fun to play with, just playing. So go ahead and get your elbow joints on, and when we come back, we're going to wrap these joints up and begin building the body structure. It's going to be a lot of fun. So get some good joints on, because you want your doll to be very good and strong. Now's the time to fix any problems that you feel things loosening. We'll fix them too as we go. So make sure your joints are good. Make sure your parts are good, because they're going to be hidden forever very soon. Okay, you should have a fun little figure that has some flexibility. You don't want to be testing these joints out too much right now. You just should know that they should be fairly movable, just like our own bodies are. So now we need some flesh, some skin to hold all this together. And in doing that, we're going to build up muscle definition and body structure. We've left this soft enough, so we're going to be able to sculpt if we need to sculpt in a waist, or we can build up big bellies. We have a lot of room for sculpting here. So we're going to need to draw on our stash of Norwegian C1 in flesh tone. It's going to take, it's hard to tell, it could take ½ an ounce to cover a body, depending on how fleshy you want it. So, but we're not there yet. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to finish up our joints by wrapping them. Wrapping them in a flesh tone gives the best results. You could wrap them in core wool, but your joints could get too thick too fast. So what I'm doing is I'm ripping off just a thin little sheet. I'm going to start with the knee, even thinner. You just kind of got to watch. What I wanted to do is be able to wrap around just once with just a little bit of overhang on the back. Just one good full wrap, and a little bit of fibers will overhang. So I just lay it out across there neatly and evenly. I get behind there and I pull some tension on that. I don't want to pull too tightly. That leg out of the way. I don't want to pull too tightly, but tight enough to where you can see that the fibers are stretched around there and not just laying loose. So with the yellow needle, I'm just going to start gently, starting at the deepest point and working my way up a little bit on each side of that leg. I'm just felting around and always beginning as I'm turning around here on the joint, as I'm working my way around. I'm always starting at the deepest point, and that's going to pull plenty of fibers in to fill in that void in there. It's going to pull fibers from both sides, and so just work your way up. And if there's a little fluffies left over way up at the end, that's okay, because we're going to cover this with more flesh. So here I'm going to turn this over. Again, at the deepest point, working my way out. And what this does is it just literally bonds these two pieces together. You have all these pokes. You have this nice thin layer of fiber that really tangles with the leg shapes well. You're not worrying too much about form, but you are going to see the knee developing in there. You may be able to see some of the core wool showing through, but you'll be able to cover that as we proceed. So you can see I've gone all the way around. I haven't got the inside well enough, but I've gone all the way around. Just giving it some basic needling strokes with the yellow needle. So there is one knee joint. So go ahead and do the other knee joint. Again, wrap it with a thin layer, and you'll see how flexible this is, and the wool shouldn't tear out when you flex it. Don't over flex it. There's no need to stress the dolls like that, but you should get some flexibility. You shouldn't see the wool tearing out. So that's about the range right there that I want to test it out at. So there is a good flexible needle felted joint. You can see, look at here, it's bending with that. It's always going to do that. It's not going to stretch and pull out of shape because it's so well felted, as long as you have these pieces connected well. It's all going to be good. I flexed it a little bit, and I'm going to go back in and refelt it. It's going to make it even stronger. The stronger you make these joints now, the better. If you feel you didn't get a thick enough wrap, if the wool's all wedged into the crease, just pull off a little more wool. See, it's pretty bald right here. I'd feel more comfortable if we were making a better connection right there. So, again, starting at the deepest. Okay, so repeat that on the other leg, and we'll come back and we're going to work our way up the body, and so the hip joints will be next. Okay, both knees are done. Great little flexible joints. Now I want to point out something that's happened along the way. One of these hip joint has loosened up. I didn't take the time I needed to do to secure it good. Apparently the attachment stroke failed, so I hurried that along. So, but there's a benefit to that, because I'm seeing, and it may be because it pulled loose, but I'm seeing one leg's longer than the other. This knee joint's down a little lower, so this is a great time to adjust this. I want the legs the same length. So, even if I have to work this hip a little further up the body, that's what I think the benefit is there, to make sure. See we're now getting the same length. So it's all tacked in still, so I just really need to get up in there. I'm pressing it all down, I'm forcing that up and holding it with this finger here. So what I'm going to do to fix this is I'm going to just redo my attachment stroke, but I'm going to make sure I do it very, very well this time. And in doing this, I'm keeping the knee straight too. I don't want it turned in or out. So I got to kind of look at that from time to time, look at this from time to time. It looks shorter here now because I have it squished up. It's going to relax out of that a little bit. I'll roll it around here. I don't want the hip to look higher. I'm going to try to force some of these fibers down to make sure it's going to be even with that other hip. I'll roll it around here. Look at the legs now from behind, straighten them up. Getting really nice little even lengths to them. So I'm going in, I'm taking a little bit of a deeper attachment than what I've been showing you. I'm really wanting to get this shape is stubborn. Sometimes the shapes just don't want to connect. One side will connect beautifully, the other side fights you tooth and nail. So you just have to get a little bossier. So I'm taking a little more of those fibers, and it paid off already. I can see the results. So what I need to do is go from the torso in now, take some of these fibers that have sort of pillowed up over that hip, and get those deeply pressed into that leg. So we're not going to miss an opportunity here to make a strong joint where there was going to be a weak one, a problem one, and the leg would have been feeling loose in there. So I want to go ahead and complete the ordeal, complete this reattachment. It's okay to do this. Sometimes I do it often. It's just, like I said, I didn't work hard enough on the first one. I demoed on this one, did a good job, and then I hurried it along. So you'll find yourself doing that too. So we have nice, strong leg joints now. But they're going to get a little stronger. I have some wisps here in my way. I'm going to get them out of the way. This wrap, the hip wrap, takes the most amount of wool out of all of the joint wraps. I like some loftiness to it. I don't want to spread it out too thin, but I only want it to go around this entire joint once. So I kind of look and find the center. I'm going to center it right. I'm going to kind of angle it down that way. Follow that joint line, and I want the center of this wool to be right at the joint. So again, with the yellow needle in the deepest point, tack that in. Before you go too far around, work a little bit up and down there along each part. Because we're going around it at an odd angle, we're going to work a little bit slower than like a fourth at a time, like we did for the knee. So I'm just sort of forcing it down here. I'm not worrying too much about these outside fibers yet. I'm going to have plenty of time to go back and work on those. So here I go down around towards the groin area. Again, focusing on the deepest point. Making sure you got a lot of fibers in there. So it gets a little tricky here. Kind of stand it on its head. I started back here from where I went back to the point I started from. You don't have to, I just had it turned that way. You just got to work one side back. And then reach in here and stretch those fibers over. They're stretched pretty good there. And get them tacked down, and now just start working your way. You see how these fibers folded over and it looks like a mass? You still want to fold them back so you got an even amount, or a fairly good even amount. It doesn't have to be perfect. One side may be a little thicker than the other. So you want to make sure those fibers are going over. Some of them are going over the legs, some are going over the torso. Makes them more like one piece. Be very careful you don't break your needle when you're stabbing into this dense leg. The torso isn't quite as dense as the leg. So I'm just working it around here. Working my way out a little bit at a time. Try to spread those fibers out the way I originally laid them on there. My way out this way. If you find yourself with any little seams, I don't know if you can see that, there's a gap right here when I stretch this leg back. That's just showing me a weak point that I haven't quite felted yet. So I don't want to bend it back that far to see the gap. I want to kind of close it back up, close it up, and needle where it's pulling apart. Needle it good all around that area. It's an awkward place to get into, and if you need to add a little more wool there, go ahead. We will be filling this all in, so it's really up to you. If you feel that joint is strong, then you can leave a tiny little gap. But see how it's not opening up as much? It's wanting to just a little bit, but it really is secure. That's a secure joint. You get in here while it's stretched, and just that tiniest bit I was seeing that was wanting to pull. So this meets the stress test. See how it's flexible? But you can see it tugging on the torso rather than these fibers here. This is the area where it's the weakest link and it's going to want to tear out. So if it's pulling all the way over here, you've done a great job. You're going to have a doll that's going to last and be able to be enjoyed for many years to come without worrying that it's going to fall apart. So what you did on one side, do on the other. So go ahead and wrap the other hip joint, and we will come back and, well, actually, I think we're advanced enough along on these joints for me to tell you right now that the shoulder joint needs to be wrapped much like the hip joint, and this elbow needs to be wrapped just like the knee. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap the elbows. Those are pretty straightforward, but I will come back and demo for the shoulders. It's really nearly identical to this if you want to give it a try, but I'll show you some things that I watch out for, some little pitfalls I've encountered in getting these arm joints right. This one's starting to get loose again, so I want to show you how I straighten these up and tighten them up and get them prepared. So go ahead and do the other hip and the two elbows. Proceed if you feel your shoulders are strong, or you can wait for me and I will come back here and finish the shoulders. So you should have wrapped both of your elbows exactly the same way as you did your knee. There should be flexibility and the wool shouldn't pull apart. So now we're on to the shoulders. This thing is just really getting fun, but we need to finish it up with the shoulders. Like the one hip, one of the arms started to come loose. So I want to get it, I could have it turn this out a little more if I wanted. Have it turned in a little more. There's a lot of flexibility there in that shoulder joint. Just depends on where you want it set. I think I'm going to try to set it just back so that the arm would bend up. That seems like a favored position of mine that I settle with. So I'm going to get that black needle going again here and just get this attached again. Doesn't take a lot. But again, if you do it before you put the wrap around it, it's gonna stay stronger. It's gonna stay very strong. That wrap will hold this union in place, just like you've seen with all the other joints. I want to make sure to get a broad enough area here felted, so we have a natural looking arm joint. And it gets real tricky. Again, I've shown this before, but it doesn't hurt to show it again. So I've left a bit of area here that's all felted to the torso. I'm going to take these deeper attachment strokes, these broader ones. Excuse me. I'm going to go through this a few times with that needle, since that joint's being stubborn. We'll come back over here and just tidy this one up. Make sure it's tight. Take some of those bigger attachment strokes all the way around. Okay, I think we've got some good arms. They look the same length. We're going to have hands that come down to here, so that's probably about natural. Pretty good. This is fun to do from time to time. The neck looks too long, because it's not going to be that long, so don't freak out if your neck feels long. So He's pretty happy about his little body coming to life, I can tell you that. He's getting very excited. So now we need to wrap these shoulder joints, and they're very much like the hip joints. You need a little more than you would need for these simple wraps, but not quite as much as for the hip. You want to fill in this little gap somewhat, but not all the way. See this little gap here? So I like to start, just feed that wool in there evenly. I'm moving this doll around a lot. I really start flopping them around a lot, getting these joints on. So if I jerk it out of the camera, I'm really sorry. I'll get it back in. Starting at the deepest point and working away a little bit up on each side. In that deepest point there. Okay. So this part's tricky. It's a little tougher than the hip. I made this so it'll only go around once, but it's barely long enough. So I'm going under here. I'm not trying to pull out any of that felting I did. You can see here. I want to get this first layer attached, this first part of the wrap. Just tack down here. Okay, so now I'm going to come back with this thicker side. And try to lay that all out. See how it's forming an armpit? It's forming a natural looking armpit this way, and it's going to be a nice strong joint. So I'm going to hold this out and get this work down in there to those deepest points. But I want to be careful. I don't want to drive it deep in, because I'll drive it up past this area that I've needled. So I want to stop here. I don't want to try to force it down. So I want to just try to kind of give it the look of an armpit. Here I go, flopping it around again. Trying to situate it also. I can see and you can see. It helps if we both can see, right? So I'm just now starting to work my way back around here. I'm going to hold it up. Is it bouncing too much on the pad? I'm just holding it up here. I'm going to go down this length of the arm. I want this wool to become one with the core wool pretty much. Okay, now this we're going to start to give it the stress test, and if you can see that, it's pulling. It's pulling more than I like right there. So I'm going to hold it up. I don't want to pull it so hard it rips it out. I want to hold it up so it's pulling but not enough to rip it out. And then I just want to start working my way in there, closing out that really stretched out area, tightening that up. Needs to be better attached to the torso. And that also happens if you didn't get this felted enough. So you might just have to work on that a little bit extra. This has to be strong for the joint to be strong. So there, that's passing the stress test. If I keep pulling back, it's not pulling out anywhere. It's stretching and pulling far along here, along this line. And that's kind of what happens when we stretch. So here's one of the little pitfalls I was talking about. If you can see this right here, that's too narrow. That's not a natural looking arm attachment there. So I'm going to squish this in and try to broaden this out right here. And that part of that happened in that deep stretch, and some of that will also fill in as we continue to build up the body. So let me see if that fixed it. still a little too shallow here for me. So right now is a good time to add a little more in that pit area. I want to build that up a little bit. We have a lot of flesh, and we're going to build it up more as we build up the breast area and the back, but while I'm in here, might as well get it good, right? So where I started the wrap on the top on this one, let's start it on the bottom on this side. Glad I showed you this and didn't stick with my words that it's exactly the same as the hip. It is a little more of a crucial and difficult joint to master. So we'll just start lightly tacking it in there. If you lay it on just without stretching it, you get a little more wool. If you stretch it tight and then needle it on, you don't get as much wool to fill in this space. So I just laid it on, and now I'm just gently working my way around without stretching a wrap around. If that makes sense, I hope so. So here we go. I'm going to needle up here, get that scrap wool out of my way. Roll it around. Here's some fluff from that other side. Working on the back of the arm now. Make sure all those loose fibers are down, well felted into either the torso or the arm. So that's much better. It's broader here, and it's going to get built up a little more, like I said before, but it's not so flat, this joint right here. It has a little more meat to it. So I see some more fluff here I need to work in. All of the more you work it in, the stronger that joint's going to be. See? What a nice arm. There's a good range of motion. Like I said, it's going to get stronger, so don't pull at it too much, but just check it out. It's got a great range of motion. It's a little too twisty for me. I'm going to go back in here and deep attachment stroke right through this flesh layer. I'm beating down that top of the shoulder a little bit more too, the top of the arm, driving more of these fibers in here through. So anyways, just work that till you feel it's strong, and I'm liking what I'm seeing there. So repeat for the other side. You may have to do again more of the attachment strokes, but it's worth it in the end to get a good strong joint. So when we come back, we're going to begin building up the body, the muscular features of the body. We're going to just build up the body features. We're going to put a belly on, we're going to put a butt, we're going to build up a back. We're going to sculpt this in to be the shape we like. We're going to cover all of the core wool, nearly all of the core wool, and then we're going to get ready to make hands and feet. So we have some fun stuff coming up. Getting this covered with flesh tone is very important. So go ahead and finish this shoulder, and then when we come back, we're going to build our body some more. So we've got a great little body, nice and flexible, great joints. Going to be very durable doll. So we have this body to cover. There's a lot of core wool showing. Even if I plan on fully clothing this doll, I still want a layer of flesh tone. You never know where you may want a little skin peeking out. Might want a little belly showing, a little butt crack you might want to show. So it's a great idea just to cover the whole doll in a flesh tone. You may get to the point where you decide you want a bare naked doll when you get to the end. The character might say, hey, I don't want any clothes. So, so I always cover all my dolls with a full layer of flesh. Before I get going, I want to look at this torso. I've been mentioning throughout the lessons that we are going to get a chance to sculpt at this to get it into a nice shape for a body. It's really, really nice right now, I think, but it needs a little more work. I want to flatten it out here a little more. With all the squeezing and the poking with the arms, it kind of got a little misshapen, and that's okay. So I'm just going to squeeze it, press it down as I needle that air out of there and get it to lock into shape. Go ahead and go over any area you may have used any flesh tone. Don't worry about that. Just ignore it, really. Poke in if you need to. If you don't, then don't. So turn it over. I want to kind of work this down a little bit into more of a taper. So there's the back of the arms, the back of the elbows. So I'm working on the back now. I'm just going over it evenly. I like to even work a little arch of the back in. Some dolls you might want all slumped over if it's an old character. You could start working in a bend towards the front. This guy's pretty youthful. I kind of want to stand up straight. So I'm not sculpting in a back. I'm just trying to get the torso in a correct position with a great posture. And see, just that little bit of flattening out right there in the middle. This is just going to give me a nice bed to work on, nice canvas to work on. So it's seeming just a little puffy here through the chest. We're going to build this up a little bit with some muscles and structure. So it's just good to have it fairly flat. And now, if your legs seem really far apart, remember we're gonna cover with a layer of flesh, so they could get fatter a little bit. But if they seem like they're just really far apart, squeeze them together, and you can work the air out of this shape here in the groin, the crotch area. Even get the black needle if you want. And I showed you how to do that in the head to tighten up the wool inside. You just stick the needle in there. It looks grueling. Poor guy. Good thing he just doesn't mind getting stabbed with a needle. So I'm going to switch back to the yellow. I don't want to beat the life out of this. I just wanted to quickly compress some of that air out to bring the legs together a little more. So that was the front. I'm going to go back and do it on the back. And this bulge looks a little too bulgy. If we want to build a male anatomy, we can add that on. Basically, the male anatomy is a finger and two little noses. Very easy, very easy. We make those decisions, though. I don't make the dolls too anatomically correct if I'm going to get them dressed. If I'm going to leave them naked, why not? Why not put all the right parts on? So, I've narrowed that gap a bit. It's going to stay because of all the needling I've done. I'll work up there just a little more. Work up the back. So I feel we're getting really ready, really close to beginning to cover this thing with flesh. So you still should have a good amount after the head. You still should have a good amount of C1 left, Norwegian C1 in flesh tone. This takes up a lot of flesh tone, especially if you want to make your character a little bit plumper and add a little more wool. So as I've got my flesh tone here, first thing I want to do is start and make a butt. We're going to make 2 cheeks, and then we're going to make the 2 cheeks separately off of the doll, right on the felting pad, and then we're going to attach them to the body. It's pretty simple. You'd think you could just stuff some wool on each side and get yourself a nice little butt. You'd think that would work. Eventually it may, but we've got a great little technique here. It involves, guess what? Sheets of wool. Nice little sheets of wool. I'm trying to pull off roughly the same amount. This one's more, clearly more. I want to clean them up. And determine what side I want to be facing out. Because usually one side's a little neater than the other. Let's see, this side looks neater, so I'm going to have it facing out. So I'm going to lay that face down, the nice side face down. Again, the nice side here is face down. Let me move my doll out of the way. So we have the beginnings of 2 cheeks. So these are pretty straightforward to make. I like to lay them both out at the same time, and I'll show you why. So I'm going to start on this one over here. I want you to fold it over. I'm not needling it in. I want to keep a lot of loft in here, so I'm not using the pad to needle into, but I want to roll it over 2 times here. This is going to form the crack. And then I want to fold it up 1 time this way. So now I'm pinching here. We've got a nice sharp angle here. And then I want to pull these fibers up so that we have almost a V shape here. Not a real sharp V, but it angles back up that way. So now, if you remember how you did that nose, you just want to close this seam. You don't want to stab fibers through to the front. You just want to close that seam and hold all this wool in place. So I'm going to needle up a little bit this way, up this V. I close that seam up, and I'm going to come up the crack side. So that's the back side, so that's good enough. That's not going to show. So now what I did to the one side, I need to do to the other side. So I rolled this over and rolled it over again. That gives some good density to the crack. Holds the cheeks out a little bit. Then I folded this up and force these fibers up this direction into slight V. And I'm closing up that gap. I'm going to needle in this way, just a little ways. I want to leave fluffy fibers on both sides, and just a little bit up the crack area too. So this side feels a little thicker than this side, so the best way to remedy that is just to dig in there and just thin some of that wool out of there. Whoa, I just messed it up. No, I didn't mess it up. It's just some of this folded over here while I was trying to pull. So I have to hold a little tighter while I'm trying to fluff these out. I just want to pull a little bit of this out. So I'm going to lay that back up to there. I'm just going to work at them just a little bit more so they match a little bit better. I'm trying not to go too far. This is going to be under the groin, so this area is not really going to show. I just want a nice sharp angle here, so I'm just kind of working that, trying to get it to match. You see there, they match a little bit better. So, I want you to take your doll, lay it on like so, and grab a hold of each side and all together flip it over. I get really confused if I don't do it that way. I'm like, which side was what when I turn them over? So that got them positioned pretty well. We have left enough to curve under. So let's see here. Get in a good position where you can see. So I'm going to take the yellow needle and I'm right down here in the middle of the crotch area. So I'm going to start tacking this down using that attachment stroke, and I'm going to go just along the edge of the crack side there. And I only went up the back a little ways here, about this far. I left a lot of fluff and fiber. So now what I want to do is attach it going on this side of this little V shape. Still using the attachment stroke, trying to get it where you can see the best. Going right up near the top of the leg. So now I've passed from the torso. Here I'm working on the torso, and now here I'm putting the fibers right into that leg shape. So I'm only going about halfway across the top of the thigh here, you can see, and then I'm going to stop needling. And like I said, only a little ways up the butt crack area. So make sure those fibers are well attached. Now I need to, this one kind of fell off, but I remember it went this way. So now I need to come back in here and do the same thing. Do that attachment stroke right down there. This is a little trickier. I don't want a big gap, so just go really gently right through there. Don't go too high. And now again across the bottom here, needling into the torso. And now I'm making my way across to the halfway across the upper thigh. You're starting to see it, I hope. Starting to see a little butt. So now we have all these loose fibers and it's tacked in here. It's not really well felted on there, but it's tacked in. So I'm going to kind of clean these ends up. So our butt cracks do not run all the way back up our back. It's very unnatural looking. They do stop and spread out into a lovely back. So working this here. I'm fanning these fibers out much like I did for the two sides of the mouth. I want these areas to overlap to make a seamless connection here. See how that's working already? You can see that, a nice little butt where it stops. So lay that down. Don't pull too much. You don't want to pull this up. You want to leave a lot of this loft. You don't want to pull out anything. So right up here I'm just going to tack this down. You can see with the cheeks, I'm going to pull some of this over a little more. I don't want to see an abrupt line where the crack stops. So I just tacked it in. So now I want to take this, keeping some air in. I'm going to go back in here and sculpt a little bit. I want to just take this fluff off the side and run it around the side of the leg, and you're going to needle up and you're going to feel that hip joint. There's the hip joint, and now I'm going from the leg and I've moved up along up into the torso. So move along the front. If there's any loose fibers, just keep going. This helps build a stronger hip joint. Just wrap around here. Now see here, the hip is meshing in with the butt cheeks. We're going to come back in and sculpt after we get this attached. So again here, take these fibers. Kind of want to stretch them out into a cute shape, keeping some of this loft. See, I'm kind of pinching and pushing here. I'm letting that loft stay in while I get enough wool here to bring around and attach to the leg, attach across this hip joint, attach to the torso, and enough to pull. Should have enough to pull around a little bit. If you don't have enough, that's okay. You can add a little sheet of wool in there if you feel it needs to go around there. So that looks like a horrible rump, but we're getting there. So here we want to sculpt this down. while leaving the air in the cheeks. Now, as far as how big of a butt you want, is how much of this area you'll leave in. And if you really wanted a big fat butt, you needed to start with more wool. That's just something to think about on another doll. If you really want a wide hind end, then you need a lot more wool than what I chose. This is it's going to turn into a fairly well shaped but fairly average rear end. This wool is driving me crazy. Get that off my felting pad, please. So I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to start kind of widening this out here. See how I'm doing that? And we can't see, we don't want any abrupt seam or line where the crack stops and the lower back begins. So sculpting around here. I'm going to go in here, make sure we've got it attached good under the leg, see where it's wanting to pull. So we're going to have to just needle that down. Look at it from the side. It's like a profile shot too. It doesn't look natural. If there's too much air, it's too bubbly looking. So I'm just going to get in there and sculpt. There's that surface felting stroke. That's going to come in handy to sculpt in a cute little shape. So this is your intuition leading you here. I've taught you how to make perfect little butt cheeks, and you have to teach yourself how to sculpt them into just delight. Look at that. So it's going to look less pronounced as I build up some flesh around this leg. It's going to look a little more pronounced. Squeeze it together again. Just kind of stabbing up in there to get a good joint in here. I'm still squishing out a little more of that wool to get the legs a little closer together. So we're gonna have opportunity to sculpt this more as we build up the back and build up the legs. So we're gonna just kind of hold off on that for now. Call it a bubble butt, whatever you want, but it's a cute little butt. A very cute little bottom. So the next step is going to be the belly. So I'm gonna just getting a little bit of this extra bulge out of here. Just working that out. So okay, go ahead and get your butt cheeks all done. Don't sculpt too much yet, but get them well attached, and we'll come back and give this guy a belly. Okay, we've got the butt done. So now we need to get a belly. We can go for a big fat looking beer belly, big rounded thing. We could make, if this wasn't so distinctly male, we could make the look of a pregnant belly. But I'm not saying he's going to be particularly chubby. He's going to be cute. He's got nice chubby cheeks, but he's not going to be roly-poly. Roly-poly is something you can play with after you learn these techniques. So I'm going to show you a basic belly that's not going to stick out too much. That's not going to be like a big beer gut. So what I need to do though is find a nice neat piece of wool off of my batting. A nice neat sheet. It doesn't have to be too thick. I'm kind of opening this up here. Pretty selective about this. I really like, I want a nice surface for the belly. May or may not be covered with clothes. So I have a sheet of wool, probably, oh, look at there, that's not pretty. That's not what I want. pull those excess off of there. There. About so big. This isn't going to make a protruding belly, like I said, it's just going to make a tummy. So, this is the nice side, so I'm going to put the nice side down. So, the idea here is simply to get a little loft in this area and have a felted edge and a fanned out fibers at the top. So this looks very much like a nose, doesn't it? We folded it over once and then once from each side. It's similar to a nose. I'm doing it laying down because I don't need much density in here. I don't need to fold it over, and I need to fold it more into, felt it more into a little point there rather than a tip of a nose. So very much like the nose, I'm not going deep, I'm just holding that fold into place. So that's all there is to that. That's the back side of it. We're not going to see it. So now you have to position it on the doll. Open that all up, and this point's going to go right where you started attaching the butt cheeks. So I'm going to pull it down here and use that attachment stroke, get it started good, and now just go right up along this hip, right at this, is it the groin, the hip, I don't know, it's just the little, where the groin meets the, where the leg meets the torso, excuse me. You go up that way. I just want to get right on that line. I don't want the belly coming down over the legs. So let's see here. Try not to stretch it out. I'm just feeding it up there. So it looks big and fat now, but it won't in just a moment. I'm gonna take these loose fibers and I'm gonna pull them over towards the waist, towards the side, and around here, just above the butt. So tack those loose fibers down. Oh, I stabbed myself. I was going too fast, but I felt it coming. So again, pull these fibers back over here and about the same amount of tension you gave before. It's stretching on there pretty good. And I'm going to tack these loose fibers down. Make sure there's not any major creases and folds here. You want to get that in that line of the leg and the hip. So now I just want to begin to sculpt. These loose fibers attached up here too. Not messing too much with the actual tummy itself. Just making sure it's attached well all the way around it. See the squishiness coming into play. I can start to sculpt into the waist a little more based on the belly. If I think the belly is too fat, I think it gives a really cute look, a little protruding tummy. So down here it can be a little too thick, so you can work that out. For a little bit flatter through the pelvis area, flatten that air out. And this, I could have left it lofty too. Again, it's up to you. How do you want the thing to be shaped? You want to look at the profile. It's getting really cute little curvaceous body. And when you're looking at making a male or a female, when you get to this point and you're starting to sculpt along, females tend to have a little more waist, a little more heart-shaped bottoms. Men tend to be a little more flattened and spread out, a little wider hipped, a little more square hipped. So if I was going to make a female, I'd want to sculpt in more of a waist here, and that's going to make this bottom a little more heart-shaped. But this is a male, so I want to keep the hips wide. So I don't want to try to squish in too much of a waist there, but if I was going for a female, I would. And then just sculpt, just like we did the face, just like we did any of the other sculpting. So just keep it in the shape that suits you and suits the head you've made. So now we have a tummy and a bottom. So the next thing is we're going to get some definition in the chest. We're going to make some breasts. Males have them much smaller than females. I'll demonstrate how to make female breasts, but this character is getting the male version. So go ahead and sculpt around there. Try to work in these seams. We're still going to be covering more, so don't worry about covering up the seams totally. There are going to be some. You may see a little corbel poking through. We're going to cover any of this up down here. This is not real natural looking, so we are going to cover this up as we build up the rest of the flesh and cover the body with flesh. So go ahead and get those all sculpted in. So we have the belly on. I've sculpted in just a little bit of a waist. It's a cute little belly. I still haven't done much with this. We're going to work on the back some more. But for right now, we're going to build up some chest structure, some breasts. Males, females, they all have them. The important thing is you make them two that match. I've determined, because I have a head, I know that it's a male, so I don't need a big chest here. So I will show you how to make a big chest, and I'll show you how to make a flat chest as well. The main difference is the amount of wool that you choose. I would choose this for flatter chest and this much for a fuller chest. If you really wanted to go big busted, you could even choose more, but it gets a little awkward and a little hard to deal with. So we'll start with a bigger one. Find the nice side you want out, just like before on the other parts. And so you're just going to make a little nose. For a denser, larger breast, fold it twice. Once over this way, once over that way. It's just simply a nose. Get that yellow needle. And gently seam that together. Close that seam. See, I'm kind of working on rounding the end up a little bit too. Tighten it up a little bit here. It was feeling too loose, so really it's just the start of a nose. I'll go ahead and quick make a matching one of that, just so I can show you how to attach it, but I'm going to have to pull it off, or this guy would just, he just wouldn't be who I want him to be. He'd be unique, he'd be quite a character, but so I'm going to make another one. Let's see how it went. I went over once, over twice, over and over. It's real important to get these shapes the same density. If they're not, I suggest just trying to make a new one that does match better. They're always going to be off and wrong and lopsided if they're not really close to the same density. So we pinch in here a little more. That seam closed up. Round that down. Let's see here. Oh yeah, they feel pretty good. So they do go on the chest. You have to be very careful of the placement because for some reason it's just really natural to want to put them too high on the chest. natural breast placement is actually fairly low. So let's start with one. It's real important to have the muscles of the breast actually come up right under to the armpit. So it's real important to kind of emulate that as you put this on. So I'm going to fan these fibers out a little bit. There's some stuff that I didn't need on there. Whoa! Holding on to that breast shape, I'm going to fan these out. So now I'm going to get it placed in a natural position that's fairly low. Start a little lower than what you want. It's going to crawl its way up as you attach. So start a little lower. I'm going to separate this here a little bit because I want to run this up right up under the pit here. So I want to start attaching it. I want to attach it along here. Cleavage doesn't go way up the chest. Breasts naturally flatten out on the chest up here. So let's see, I'm going to work my way around. I'm going to pick this up. We're going to attach it under that a little bit so that this is going to be protruding from the chest a little bit. We don't want to flatten that down. And it's already starting to sculpt in a breast shape. So here, working with these fibers, see I'm still needling under, and as I get up towards the side of the breast, I'm going to start spreading these fibers out and up and under the armpit. And there's that muscle. You can see it there. So I'm just going to start tacking this down. I'm going to try to keep the needle out of the loft of the breast. Move it around, get this attached over here. And spread these out along the chest here. So you're going to attach the other one the same way, but let's look at this. Profile again tells all. We have a little too much loft. Breasts really do flatten out up along the chest, but it's gradual. We flatten out here too. So that's looking, a little air there, that's looking like a breast to me. And so now we have another one here. So this one you're going to nearly repeat. You're going to get it situated. It's feeling a little thick. I plucked some fibers off of there of the other one, so I'm going to pluck some off of this one. Get it into place. They don't tend to be really close together like so. They tend to be a little bit spread out. I mean, you can make them sag way over, you can make them sag way down, depending if you want to make a really old lady or something. But this is average here. So again, I started right over here, and tack it down over here, and I want to get under this one, just like the other one. Get that tacked down good under the breast. Moving it around again so I can keep seeing what I'm doing. Now, like I did the butt cheek, I want to stop the cleavage line. I don't want to stripe or a dent or anything right up the chest. So I'm pulling those fibers over. Just tacking those down, and now I have to fan these out over here, up and under the armpit. And then sculpt it till you get the shape breast that you want. If one looks a little bigger than the other, you just have to pull some more fibers from underneath. Sculpt it down. If you got two fairly straightforward sizes, you should be pretty good to go. If the sizes matched, I should say. So, I'm not even going to put his head up there because he would get mad at me. He would be embarrassed. So you would, if you were going to make female breasts, you would sculpt. You've learned some shading techniques. You could put nipples in there. That would be cute too. A lot of times I've had students make really voluptuous breasts and then sling them in a really cute little bikini top or something. So you have a lot of options without making it totally nude and still show off this great figure you've made. You can see here that there's still some core wool showing. So all you have to do is just rip off small sheets and needle that up and around, and you're going to make a really nice chest area. Now if you wanted to show where there's some structure of rib cage, especially on a voluptuous female, you could start sculpting in a rib cage that goes along here, sculpt in more of a waist. But this one's not going to be a female, so let me push all that back out. See how easy it is to correct a mistake? So we're going to toss those oversized mammaries aside, and we're going to make two smaller ones. This is the same way, only much less wool. These are going to be rather flat. Still though, if he's got a shirt that's open, you want to see some contours there. Just a little, just a touch. So we have some pretty flat, thin sheets here, pretty thin. One's a little bigger than the other. I'm going to try again, try to match this one up a little bit better. I just want it to be thin. I'll try to add to it a little bit here. You'll get the idea. So same thing, you roll it down, only I'm not going to do it twice now. This is going to give me enough density, this roll. So again, flatten that out, just close up the seam. Make sure it's not thick, but you don't want to make it densely felted either. It needs to have some loft. So don't go nuts needling that. So make two of those. Over and over. These attach just the same way. The only difference would be under here. I wouldn't lift it up because these wouldn't naturally be sticking up. I would just give it a good attachment stroke all the way around, but you're still going to want to pull those fibers out, up and into the armpit area. You're not really going to have any cleavage to speak of, and so just pull this wool out, stretch it out so I'm speeding up this process here for the video's sake. I want you to take more time in sculpting this, but I just wanted to show you the difference. Fan those fibers out, rip off any that are yucky. Lay it on there. It should run right up into the armpit on that side. Separate it out a little if you have to. And attach it on evenly. Little attachments for stroke along there. Start fanning those fibers over so we don't have any cleavage. It still can pass at this point as women's breasts because there's still a lot of air in there. I haven't sculpted it out. And I'm going to take some time doing that, sculpting it up into the pits, sculpting it down to make it more of a male chest. Make sure there's no, the kids in my family call them moobies, man boobies. So we don't want any moobies on this guy. If you're making a heavy guy, you might want some, you know, it's a fact of life. So we come in all different shapes and sizes. So feel free to build up the chest however you like for your character. So the next thing we're going to do is work on the back. We're going to give the back a little bit of definition, and I'm going to finish sculpting this in, and I'll let you address the issues that you want to resolve to make a chest, and we'll come back and make the back. Okay, now we have some rather male looking chest features. He's much happier with this arrangement. Much happier with this arrangement. So yours should be too. Your character should be happy with what you've created as well. So we're going to turn this over now and focus on the back. We need a little definition of its spine in here and some shoulder blades. And it's real simple to get that effect. I don't want anything really radical there. I just want a slight definition of that. So I'm going to get two evenly sized close. Boy, that wool is just not cooperating with me. It's kind of getting stringy. You're going to find little patches that don't pull apart well. Okay, I'm going to put this one away. I see that I have enough for two here, so my trick is to get these pulled apart evenly. Aha! I did it. So, like we made nose shapes for the breasts, we're going to make nose shapes for running down the back and to create shoulder blades. But they're going to be fairly thin. They're not going to be too dense at the tip either. So I'm going to give it one fold down, one fold over on each side. See, it's much narrower than the nose shapes we've been making, and but it's still the basic thing. Just want to fold that over and repeat for this one. Fold it over, over, and over. Close that up. We need a fairly rounded tip there. It's doesn't have to be too terribly dense, but it needs to be felted some. So let me lay these on and see if I can illustrate. See, I'm sort of pulling that out. I want these to be sort of long. So if you can see here, it's going to add some definition to the back. It's going to add the indentation of its spine and then create some shoulder blades out here. So I like to start up here. I kind of want to angle this out a little bit, pointing up to the shoulders. And might as well start in the other one. Give it placed good. A little attachment stroke around there. So just let these fibers feed down, and you want to, sorry if I'm rolling it around too much, rolling it around so much I have to see too, and it's tough sometimes to get everybody to see. So I'm just gonna, I want them to come together right here in the middle, and then once they do, I want them to travel together just for a little ways. Kind of like the butt crack. And then I want to take these fibers here and fan them out this way. Now we've got some muscle along the spine. Gives a neat look. So just go ahead and work on tacking these fibers down, and you want to spread them out towards the butt cheeks. Okay, again over here. Pull that over. So up here it's not looking so grand up here at the top of the shoulder blades. Looks a little funny. But not to worry, here we've got another little sheet of wool, one of those that we pulled off that didn't quite work out for us. Let's pull off a thin sheet of wool. Spread it out all over that whole thing there. And just cover that up. I'm just tacking it in for now, and I'm going to get in there and sculpt a little bit. It's just covering up that abruptness there over the top of that nose / shoulder blade. I'm just sculpting along here. If you see any core wool here, now's the time to fill it in. Break it up a little bit so I have a thick enough bit to cover it. It's spread out nicely without adding a lot of bulk. So see over here, that doesn't look good. See? Nope, not good at all. So we're just gonna cover it. These little thin layers cover seams. They're little messy areas from, say, attaching an arm or even between the legs. We're going to put some of this thin wool to cover, I like to say, to cover my sins. My little mistakes, my little puckered pieces of wool here and there, they can all be covered really easily. So I'm just going to sculpt this down. I'm going to reach for the red needle. Get that wool off of there. That spine in a little bit. It separates out up towards the neck. And again towards the back, the butt, cheeks. See how we have a neat back now. So we still can see core wool up here, but we're going to be attaching a neck, so we're not going to worry about that too much. We're going to be attaching the head on there, so the neck fibers will cover that. So get that sculpted to how you like it. And we are getting so close to being nearing the end stages of our little body. How cute is this? So basically I went over all this with the needle to make sure that the loose fibers are down. We don't need to worry about giving it all surface finishing stroke yet, because a lot of this may get covered with clothing. Some of it might not though. So we're going to have to determine how much of this we want to finish. The finishing takes some time, so I don't like to finish more than I have to. I don't want to finish this layer and then go put a layer of clothes over it and then give it a good smooth finishing either. So you can sculpt the butt cheeks a little more too. Right now this needle's good for that. Sometimes a little indent here is cute. Get a little more tapered look here. Okay. There we have the torso is done. So now what we need to do is start wrapping, covering the remainder of the core wool. We have to cover that with flesh. Some areas are going to need more than others. I'm going to start right down here in this groin area. It's kind of a mess. So I just need a nice sheet of wool that's got a lot of fluff. So I'll just lay it in there. See, some of the fibers are going up towards the crack, some are going up under the butt cheeks. So again, starting in the deepest part, I'm just going to work my way out and around. It's going up butt cheek there, the butt crack, I mean. All these technical, anatomically correct terms are just too great. So you see, that made that quite lovely. Well, as lovely as that area can be, but it closed it up, it made it seamless. If you're going to have it naked, we can attach some genitals. But in my experience, most people want to learn the clothes, so I'm not sure if it's worth taking the time to attach some genitals. If you're making a female, it's pretty subtle. If you're making a male, it's still fairly subtle unless you want it obscene. So I think we're going to proceed and we're going to cover this with clothing. And I'm not going to take valuable time to do some genitals. I'm teaching you all the skills. I'm going to tell you it's a nose with it's a finger with two little noses hanging off each side. So once you learn how to make fingers, you'll see what I mean and see how easy it is. So if you plan on keeping it naked, just wait till I teach you how to make fingers. Make one extra finger and two little noses and attach them right into place. And it's very cute. Very, very cute. So now we need to start. I've pulled off all these little fluffs all over. It's a good time to start using them. What we need to do is we need to get little fluffs of wool that aren't so thin that you can see your finger through. It's okay if they have a little bit of fluff on the ends. You don't want them too big. You don't want to work with too much wool at a time. So what we're doing here is we're just covering, adding a layer. If I want chubby legs, I want to make sure this layer is a little thicker. Add some thickness behind there. And you can see it would make chubbier legs. So I don't want too terribly chubby legs, so pull that back out of there. So I'm just going to start needling this on, and we need to do this around both legs and the arms. We're going to stop near the ankles and the wrists. So I'm going to let you see what I'm going to do here, just so you know what to do when I leave you to finish. I'm tacking this down. I'm trying to get it tacked down just in one plane here, so I can take it and smooth the fibers around here. And it's holding them in place where I just tacked them in the front and around the back. Now this wasn't enough to complete the wrap, apparently, which is fine because we're not really wrapping, we're just filling in as we go. So I need to give this area some really good attention here before I move along. See, I'm feeding it into that deep groin area, and then I'm going to work up around. So what this is going to do, see, look at all that flexibility, and you're not pulling any wool apart. So there has made that joint complete, this wrap. So there's still loose fibers hanging off. I'm not going to worry about those because I still have to go in and fill in with more flesh. This one's fairly thin. I can see my finger through there, so I'm going to pull it apart and double it. And now I'm going to lay that right over here. So some of those fibers come up past the butt cheek, right in that deepest part. Some of these are going to come back down into this groin area, so be careful not to get that too thick. I got a thick piece working my way around here. I don't know if you can see that. Right there, it's just going to be too thick in the groin. I've already got some in there, so I'm just going to gently pull that off of there without pulling it all apart. Working my way up the butt. Again, back down around into the groin and the crotch. So I don't want to stretch these too much, these fibers, because the core will show through. If you stretch and pull too much before you needle it on, just take your time and needle down those fluffies rather than trying to pull them and stretch them like we've done so for many of the other things, like wrapping the joints and such. So you continue like that. Be careful of the knees and the elbows. You don't want to build them up too much, but they do need a little more. They do need a little more around them. A little vegetable matter. So it's just easier to go in these small bits rather than, like I said, trying to wrap the leg in one big sheet of wool. That would be tough. It would look funny. You'd lose a lot of this figure you've built in. So you can see I'm just going, tacking it down. I haven't stretched it out. Let's turn that over. Just gently folding it over without stretching and pulling. I got a little more to bring up this way. So I believe that you can handle, back up here, that you can handle completing the flesh layer. If it gets too many air pockets, use this sideways surface needling stroke. That helps. If the legs look too skinny, build up another layer. It's up to you. You do the same exact with the arms. Same exact thing, and stop when you get down close to this area. So when we come back, you won't be able to see any more core wool. They kind of look like plucked chickens to me with their heads cut off at this point. I don't know what it is. It's this. It's like wingtips. They make me laugh. So on that note, I'll leave you to finish up the whole flesh layer on your doll. If you get areas like this, do you see this seam? If you're planning on putting clothes on, don't worry about it too much, but if that seam's really bugging you, just get in there with that red needle and do these little sideways strokes to get it out. And if that doesn't do it, a light sheet of wool. If you're planning on putting clothes on, those little things don't matter. All this in here will get covered, unless you're going to put a skirt on or a kilt or something, which sure could happen. So it's just tacked on. I haven't beaten it into the core fiber like I did for these joint wraps. It just needs to be laid on neatly and needled onto it. It doesn't need to become one. What I'm saying with the skeleton part with the core. So when we come back, we're going to work on hands and feet. flesh layer on, save for these areas here where we're going to add the feet and the hands, and generally there's fibers that come up. So we didn't need to do those. They still look like wingtips on the end of drumsticks from a plucked chicken. I just think it's funny. This stage always amuses me. He's starting to look pretty cute with his head. It's kind of hard to see with the length of the neck, but it's going to be good. When I was filling in around the arms, I made sure when I was filling in this under area that I flex the arms back into the most reaching position that I think they'll ever go to, so it doesn't all pull out. I may cover that with clothes yet still, and it'll even get stronger. I filled in this little area here a little bit with some extra wool. It was kind of sunken in there and didn't look that real. So I'd mentioned we're going to come back into the body and do a little more sculpting, like around the little butt cheeks here. I think they're still looking a little bit big, bulbous, a bubble butt. So I'm going to sculpt these down a little bit with the red needle. I'm just really going in lightly into the surface. I don't want to mash all that air out, but I'm using the red needle just so it'll tangle it on the surface. See, already that looks better. And like we did on the face, we got to think of those natural planes on bodies, natural angles, which way do things run. So, this part, before we do the hands and feet, I'm just sculpting in more of the shapes that I like to see in a body. I want to go over here. I want to push in this area a little bit. I want it to be a little bit flatter here around the rib cage. So I'm gonna switch needles for when I should be using the red needle there if I'm trying to sculpt in a shape here. You see what I'm doing? I'm just sculpting in just a hint of a rib cage there. See? It doesn't take much. You can sculpt around the hip area and flatten that out too. Really doesn't take a lot, and a lot of this is going to be still hidden under clothes. The breasts start to pull up. If it's a male, kneel them back down. So go ahead and find that shape you like by squeezing and sculpting. As you progress along, you're going to notice some neat things. Look at this. When you move that, look at that wrinkle in there. That's nearly like human flesh. I think it's so bizarre. I can't think of another medium that really does that. Look here when we bend over at the tummy. That looks like human flesh. That's how it rolls. By leaving some of the air in there, by not attacking the wool with the heaviest needle to get it felted the absolute most, it's left some of this room to still be alive. And I just think it's the neatest thing. I know that I've put together a doll well, and when it does that, and the Norwegian Sea one works to have this nice, almost a shell layer, a nice shell skin effect going on. So we still haven't gone over it with a surface needling, the finishing stroke. We've done some sculpting with the red needle, and we're not ready to do that yet. We still have a lot of options, and we still need some hands and feet. So I think it's just easiest always to work from the bottom up. Oh, let me just mention one little thing. In our sculpting, oftentimes we need a navel. So you see here, I've got my yellow needle, and I'm just going around in a very tight little circle, slowly sinking in a belly button. And sculpt up there a little bit so that it stays. This may or may not show ever. Nobody may ever see that again once you get clothes on. But it might. You might have an unbuttoned shirt, you might have low pants, no shirt. It just might. So it's kind of good to have it there. So, okay. We've talked about a lot of things. We've worked our way through a whole bunch of processes. So now let's focus on some feet. This guy needs to do some walking around. This body needs some feet. So once again, we need some sheets of wool. Now the size of the feet is sort of the same kind of deal with the size of the head. It's up to you. Do you want it more anatomically correct, or do you want exaggerated features? Hands and feet are great features to exaggerate if you're going to. Great big hands and feet are really funny looking. I need to decide. I really need to make a decision on that here pretty quickly. I think because his head is so oversized, his head is very big relative to his body, I think he does need some big feet and big hands. If his head were slightly smaller, I think, like even say Evelyn, her head is big, but her body turned out bigger than this little guy's. This is just how it happens. It's how it evolves. The body is slightly bigger. He's going to grow yet when we get the feet on, but so he's got a relatively small body and a big head. So let's go for some big feet. So I need 2 even-sized pieces of wool, sheets of wool. They can't be too thin and wispy. Have to have a little density to them. So I've got them laid out on my pad. Now what I want to do is making just double checking that they've both got a fairly similar density. This one still seems a little thin to me, so I was messing with it. So I can just spread out a little wool here. There's a little vegetable matter in there, but I'm not going to dig it out. I think it'll get buried. So that's feeling better. So what I want to do, let's see, let's go into the messy side. Put the nice side down if there is one. What I want to do is draw in the outline of a basic foot shape. It really, you can draw in the arches, or not the arches, but the narrowing spots near the arches. I want you to make the heel area a little longer than what you think a heel area should be. I want you to extend that a little bit. There's a good reason for that, but it's easier to show you than to tell you. So this foot looks huge. We're making Bigfoot here apparently. Actually, the way it's turning in, it's probably going to turn into the left foot. So we're not sure yet, but it's looking like it. So when I make a matching pair, I'll show you. So before I move along there, I want to draw in a matching set. I'm having a hard time seeing it looking over the camera, so bear with me. I'm going to try to get it as good as I can. You can always fix it up as you're going, so I made that a little bit longer. I feel like I'm drawing without Well, I'm blind without my eyes. Drawing in the dark here. Okay. So those are relatively the same. I'm going to start folding over the wool over this line I drew. Just start folding it over gently right up to the line without pulling that line right out of the pad. You want it to stay in there for now. Right up to the line. If you come across some areas where you have a lot of excess wool, you need some, but if you fold it over and it goes way over the other side of the foot, bring it back over here and tear some off. I'll show you how. I'm just holding down tight. I didn't have too much, but it wouldn't have hurt to tear that little bit off for me. So fold that over right up to the line that I drew. And I'm just slowly and gradually following that line. Pelt all these fibers down. Taper this back just a little bit here. It's a little wider than I had anticipated, so I think I didn't pull it to the line real tight here. So right now there's still a lot of air in that shape. It's a very big foot in relation to the body, but like I said, I wanted it a little bit big, and it's going to shrink still. I'm going to reduce it down as I continue to compress the air out of it. We need this piece pretty dense, pretty solid. So I'm going to repeat on this side, so you can go ahead and do that. And don't even tear these up off the pad yet. So go ahead and repeat on this side. When we come back, we will finish forming the feet. Okay, I've made two little feet here. I'm going to now pull them up off the felting pad. Turn them over. We're actually looking at two rather big feet. Now just turn them over so you can see this is going to become the sole of the foot. It's got a really nice surface, not a bunch of folds and creases on it. And if you want to leave your doll barefoot, this is the part you'll always see. I'm just sculpting a nicer foot shape into that and taming down these fuzzies. But you'll have a chance to sculpt down the fuzzies after you get the foot put on. So, and to sculpt the shape a little better. I just like to get a feel for it to see if this is even the right feet for my doll. Sometimes I make the wrong feet. Sometimes they just don't work. And this is simple enough process just to start over. So it's really not a lot of wool. You're not out a lot. So turn them over. Give them a little more sculpting. And I'm going to have them face me here so you can sort of see this. These are quite huge, big old feet. But some of this foot is going to actually form the ankle, the heel, up to the Achilles tendon. If you can see that, it's folding up. And then we're going to sculpt this into more of a foot shape. So this is just the basic start of a shape, so of a foot shape. So let me see here. I'm going to turn it sideways so you can see what I'm doing better here. I'm going to stab it right in. I'm leaving a bunch of that heel on the back. I'm going to stab right in through the ankle. Try to keep it straight. Try not to beat this up. Just pick a few points to stab through. Once you've done that, go ahead and go back through the bottom. Be very careful. You got to really line it up, and you don't want to mash the foot down too much. You just want to attach it. So now that's tacked in, go ahead and do a light attachment stroke all the way around. Get it attached in better, keeping it centered as much as you can. It likes to drift around a little, so just try to adjust it, keeping it centered. So now I want to pull this heel up, and I think I'm going to use my sewing needle for this. I want to pull this up and pin it right up there and start felting that in. This is like the Achilles where it runs down into the heel is what this is going to form. So I'm just using an attachment stroke along that needle, and I'll be able to pull that out. That was just a good way to stretch that up and around. So I got to keep pulling it up and around. You can use the needle if you need to pin it. Now that it's up, it's easier to fold it and hold it now that it's up in the back there. So you see how that's working? There's the ankle, and here's the heel coming down. So let's turn it over to this side. I'm going to start working this up. I'm working out the air out of that while doing the attachment stroke. This can be a little bit tricky. Just be patient. Try not to pull wool with that needle. And if you do pull any, just make sure it's just a tiny little loop or a little bit of wool. So we move around to this side, and I just want to keep forcing this foot shape to roll up to the ankle. Back and forth a little bit at a time. It's like a giant duck foot, but that's okay. It's got a lot of air in it. We're going to sculpt that out yet. See how it's now kind of wrinkling and curling around in here? Keep bringing it up. We have an arch to our foot up here, so we're going to sculpt it in on both sides. Not too much because we're going to come back with some more wool right here, but just start sculpting it in. And now you can start reducing this big old foot shape. Just make it a little more narrow to match the heel there. Take some patience, and because I chose to do a big foot, it's going to make me work a little more than if you did a smaller foot. So here I am sculpting in the indent there for the arch of the foot, and I'm also going to start sculpting in the arch of the foot. And I can feel the base of the leg right here, so I'm going to sculpt up against that. That's going to be like the bottom of the heel. Sculpting in an arch, narrowing down the foot on this side too. As I'm sculpting, the air is all coming out, it's getting firmer. Keep on sculpting. It's reducing in size quite a bit. I'm going to work on this area here. Now if you look at your own foot, this arch is usually pretty prominent in here on the inside and less prominent on the outside. There's more of a ridge that runs along the outside. Unless you're flat-footed, which some people are. I think these feet look very lively when you've got some good arch work that you felted in. So it's still looking very big on the top. So just a little more sculpting. Holding it, reducing this whole area here. It's looking cute from the bottom. looking rather thick on the top, so I got to keep reducing it a little more. And I'm going to bring in this black needle because I want to beat this wool down a little bit. I want this good and stiff. And when it starts getting really hard to poke through, I know it's done its job and I need to put it away. But it is reducing it. Just giving it a pretty solid platform there already. Go back at it with the yellow needle a little bit here. And I usually start to think about what I want to do for shoes. If I want to put shoes on, I won't bother with toes. But I may want sandals, so in which case I would bother with toes. I may just want them to be barefoot, in which case I would bother with toes. So that's all kind of important. So we don't have we've got the foot on, but we don't have a very natural looking attachment there. That doesn't look like an ankle to me. So what we need to do is get a little piece of wool. Let's see here. About like so. And I want to start creating this arch. The foot thickens here, and as it meets up to the ankle up there, it tapers, you see? So I want to start building that little area, and it makes a great attachment to the foot. So I just laid the fibers out. I'm working my way to that arch. I want to make sure that I'm not pulling this all tight like this. I want to be letting all of this loft, or a lot of it, fill in this void here. So by starting out here and just keep it on pulling these loose fibers down, forcing them down into that hole without making creases or folds, or without just mashing it all in there messy. So it's not a very dramatic line or a transition or an angle up blending in. It's not that dramatic. So now when I get that tacked into place, I want to use these fibers. Probably easier just to turn it over. Use these fibers. I want to cover up this bit here and make a nice transition from the heel into the ankle. So I'm just pulling it around and tack it down around the bottom of the heel. It's going to make a nice seamless ankle joint here. Tacking it down. This one's the same way, but it's a little thicker here, so I want to pull off some of this excess. I don't want it really thick, and then I'm going to spread it out a little bit. We've got enough bulk on that foot. It's big, so we don't want to add more wool than we really have to anywhere. It's still a little bulky. It's kind of bugging me. So I'll pull it off. It was just a kind of a tuft. So I think these feet are going to match the exaggerated big head that I made. And if I'm lucky, when we get that head on, it'll all find its balance. So we have a cute start of a foot shape. I need to get in here and attach it down to the leg. Working my way up towards the knee. Ankle's looking a little thick. So to remedy that, I'm having a hard time getting into the right positions. Just keep rotating it around and sculpting it till you see a cute little heel and foot, ankle. You'll see it, I promise you will. Flatten that out a little bit on the bottom. Look at that. That makes me happy. That is a cute little foot. So now all you have to do is repeat. You turn that giant thing into this cute little foot. And like I said, we're going to determine if we're going to need toes or not. And we have a little bit of time to think about that. So I'll leave you to install the other foot. And when we come back, we're going to work on hands and fingers. So we're ready to make some hands. They're going to be oversized a little bit, like I mentioned, not really anatomically in the scale. So, whoa, I pulled off a huge piece and a small piece. Let's deal with that. I'm sure you're finding yourself getting some of your own techniques for getting that wool off the batting. All these scraps come in handy when we do the small things like I've mentioned, you know, covering seams and even fingers. So make sure that you keep those neatly stacked to the side as well. You don't want to just be tossing all your scraps. So to make hands, we're making a shape that's felted on 3 sides and fluffy on one end. The fluffy side will attach here, and this will form the hand. You can see that as a visual. It's a little puffy, hard to see, but that's what will happen. So I want to get one end nice and fluffy here. And I want another piece to match while I'm at it. So this one's just a little thicker. I need to draft it apart a little bit to make sure that about the same amount of wool there, close. You may have noticed through these lessons that I spend a lot of time arranging these sheets of wool. It's really important to get a quality doll if you have a handle on the organization of your wool, just not using it so randomly. So I spend a lot of the time building these dolls is making sure that I have a handle on the wool. So it's a kind of testy stuff, and it can have a mind of its own, so you just have to learn to control it. So here we go. We're going to draw in those 3 sides of the hand. It's kind of just like a rectangle, elongated. I want these hands slightly oversized, and it's gonna sort of taper down here slightly to a wrist. So once I have that drawn in, go ahead while I'm looking at it, draw in on the other side as well. Try to get it even. See, I'm drifting off over here a little bit to the side, but the shapes are the same. So this one, looking at it right away, I can see there's more fluff on this one, on this side here. So it's a good time to make sure, again, that you have, that looks a little more even. So I'm going to pull it down here, just like I did on the feet. Needle that in. Okay, I'm going to stop here where I got to the end of my line, because remember I said we need these fluffs. So the foot, you would go ahead and, you know, you would have felted those up, but we need these fluffs on the hand, so don't felt that way. So I'm just gonna fold over here. If you have so much fluff that it overhangs on this side, very carefully tear it off. So I'm just gently rolling the wool over here, just very gently. I don't want to pull so hard that I pull it out of the foam. So while it's in the foam, repeat on the other side. Get you started there. So repeat on the other side, and then when you're done, when you have both sides done, I'm just going to proceed here, felting up towards the wrist just slightly before I pull it off. So okay, so then when you've got both sides done, go ahead and pull one of them off. Like the foot, it's much bigger than it's going to wind up because we're going to felt it down, reduce it by felting it on the other side. Hands are pretty dense. We don't want this too puffy, but we don't want to reduce this to what's really thin and flat. We want it to have some life left in it. So I'm just giving it some basic needle strokes here. The fingers are going to be attached here, so, and you can even see, the fingers are going to be attached here, and then here's a fold from where you pulled the wool over. So I like to get that fold closed up and get this end felted well, because just like where you attach the shoulders and the hips, if you have this area felted well, you have something with much more substance for the attachments to hold to, and it just makes a stronger doll in the end if you take the extra few minutes to make sure this isn't all loose and fluffy. You can sort of taper it down. It doesn't have to be at a broad square, but it does need to be broad across this area. So I'm just sculpting it in. Rolling it around a little bit. Try not to go so deep. And doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot. This is all going to get covered, so as long as that seam's closed and this is well felted, you're good to go. If you can see a seam, that's okay, as long as it's not a gap. So we have the fluff on the end, and so we're just going to set this aside. Repeat this for the other one. You need to have 2 matching hands. And so as soon as you have those done, we're going to get some fingers put on. So we have 2 hands here. I've sculpted them to make them match in size. They feel really close to even density, which is good. So they're ready for fingers. Now fingers are fun. Fingers can be very tricky to learn, but once you get it down, you've got it down, and it's easy. They go very fast. So I've got some made ahead of time, and I'll show you here. I've got, that's enough for one hand. I go for the 3-fingered look. It's kind of cartoonish, mini cartoons. The characters only have 3 fingers. I think is a great look. And besides that, it's real hard to make 4 fingers look natural. For some reason they want to spread out like a pancake. So I have some great tricks, and I'll share some pitfalls of finger making. And once you get the fingers mastered, you can determine if you need some toes, because they're made the same way, only a little bit shorter, a little bit fatter. So fingers take just a little bit of wool. I showed you this technique once already when we made the brow bones on the face, but it's been a while. We've marched a long ways since then, so instead of just telling you make that brow bone, let's go over this again. So we're going to use the stick. I've chosen the thinner stick. I don't want a lot of air inside these. The thicker stick, if I'm making a much thicker shape with a lot more wool, I would probably use that. But I want the fingers fairly thick, but I don't want a lot of air inside. So the idea is to have a nicely felted edge and then fluff around the bottom. So to get that, I'm going to lay this wool out. You can see there's some overhang here, and I'm near the edge. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that wool over, fold it over. And I don't want to put a lot of tension. You see where that stick's poking through? I don't want to do that. I want to back off on the tension. Make sure that's fluff around the end. I'm going to roll it down once while holding on. Whoa. While trying to hold on. So now I'm going to gently fold that end fluff down. You can sort of see the stick in there, but it's not poking through. So continue to roll. I'm holding on pretty tight, keeping some good tension on here. Rolling. Fold over again. Don't pull up to the stick. You should just feel the stick in there a little bit. And so now I want to force these loose fibers down towards the base, because I need the base to be every bit as thick, if not thicker, than the tip. Not getting this rolled on there right in the first place will yield a bad finger. You'll never really be able to get it right. So it's really important to focus and feel how much wool you have down here relative to up here. Again, it comes with practice. So I'm spinning it, doing the spinning trick, felting it between my fingers, focusing here, trying to get that tip smoothed out. You may get a little curly Q thing or a little, see, that happens a lot. That's okay, don't worry about that. We're going to needle that right in just a moment. So pull that off the stick. Let me move my fingers. Now this one I like to have both needles out on. The yellow needle can help like corral any of those loose fibers and put them where you want them. So I'm barely going in to stiffen this piece up. What I'm doing really is filling in that void where the tube was. I don't want to literally think of me filling it in all the way. I'm just pushing some fibers inside there. And here on the end where it might not be so well felted, go ahead and play with the red needle as well. Going out of my way. Because you don't want it too fuzzy on the surface, and you don't want to have to go deep through the finger through to the board, the felting pad. So you just got to work around that and see how I'm rolling it. Rolling it prevents it from flattening out. You don't want a flat finger. You want it rounded. So here, let's look. This is a great finger because it's got even density. It's not solidly felted, but it's okay. It's going to hold itself nice. It's got some nice fluff on the end, and it's every bit as thick down here as it is at the tip. So that's a perfect finger, and that's in real time how long a finger should take. So since I've showed you the right way to roll a finger, how about if I demonstrate the wrong way? Because believe me, I've done it a lot. I'm really good at doing it the wrong way. Let's see, the wrong way can be starting out with not enough wool. Not leaving enough over this end here. And just not doing an even roll, just making it really messy. See how the end is bad? And if you think that's good enough that you can fix it all, you may be able to needle all that for a really long time. But it's going to be a messy finger. So that's one way. So be careful that you don't abuse that end. You have to fold gently rather than fold tight and let the stick pierce the end. So another pitfall, and do you see how casually I toss that finger away? Get used to it. If you have a finger that's giving you trouble, toss it away and start over. It's so much quicker to start over and do it right than it is to fix a bad finger. So just kind of organizing this wool again. I want it thin, but I want enough there to work with. So back to the right way. It's hard, once I've learned how to do it right, it's hard to go back to doing it wrong. But I want to show you one pitfall that I see on a lot of my students' work. They get this finger rolling around, but they don't force the fibers down to the base. Here's the base, and this tip is getting fat. Let's get this spun and I'll show you what happens. what's going to happen is you're going to have this, if you don't force enough fibers around the base, here I'm going and needling, it's this finger even came out good. Well, not good, the end's messy, I didn't spin it well. But what I'm going for, here I'll just get one that I made to show you the effect of a bad finger, of not forcing enough of those fibers down. Well, it looks okay, it's just fatter on the tip and it's skinny here. But when you go to attach it, it's always going to be skinny and flimsy, and you're not going to have, it's not going to look natural. Our fingers don't slim down as they attach to our hands. So you really want to be aware, if I felted this down, this would be really thin here. So be aware to feed these fibers, control where these fibers are being fed, and feed them down towards the base. Couple rolls over and feeding it down towards the base. That's the exact right way. So generally the 3 fingers are close to the same size. I don't really worry, I just start making fingers. I try to get them all the same size, and the small variances will give me the pinkies, it'll give me the thumbs. Thumbs tend to be a little bit shorter and a little bit fatter. So this is nice and thick at the base, nice and thick at the fingertips. So we could needle that. I like to start at the ends. I'll review this needling procedure one more time. I like to start at the ends and really make sure that those ends are good. You have to be careful, don't felt too deep. And then again, just roll it around. I'm feeling it's not doing the surface like what I need, so I'm grabbing for that red needle. And in doing this, I'm also forcing some more fibers down into that base. I need that base good and strong. Okay, so you're going to need 8 little fingers all in all. And like I said, don't hesitate to toss and discard. It really doesn't hurt anything. It's just wasting a little bit of wool. If you have some that are really skinny and flimsy, not enough wool, you didn't pull enough wool, toss it. Some that are really fat and thick and ugly, toss them. Start a new one. It's all practice. It's great practice. You're going to be making many, many fingers and toes if you continue on to make needle felted dolls. So you might as well get it down. So when we come back, we're going to have selected 8 fingers. Well, 6 fingers and 2 thumbs. So pick some shorter, fatter ones for the thumbs, the little skinnier ones for the pinkies, and I'll demonstrate that as soon as we get back. So I've got all of my fingers made. I've determined, kind of laid them out with the hands here. Here's the thumbs and the 3 fingers. And here's the scrap pile. This is common. This is common, even for experience. I have all kinds of experience making fingers, and this is common. They don't always come out perfect. So, so now that we have our fingers done, let's get them attached to the hands. See, I'm just going to move this one out of the way, and I'll demonstrate on this hand. So, I don't like to put a thumb on first. Thumbs go last, and I'll explain why as I go. So, we need to pull this fluff off of here and spread all this out. So grab tight to the finger, and before you pull too much, you want to start spreading it out. You really just wanted to get the tough end off of that. Not this tough end, but this tough end. This gets a little tough with all the rolling around and stuff. It starts to felt itself, so you want to get that off. So then what I'm doing is just, if you remember how you did the neck, you just pull apart right up into where you stopped felting. You see how that's working? And because I've got this area nice and thick and well felted, it's going to stay thick at the base, just like we need. So this is going to be, I'm thinking the forefinger, because this one's a little thinner over here. I'm going to make that into the pinky. So what I've done is I've just place these fibers right over the hand, and I'm going to let one side run down the edge. And now I'm going to just grab all these fibers. You see how I have them grabbed? Get that one out of my way. Get the yellow needle and start on a very careful attachment process. I'm going to go right through the finger first into the hand. Very careful, watch where that tip is. So I'm going to turn it over. That just kind of tacked it in. And just start attaching these loose fibers down and around. If you had a lot of loose fibers, it would build up this hand and look chunky. So you don't want that. So you just want that tacked in. We're going to sculpt all these down and sculpt some shape into them in a moment. But so do the next finger, pull that tough end off, and then pull these apart. Okay, now this one, I like to go for a place that's got a natural separation. And if you can't find one of the loose fibers, just separate them, because you want it to go right up next to this other finger. You don't want it tight, but you want it really close, and you don't want a bunch of fiber in between there. So I've got the fibers pinched on both sides here. So again, just want to start attaching it, tacking it in right through the center, just a little bit. Turn it over, work it from this side a little bit. They kind of shrink a little bit. They look longer when they're on the pad. Short little fingers are cute. You can keep that in mind for next time. If you want them longer, just wrap more wool around that stick and make it longer. So again, these things come with experience. And the options, like I keep saying, they're endless. So we're down to the last finger on the hand. Pull that off. Now this one, see, we almost have room for a fourth finger here, but I don't want to be tempted to try because it's still going to look too wide. I'm going to want to sculpt this down a little bit to match these fingers, but that's going to come in just a moment. So like you did on the first finger, you want to lay this in so that these fibers, let's see here, I'm trying to get enough fibers over here. These fibers run along the side of the hand. So tack those in. Got a lot of air right there in the corner anyway, so it's going to fold in nicely and match up. And our hands kind of do bulge out right there a little tiny bit anyways at the pinky. So if that hand seemed too long, I wouldn't try to add another finger. You can if you like. A lot of people do not like this three-fingered look and they want four fingers, so play with that. If you can come up with a great technique to put on four fingers, more power to you. I haven't been able to do it, and I've really truthfully given up. So now what I'm doing is the sculpting part I was telling you about. I want to make sure that in between the fingers there's good attachments. These fingers are going down straight. So just on both sides, just gentle. I don't want to go around the whole thing with that attachment stroke or anything, because it would felt in a groove there, a line that we don't want. So because I started with a finger that was a little heavier and this one's a little lighter, I want to keep this the pinky. So sculpt this down a little bit. It's starting to look like a hand, and you can sort of start sculpting in towards the wrist. See how I'm sculpting that in? But I don't want to get into this fluff. So here's the thicker finger. This one's a little thinner. Even stretching back out a little bit. So the forefinger gets the thumb next to it. So let's look at this thumb. I'm going to pull it apart. I think I pre-cleaned that one up. So I don't want to stick it right. I don't want it L-shaped to the hand. That's not really a natural pose. A more natural pose is under like this. So just simply turn it over, put it right beneath that first finger, the forefinger there, the index finger. And I like it to angle up, so if you can see here, I'm just tacking it in at the angle I want it. Now I'm going to start working along this edge here, fanning out these fibers as I go. Fanning them out, I mean tacking down those fanned out fibers. Okay, now I'm going to keep sculpting a little bit. I can sculpt more of a palm in here, just like you did the sole of the foot. They should just be well attached. And you can even start to give it the line of knuckles here. This is the inside of the hand, inside of the fingers. Just gently needling those. Give it a little curve. A little more curve in this one. So you can see that gives a cute little hand. It's not an anatomically correct hand, but what it is, see, I'm just sculpting. I saw a little problem when I turned it over. A little problem right in here. We're going to go over this with the finishing stroke when it's all done. So as long as everything's well attached and you have a hand shape being sculpted in, then you're good to go. So, I was getting back to my point. While it's not anatomically perfect, look at how lifelike it is. It still is amazing. It's an amazing lifelike little simple hand. All of my characters have simple hands. I never go to great lengths. Every now and then I might put a little jewelry on, but I don't even put in nail beds. That's something you can do with those little thin threads of brown, the wool that you've spun into yarn with your fingertips. You can draw in little nail beds. You can really get fancy. I like to keep them simple. So, when you go to attach the fingers on the other hand, be very mindful to make the right hand. You don't want to make two left hands. So make the right hand so the thumbs are posable right next to each other. They're little cute little thumbs. So that can be tricky. I've messed up. If you mess up, just pull the thumb off and put it where it belongs. So go ahead and get those on, and we will come back and attach the hands to the wrist. Well, you know what? Before we leave though, let me show you one thing. One of the pitfalls I wanted to show you of having very thin bases of the fingers. I'm going to show you what happens when I pull this one apart. It doesn't give you much of a structure here to work with. And if you pull it apart all the way to where it's very thick and even, you get just a little nub. So if you go to try to attach this, you can see how skinny that is in there, and it just doesn't give you enough substance to work with. So make sure that your fingers are right. And if you're attaching one and you see it's wrong, just go back to the finger making process, throw that aside, and make yourself a new one that's right. Okay, we'll come back and attach these hands. So you should have a great little pair of hands, all neatly sculpted. So some loose fibers sticking up right there. We'll still sculpt this a little more as we attach it, but so pretty simple to attach these. A few little things to remember. Thumbs tend to get the thumbs right. Would look really bad if you put this hand on here and the thumb was hanging out of the outside of the hand. It's on the inside here. So just like you tore off that excess junk on the ends of the fingers, tear it off of the hands. Keep a good handle on your hand as you're doing it though. So then you want to separate those fibers out again up into the densely felted area. If there's any real thick stuff, pull it out. You don't need any wads of anything in there. So I'm trying to even really tunnel in there because this tip is going to go, that wing tip bye-bye wingtip is going to go in there. So however you attach these hands is the position they're going to hang in. So let's look at this. We could have them palms up. We can stand with our palms up easily. There can be palms to the side. That's very relaxed. You can have palms back, facing the back. That's another pose. So you need to decide. You probably wouldn't, I don't think we could do this. If you do palms up, yeah, you can do this. I'm just playing here. So I'm going to do palms to the side. That seems easiest. And whatever it is you want to do, go ahead. So now what I'm going to do is I really want to mash this tip right into this little area here, keeping the palm where I want it. So this can get tricky. I want to hold it on while I'm felting it. Let's see what our sewing needle will do, if that'll help us any at all. Pierce right through there into the arm. Yep, that'll help. Use that sewing needle a lot. Don't forget it's there. It's a really great tool. So that's helping, keeping it where I want it. So let's see here if I can turn it so you can see. I'm putting a lot of tension. I'm really pulling on this hand. I want it tight up against that little wingtip of the wrist area there. So right here, I'm going into that wrist. I can feel it in there. I can feel the density of that arm shape in there. And see, it's still going back. The palm is facing the side of the body, so that's good. It hasn't twisted around. This needle is holding it into place. So you're going to flop it around and make sure it's attached well all the way around. Flop it again. See why I don't have the head on? All that flopping would just beat that poor little head up. That's why I like to save that for nearly the last. So this just takes a little bit of needlework, and these loose fibers should fan up over and cover any flesh tone you have. I'm going to take that needle out now. We don't need it there any longer. So you can go ahead and use your hands to pull those fibers out to help you get the air out of them, and just lay them down. Be careful not to break your needle. The end of this hand is of this arm here is very dense. My needle's meeting resistance. It's not wanting to go in there very well because I have just really needled that shape to be dense. It definitely takes a little time to get this on good. But this again is a major joint. There's a lot of stress is put on the hands of these dolls. I notice people always grab for the hands when they play with the dolls, and they pull, not roughly. I would get angry if someone was really rough with my dolls. I try to prevent that, stave that kind of behavior off, and nobody does because they're so funny people, but they're so animated they can't resist playing with them and puppeting them, and that's when the hands really take it in abuse. So you want them on there good. You want the fingers on there good. See how I'm just sculpting my way up? I want to make sure it's got a wrist. Flop it over again, work on that wrist area. I'm sculpting that egg shape underneath there, that forearm shape. I'm sculpting it a little to make it fit the hand better. Look at that. The hand's flat. Our hands tend to be flat. It's got a wrist, and it tapers out into the forearm. Very nice. So if there's any places where you can still see corbel, just little tiny wisps of wool should cover that. See here, you can see I have just a little bit right there. So I'm going to break that up. I don't need to build that up anymore there. I just want to cover it. It just takes a little. If you do want to build anything up, if you think you need some fat or some flesh somewhere, you can just add little sheets of wool here and there to make it look like you want. If you want flabbier arms. So, one hand on. Guess that means I'll leave you to get the other one on. Make sure the thumb is in the right position that you want it in. So, and that the palms face in the right way. So get the other one on, get it attached every bit as well as I just showed you here. And we have a lot more work to do if we're going to explain clothing and that and whatnot. And I also told you if you want, this is a boy, if we want anatomical correctness, he's got a chest. We've got some extra fingers over here. You can put in some genitals. I think just a little hint of them, subtle, don't put in a lot of detail. So you can add a finger right where it needs to be, and then you would just make two little tiny nose shapes. Needle those down, needle them down, and you can make this little guy anatomically correct in a hurry. So those are some options. If it was a female, you can make little shapes to make the genitalia. Put as much detail in as you want. It can have nipples. You can have shading on the knees if you want the knees to show. We're still going to continue to explore options like that as we dress the character or not dress the character. So go ahead and get the hand on and we will be back. So we have both hands attached, and by now we should have a pretty good understanding of the principles of making needle felted fingers. Pretty simple. To me, the more simple, the cuter they are. So while I was finishing up the fingers, I decided to go ahead and put a set of toes on this one foot so you could see the difference. I'm holding toes in my hand. Let's see here. Let me get this needle out of the way. I almost broke it. You almost see how I broke my needles. I haven't broken any in all the felting I've been doing, but I almost broke it there. I let this little head fall right onto my needle. So anyways, I put on some toes, very, very similar to how I did the fingers. I'll show you the differences here in a minute. And then I went ahead and sculpted that shape some more because the toes are going to show in the design I'm thinking of for this character and who he's going to be and what he's going to be wearing. So if I wanted to put, say, a boot or a full tennis shoe or something on this, I wouldn't need to take the time to make the feet, and I could really sculpt that shape in. And actually shoes kind of hide, they do hide these natural contours of your feet anyway, so you don't need to worry so much. So if you're going to do shoes, just bear with me while I do the toes. Maybe come back to it another day when you want to make toes on a character, but I'm going to show you a few tips and tricks for the toes. Just slightly different than the fingers. So I'm using the thicker stick. These toes are pretty fat because I made these feet intentionally large. You can see the toes are pretty thick. So I'm going to use the heavier, thicker stick. Make sure to get an adequate amount of wool, but not too much because these toes are shorter than the fingers. So we're not going to wind too much around. Let me just show you what I mean. It's easier than trying to describe it. So I'm folding it around, leaving plenty around the tip here. I'm grabbing the stick closer up to the tip than I did for the fingers. I'm pulling that around. I just want to have a nice thick shape right up here near the tip. I don't want to worry too much about what's going on below my fingertip here. So see, I've just wound that wool around, and it's very short around there. So very short ways down the stick. So I'm going to spin it just like before, but just holding on to a smaller part of it. Spin the end. So I have a little nib on the end there. I want to needle that in and just give it a light needling. I'm just going to use the yellow needle for this. It's pretty dense. There's a lot of wool there that we wrapped around to make that a dense toe. So it's just a little shorter and fatter than a finger. You do the same thing. You pull it apart, fan the fibers right up to the felted area, and you put it around the end of the toe. Now, if you notice on this foot, the toes aren't flat this way. Well, when a character's standing, his toes may be very flat, but I just think it gives a cuter looking, more lively animated foot to make him pointed up just slightly. So rather than putting it straight out that way, I want to just lay it on slightly pointing upwards. More on the top of the foot rather than right on the front side or the front end. So attaching that down. I've gone also I've let the fibers run along the side here too. But I want a little ball of the foot area. I don't want to put it as close as I did as the hand. Right here on the hand, I want to leave this little space here. So just work that in gently. So I have more toes here that I've made ahead of time. So just, whoa, that one was tough. So just pull them off the, just make more. You need 4 toes rather than 5. We have 3 fingers and a thumb, which equals 4 digits on our hand. So let's just have 4 on our toes. 4 looks cute. By the time you've done 4, you're ready to be done anyways with toes. So again, pointing it upwards, laid it in right next to the other toe. Let's turn him. Let me get this little head out of the way. He's getting beat up. These fibers flattened out here a bit. See how I use my fingers to pull rather than the needle? Gets them nice and tight. So if you just even wiggle your toes and think of how your toes are connected. There's a nice little indentation here. Then you have the sole of your foot. It's fairly thick around this big pad area here. Typically comes around here and arches up into ends in the heel area. So we're going to be sculpting all that a little more. See how I've refined it on this foot? We're going to be doing that on this foot as well. So let's see. Got an extra toe there. That's okay. Just going to proceed along here. Usually the pinky toe is the thinnest, so if you have a smaller shaped toe, that'd be a good one to use. I'm not there yet though. I'm on the next to the last toe. I'm on the 3rd. So right now I'm just worried about getting them attached to the slightly upward angle. Not worried too much about how they look in the end. Let's see, here's a thinner one. That's a good pinky toe. That's a good pinky toe. So I'm finding a natural separation there to put it up along by the toe, the other toe, the 3rd toe. Holding it down. It's really not difficult. See how cute that looks already? It's too thick right in here. We've got a lot of loose fibers here. So to just turn and change an angle so I can see it at different angles. It kind of made this part of the foot to me look a little bit long, elongated, so I want to compress that in a little bit as I sculpt along. So I'm just adjusting things lightly, poking in. That's why working with softer felted wool is really fun. You're not so committed. So I mentioned that this area was a little bit thick, so let's turn it over. Kind of look at the other one for comparison. I just want to flatten this out a bit. Sculpt up in here a little bit more. the heel is a little wider. I've sculpted this one down. This one can be wider. And so in sculpting these toes in, it kind of changes everything. I want to leave the feet showing, so I'm not going to be putting socks and shoes on this. I will still make sure that you know how to do those things, but I'm going to refine the ankle, kind of thin it down a little bit, keep flopping it around, work on this back of the heel. Picture how your foot's attached. Kind of taming down those fuzzies up there. I want this part of the foot flat on the bottom of the heel and even indented just slightly so that we don't have the roll of the foot, the doll reeling backwards, rocking backwards on the heels. So you can see there, I've sculpted in the shape. It's still a little off from this one. I can see where I haven't sculpted enough is around here yet. So I want to get in on this top part of the foot. I don't want to totally obliterate the arch here. It's a little fluffy. I want to take down a little of that fluff, make this whole foot just a little bit less dense through here. Again, classic needle sculpting here. You're just sculpting in a shape of the foot that you're happy with. Take down some more of this air here. Any loose stuff pulling up, fix it. So there you go. We've got 2 feet and 2 hands. I'll still do a little more sculpting to get them to match better. And I will talk to you next about finishing this doll up. We have to still get it dressed and attach the head. And I know how excited we are to get this head attached. If you're done and ready to go and you want a naked little doll, you may or may not have made it anatomically correct, you can attach the head. You can skip the clothing part, but you're going to learn some more skills. We're going to talk about using a great product I've been playing with, and that's merino pre-felt. It saves some time, but it still adds great possibilities. So we have so much to do, so I encourage you to continue to explore with some clothing. And we do need to get this head attached very soon, but I like to work my way up from the bottom. And so if I'm going to be putting on even sandals or socks, some shorts or pants, I want to get those done and wait till the last possible minute to attach the head. I want to attach the head before I do any work around here, like involving a shirt. I want to make sure this is all attached before I even start trying to get the upper torso dressed. But I do want to work my way up from the bottoms before I get the head attached, just to protect this little guy. We don't want to rough him up any more than need be. So we're going to set him to the side for now. And I'm starting to get a whole bunch of ideas in my head of who I want this guy to be. This is more character design, caricature, character design. While I'm talking about this, I'm going to tighten up some areas, reduce some just a little more sculpting while I'm talking about bringing a character to life. So we've been spending a great deal of time creating this character, and in doing that, we are getting to know it. It's becoming very familiar. Your family and friends have likely already met it. I had a crew stop in today of nephews and stuff while I was making the video and fallen in love with my character in progress. So you should be feeling those same attachments. They should be growing on you, and you should be really getting a lot of ideas as for names. What you want it to be, what's it doing, who is this little fella, this little gal, this little character you've brought to life. So So I'm seeing in the face of this little guy, very youthful, juvenile, adolescent. So I want to give it really casual clothing. I'm thinking some, excuse me, some cute baggy little shorts and possibly some sandals, possibly some sneakers. I may do what I normally wouldn't do and cover up the toes in some sneakers. I just for the sake of the video, we may need to show you how to make a full pair of shoes here. It's not standing anymore so much on its own. I think it probably would, but we're still going to have the weight of the head on it. So before I make any major adjustments to that, to try to get it to stand, we're going to go ahead and proceed and get it dressed. But before we do that, still, as I go here, I'm tightening up these joints. I want you to right now check all of these joints. I want you to feel in here, and if you feel they've come loose, they can come loose if you haven't got them securely attached. If you feel there's too much wiggle room in that joint, now's the time to get in there. This knee to me feels just a little bit thin in the attachment and a little loose, and it just doesn't seem to be giving the doll the kind of support I want it to have on this side to side motion. Our knees don't bend that way so easy. This one's stiffer. This one just feels a little floppier. So what I'm going to do to remedy that before I proceed, I don't want to be fixing it after the doll's done. I'm just feeling for that joint in there and trying to make this connection good again. And if that means beating some of these fibers right into that egg shape, then so be it. We can cover it with a better layer. But the main thing is to tighten this joint up here. And you want to tighten it with even support under it. I'm laying it flat on the felting pad and working it up this way. I want to work this area good because that's where I was feeling the weakness, the side to side activity that I just showed you. So here I go. I'm going to get laid out on the other side. It's really hard to get it flat on the pad. I'm going to get in my little extra pad here for camera's sake so you can still see. Whoa. Laying it out here flat. I'm going to work up and down this other side and around the front. It's so cute. What a cute little build. So, if it looks too thin to you and unnatural, you can go ahead and cover it with a little more wool. But I think I had plenty to work with. I think that's cute. So I'm going to go ahead and do it to the other knee too, because it wasn't sloppy, but now it feels sloppy compared to this one. So here we go. I'm just make sure to change directions plenty so you get tangled, so these fibers get tangled in lots of directions. They hold better. The knee joints are really crucial. If they're not strong, then the doll is not gonna ever be able to stand under its own weight. You really have to make these strong. So this is a little bonus on how to make a doll stand. Just want to make that joint really lovely. Let's just check it out. It might have helped. No, it's wanting to rock back. So I'll have to make some adjustments. I need to flatten down this part of the foot because it's too tall and it's pushing the doll backwards. So we'll just have to make some sculpting adjustments, but I'm not going to take the time to do that because standing isn't the main thing, and I want to wait till I get the head on to really see where the balance is, because the head's going to really affect everything. So for right now, I'm not going to worry that it's not wanting to stand anymore. I'm not going to upset me that it lost its balance for a little bit. But anyway, so now we need to think about clothing. I wanted to show you some tips and tricks on shoes first. Since I said we start from the feet up, we might as well start with shoes. So I'm going to clean up all of my flesh tone. I'm done with the flesh tone. I'm going to clean up my work surface. I'm going to use my rubber brush here to clean this off. I don't want the flesh tone that I've been working with contaminate any of the darker wools I may be using to dress this character. So now's a good time to stop, get any of these random toes and all these fluffs from covering the flesh. Now's a good time to stop. Continue on to check your joints. The knee joints were loose. If your elbow joints are loose, do the same thing I did to the knee joints. So take care of that. My elbow joints are feeling really great. But so go ahead and make sure everything's tightened down. You don't need to worry about the fuzzies yet. This is pretty fuzzy. We're going to take care of that. But make sure your ankle joints are tight too. Everything's tight and feels secure, because we're going to be covering these and we don't want to have to go back in and fix them and ruin some delicate clothing features. So I've got it all sculpted how I like it. The shape is nice, and so now we're going to move on. And when we come back, we'll have a clean work surface. Flesh tone all put away. Don't put it too far away. You may need a little more when we attach the neck. So we're not totally done with that yet, but for now it will just be in our way. So clean it all up, get it out of the way, and we'll be right back to start getting dressed. So for clothing, we have so many options. I could probably spend many hours just showing you the different options. So we're going to narrow it down to a few. We have some choices. Mostly what I've ever used is Norwegian C1 for clothes, but I've discovered a great product called Merino Pre-Felt that really makes some fun clothing as well. So if you're going to be making mini dolls, I do recommend getting yourself some Merino Pre-Felt. It's a time saver, because oftentimes you have to get something like Evelyn's wearing, you have to take the time to flat felt with the needle all of these loose fibers. You have to take the time to do it. The pre-felt, it's been done on a felting machine, and it's been started for you. You still have to do some finish work on it to strengthen it up, but it's a time saver, so it's just something to consider. So I like to start from the feet up, so we're going to look at some options for shoes. To me, I use, here's some little slippers on Evelyn. She's got white soles. And I did little slippers on little Grandpa George here, and he's got black soles. Black and white soles seem to be pretty common. Brown soles too. I like a contrast. If you're going to have white shoes, you might want white soles, but you need a little contrast, a little line of some dark in there in between the sole and the shoe, otherwise it's going to look like a sock. So, and speaking of socks, they tend to be under the shoes, so if I'm going to do socks, I'll do them first. I would use, if I want white socks, I could give them knee socks. I think they might have a tendency to look like go-go boots or tall white boots, so I might not want to do that. So I could give him little socks just to go around his ankles, way down low. Sometimes that adds a little bit of bulk, so you have to be careful with that. Let's see, I had it folded over. So we could have little socks around here. And all you would do for using the pre-felt is, I'm going to use my curved embroidery scissors. That's what I have handy. If you have some other sharp sewing scissors, now's a good time to go round them up, because these are curved. You can cut okay with them, but I just want to cut enough to show the part of the sock that's going to be showing. And the neat thing about pre-felt is it blends. You can piece it together right on the character. So as I felt this in, however, I have to be cautious that this end is not felted. It's just kind of felted. So it's I could fold that over like so and bring it down, just fold it right in half, double that bulk, and I'm going to have a nice edge there then. That's much stronger. So if I think socks are going to show right here, let me just show you. Use the fine needle, use that 40 gauge for this. Let me just show you how nicely this felts right to your character. And so more of the sock might show as I go around here. You can stretch it so it's not so bulky once you get it started. You don't want it too bulky. There's a slight bit of bulk with socks, but usually not a lot. You can, I'm really stretching it tight around there to make it match up. Okay, now here you can see where I'm blending, where I'm seaming it to making a union here of two cut ends. As long as I don't really work that area too much, it won't look too dramatically different from everything else. So just sort of work that along, see how that it's just disappearing as long as you work everything else too. You might be able to detect some little seams and divots in there. So if you want to hide them on the inside or whatever, you can add a little more wool on top too. And another thing with pre-felt is, because it is so loose, see how I can pull that off? You could use that if you have white pre-felt, you can use it for the eyes too. But like anything else I've showed you, just use it very carefully to cover seams. See how easy that is? So now if you want to continue down, like I would say sock tends to show down this way too, if you have a low cut shoe. So we'll simply, I just want to kind of look at this and see what kind of shape I need. It's really amazing stuff. You can just cut, it's like cutting and pasting. I don't need a lot there. Let's see here. I try to use it sparingly, but I'm not a pattern maker for sewing. I'm not much of a seamstress, so I'm just cutting this out like I was cutting out, say, construction paper or something for a project. So this much of the sock might show here. Just going to tack it down. So you don't want to, when you're building the clothes, you don't want to waste time needling things that are just going to get covered. You know, you might as well just, like if I don't need to cover this whole thing in a sock unless I'm going to make him in socks. That's all you'll be able to see is socks. So because I'm going to put shoes on too, I don't want you to see the sock. Well, I do want you to see the sock. I only want you to see the part of the sock, or make the part of the sock that is showing. Okay, clear as mud. So there's a little partial sock. Pretty cute, I think. So so that goes under the shoe, so that's why we did that first. So now I need to consider what kind of shoe. Do I want a sneaker, a loafer, a slipper? Probably not a slipper. I don't usually wear socks when I wear slippers. You may, and then if that case you want to cover the heel with white too. So slippers, if you have slip-on slippers, the heels might show. So use your judgment there. I think I'm going to make a, I showed you how to work with pre-felt. If I wanted to make a purple sneaker, you can really get elaborate with these, or you can get very simple. You can make separate tongues. Let's just make a purple sneaker. How about that? And it's going to have a separate tongue. Now that's going to be pretty low in there, so it would be laying right up against the sock. That's what I'm saying about low. You're not going to be able to see a lot of it, but I want to get it in there. And I'll just pull that off. So I want to think of what a tongue on a shoe might look like, and I want to fold these edges over just really gently with my needle, because I don't want these cut edges showing. I need a little more mass there, a little more density on the edges. So tongues aren't usually that wide, right, on a shoe? Maybe they are. Maybe they're wider than this. I might have to make another one. I play around like this a lot. since there's no patterns to follow, that's all you can do is follow your instincts and what do you think will look good. So I closed up that seam. I'm going to felt this down. Merino's a little tougher to felt. You have to poke it a little more than you do the Norwegian C1, but since it's already pre-felted, it goes along pretty good. So I'm not going for perfection. This is just going to be a pair of sneakers. So I think the tongue would come right up here. It's not going to be a high top sneaker. So I'm just going to, I really hate to cover these cute little toes, but you know how to make toes now. So, and I could pull this off at this point. I could pull it all off, but I don't know that I will. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with this guy. Okay, so there's the tongue. Now I need the part of the shoe, the upper, where the laces are going to go. So let's see. I want one on each side, so I'm going to cut off 2 right now. So I want a nice edge again. I'm just going to fold it over though. I just want an edge on this side. I'm just planning this out as I go, so you can be doing the same thing, making a whole different style of shoe. I've made high-heeled shoes, platform boots on my little Elton John, all kinds of fun shoes and boots. So I think I want to round this over a little bit where it's up by the tongue. Let's see here. You can get my idea. We're just constructing some shoes. Look at a pair of sneakers laying next to you, laying in your doorway or even on your feet. How do they fit? How do they go? So here I'm attaching it on kind of midway up the tongue and just tacking it down to the foot. So I did on one side, I need to do another. So I'll go ahead and fold it over. Round down this line here like I did on the other one, this edge, round it over. I'm going to lay it right here. This is really making some 3D shoes. Like I said before, I could just wrap it with something. It just might look like a purple sock then. So just attaching that down. Right now it doesn't look so good because it's not a shoe yet. So I love how thin this is because it's not going to add bulk. So now what I want to do is I want to continue to piece in. It's going to need to go slightly back behind the heel, kind of low. I want that sock showing. So I'll show you that one. Just this is how I would do it. You can do it different. And then I'll talk to you about doing the same thing with Norwegian C1 if you don't happen to have pre-felt. So I just want to fold this over to get a nice edge again. This is going to be the back that goes around the back of your heel. So I'm going to attach it right up near where that tongue, or that piece next to the tongue attached. And right down along the bottom of where I had stopped the sock. See what all my careful planning got me. So pull it around here. Try to make a seamless connection there. Now I'm going to have a sole on this, so and sometimes it wraps right up the back of the foot, but I want to needle this down better. because usually it's a pretty snug fit around your heel. Again, I want a seamless connection here. So, now we have to work around these toes. We can make a big wide toe, or we can squeeze it together. A lot of times our shoes squish our toes, so we can do that too. So let me just snip off another piece here. I'm just going to give myself a wide piece to work with. I might have to cut it off, but I'm sure I will have to trim it. But let me see. I just want to play. Oh, I cut it much too big. See, now that would be wasteful, but I would use it on the other shoe. So, well, maybe it wasn't so wasteful. See, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start coming up and filling this in. Every time I mess with pre-felt, I do it a little different. It just depends on how you want to seam it all together. But it saves so much time. So I'm going to stretch. I don't want to stretch it so much that I can see the skin through there. And if I need to curve it around, I can. Just trying to work the air out. Have it match up over here. Now I'm going to cut it off. I don't need it to wrap all the way around the bottom of the foot, just slightly. You can use these pieces when you make the other shoe, so they're not a waste. You'll be able to fit that one in somewhere, no problem. So I just want to, without pulling it too tight, just tack it down to the sole of the foot. And you have to be careful, you don't want to drive fibers up to the foot. Bye-bye, little toes. Like I said, if you were going to do this, if I were planning shoes, I wouldn't have taken the time to put those toes on there. I really wouldn't have. Open sandals, sure, but so what a cute little shoe. So now what we need to do is, well, let's see, let's go flop it over here. We need a little more of this to come around that back of the heel a little bit more, I think. We just need to fill in this area. So there's a piece that will. See how much of a rocket science this is? It's pretty amazing, really, how easy needle felting is, really, when you grasp all the concepts. It's really just a fun adventure. Bring that down. I'm really going to gently felt around the toes here, kind of reduce this a little bit. Sculpt this arch in. Shoes do kind of are shaped along with your foot that way, so any puffy areas you see or any seams that you don't think like they look like they belong, like this area right in here, that belongs. Don't try to close that in. You want that to appear kind of open there. So just felting along here. There's a little gap back here I think we could safely close up while we're working here before we move along to the soles. So I want to decide what color soles I want to have. I think white or black would be appropriate for this color of shoe, and I'm thinking it's gonna be, I'm gonna tone it down a little bit and give him a black sole. I don't want him to have real flashy, noticeable shoes, which I picked this great purple color. So I guess I do. I love color. I can't get enough of color, so I always reach for the bright colors when I can. There's a lot of people that are more earth tones, suited to earth tones, so you might have had a nice brown shoe or gray shoe. It's all in what you like. So, okay, I have this little shoe upper. I can sort of see it's thinning around his toe, but you know what? Sometimes shoes do that. So, let's see here. I don't want to stress about it. I just want to make sure it's not going to poke through all the way. Again, anywhere there's more air. So now, I want to look at doing the sole. So I told you I think we'll have a white, well, ooh, a white sole would be cute, but I think we're going to go for black. Let's do a black sole. So, well, how about this? Since I have some brown C1, let's do a C1 sole, and I'll show you about making clothes with C1 and the difference it takes. So we can have, yep, purple and brown are great together. So what we need to do to get a sole, and if you did it with merino, I would suggest doubling it up. You want a pretty sturdy sole. So you can do the same method, only double up the C1 here. And so the same method, let me tell you what that's going to be. Put the foot on here, and just, without stabbing into the shoe, like I just did accidentally, just trace around it. It's kind of hard to see what I'm doing here, hiding it all. Just trace around it. Real, you don't have to worry too much of it's perfect. You'll have time for that. So I just have this little sheet of brown C1. Brown C1 is so handy to have around. It's what we used under the mouth. We used some in the eyes too. So put it on like that. This was the heel area. It was harder to see back there, so I need to narrow that down a little bit. So anyways, I want to fold this over here. If you get a little thickness around the heel, that's okay. The heel area tends to be thicker on the sole. So there's the pink wool I want out of there. So for making clothes out of C1, basically you need to make flat sheets, and anywhere you want them to appear that they're coming off of the body, that they're not attached to the body, you need to make a nice clean lip or an edge. And you've done that before with many of the parts. You've done it with the feet and the hands, making flat pieces with very nice folded and felted edges. So just working the air out of this, tangling up the fibers, keep going around here. Just fold up to that line. I like to make the sole off of the foot because all of the felting you have to do to get this sole dense, it could easily press fibers up and through and contaminate the front of the foot. So I like to do as much felting here as I can. It's getting a little thick there. I don't want it too thick under the toe. That's thinner than up by the heel. So if it starts getting bulky up by the toe, just rip it off. You can see it's coming into shape. It's not perfect. We are going to shape it a little more on the foot. We want it to fit the shoe. So I have it rough. Boy, it's hard to see contrast. Not enough contrast on that dark pad. I have a rough shape. Go ahead and clean it up a little bit. This part's going to be hidden. The bottom part that was attached to the pad will be the bottom of the foot that you'll always see. So don't worry too much about getting this part neat. I'm just making sure that it's evenly felted and not really full of air. Okay, it's feeling pretty good. So now what I want to do is sit it on the shoe, sit it on the foot. If you can see that, it looks funny. So we need to make it not look so funny and just start really carefully with that attachment stroke. Be very careful you don't poke through here. See where the needle's coming through? That's going to drive brown fibers and flesh tone right through it and contaminate that purple shoe. So really go shallow. In fact, shallow needling often calls for the red needle. If you're feeling it's pulling that sole in adequately, then use it. If not, switch back to the yellow. So I'm squeezing, pressing some of the air out. I just poked myself because my finger was behind there. So I'm trying to squeeze and keep my finger out of the way. It's working out okay. Sometimes the sole wraps up a little bit around. If we want to add a toe cap, we can. I'm trying to keep these fairly simple and not bulky. So here we go, rolling it around again. Just working my way around using that attachment stroke. And as you're doing that, you're sort of sculpting it right into position. Turn around, look at this heel. This is separating out a little bit right there. Not working out. I'm going to change needles. It just doesn't seem to be putting those fibers where I want them. Good old yellow needle. Looks rather like a platform shoe. It's got a lot of air in it. So we're going to take and we're going to felt that down. I'm not going through up into the top of the foot. I'm just sculpting it down, compacting the air out. So here, like I sculpted the foot, I want to sculpt in a little heel, thin it down in the arch area. Kind of make sure that heel is nice and narrow. It's just sculpting. Okay, so keep sculpting the air out. If you like that platform look, you can leave some of that in, but you need to still get some of it out. Still being careful. I'm felting it pretty vigorously, but I'm not going through to the front of the foot. That's the big thing. More arch in there. Come back here now and work on the front. It gets awkward to hold it together and felt it together and make it look like a cute little sole. So you can get as fancy as you want. You can add a band of color here. You can reduce it down if it looks like a big orthopedic shoe to you. You can just keep reducing it down and sculpting it until you get it how you like it. And then guess what? You get to make another one. That's always fun to get them to look the same. So as you continue on to explore getting your character dressed, you're going to use so many of the techniques and the skills that you learned making the character. You can just let your imagination run wild and use some of those skills and techniques to make any kind of costume or outfit or any kind of character you want. One of the skills you learned is how to make long ropes or strings out of merino roving. We did it for the lines of the eyes. The lines in the eyes. So I just made a really long one. I actually had taken it to the sink and gotten a little bit wet as I was rolling it out. It's dried out really fast. So I want it long enough because I want a shoelace in this shoe. I've gone around and I've sculpted a little more. I've filled in some thin areas here and there. The camera lighting's showing them probably more than they look. I could probably give it a little fill in right here. But all in all, it looks pretty good. So I want to make it more of a kind of reminded me of sort of a hiking type shoe. But anyways, I want to lace this shoe. Probably need the sewing needle for that. I just want to find where I want the first eye holes to be. And I want to loop it around just like so. And right along that needle gives a great guide. Needle it in. Just right along there. Gonna keep these at least a little bit pulled tight so the fibers don't grab and mess this shape up. So that's pulled there. Now just move this needle over to where the next eye hole would be. The imaginary eye hole. You don't really have to make the eye holes. You could just put little dots on to show eye holes and not even have laces. So I'm just needling that in. See, I've got my finger held on these. I want my scissors, that's what was making all that racket. So I'm going to pull this up. Move the needle. So here I want to kind of needle this in. I don't want it to look too thick, and this felted strings like this can sort of bulk up, so you can easily tame it down. And if you don't need the needle in there at this point, you may not. Just go ahead and needle where you think it's going to go. So you can continue looping it around. I'll move it in just slightly. I already needled that one down, but I'll just use it to support it there. It's hard to see. It's dark colored wool against the dark colored felting, the foam pad there. Okay. How cute is that? And I think if my hands are nimble enough, I can even tie these up. Let's get that out of there. I want to needle that down just a little bit better right there. Let's just see. I can either actually try to tie them or just needle them where the knots would be and make little loops. I don't know. It's pretty slippery. I don't want to pull when I tie this. I don't want to pull out my work, so these are the kinds of things you get to play with. So rather than pulling it hard, I'm going to just needle it. And then I'm just going to needle in some loops rather than trying to tie a bow there. But you can try if you've got enough of a length there. So you could have left it untied. Anyways, that's a cute little look. So of course you can make the other shoe like that, just like it. I might leave this guy barefoot and make him holding a shoe in the end, or I just may leave it barefoot. I may go back and make another shoe, but at this point, what I do with the other foot doesn't really matter. There's no rules. There's really no law saying he needs two of the same shoe either. So it's fun to make a match. So but I'm going to proceed with getting him dressed. I decided I want to put him in some shorts that I see a lot of young men wearing, the shorts that come down just past the knees. So I have two choices for that. I can use merino pre-felt, or I can use here's the merino pre-felt, or I can use some Norwegian C1. That's a great orange color, isn't it? That's one of my favorite colors, is orange. Let's see, I need to decide. This will give a little more baggy, free-flowing look. If I make it with Norwegian C1, I can make it loose around the edges, but everywhere else is going to look skin tight. Now, I don't know, I don't see many boys wearing, or young men wearing skin tight pants these days, so I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and use the merino. It's lighter, I can make it more baggy looking easy. But just if you're going to use the C1, you need to make the hemlines first for anything that you want to look separate. So draw the line in just like you did for lips. Fold it over. You don't have to leave much fluff on the end. And then you flatten this out. Get the air out of that area, just as wide as you want to look like it's separate from looks like that it's separate from the doll. So I'm just going to give you an example of how to do this, and then I'm going to move along and make the shorts out of the pre-felt. Just don't want to leave anybody in a lurch is how to make clothes if they don't happen to have pre-felt. Okay, so I would go over that a little bit more, make it very dense, finish the back. Also, like we've done with the lips, just tuck those fibers down. So try not to have too much bulk, so make sure those fibers spread out nicely. You don't want to bulk up all these cute shapes you just worked on. So if I'm going to make his cuff right there, see how cute that is? So all I need to do is find one place where I can attach it together. If you have to tear off some fluff, do that now. And so I'm going to, on the back of his leg, I'm going to make this come together here. Seam these together like you've learned how, without stabbing into the leg. We're just making this piece, bringing these pieces together, and you should have a nice finished edge all the way around there. So then, whoops, here's some more loose fibers. So then you just adjust the hem. Again, you would have needled a little more air out of there, so it's pretty thin. You don't want these pieces bulky. So you just start tacking it in up here, needling it down, and working your way around the leg, leaving however much you want to be flapping loose. So hopefully that makes sense. So now you don't want to make another big sheet. It's much like how you covered the original core wool structure. You just pull it off, make sure it's thick enough to cover. You want nice coverage, but then you just junk out of there. Then you just needle it on. You have to work around the groin, but you can see the effect of needling it on. I'm actually going to pull this off so I'm not needling it on, maybe as tough as I would. But once you needle it on, so where it's no more loose fibers and none of this, it's going to look skin tight. So they're going to be skin tight even up around the butt. It's really hard. I mean, you could make a loose piece, I mean a flap like this to go up over the butt, but it's gonna be kind of thick. Pre-felt's better for that if you don't want skin tight. So there's how you would do it. You could use it for longer pants, the hem of a shirt. You can do the same technique for cuffs around the sleeves, for hems and seams, anywhere. You can use, I like to use sometimes if I'm going to do long sleeves, do a white cuff like this. with a little bit of fluff, just like I did the sock. Same thing with that showing. When we get up the head attached, we can talk about, you can do collars too. All you have to do is needle the right shape edge. You can do L shapes, V shapes, and leave some fuzz to attach it. And it's really amazing what you can do with this Norwegian C1 batting as far as clothing goes. So you just work your way around. You can make a nice edge here around his waist. There will be lots of details we can do. Things like this. We can make belt loops to give him a belt, drawstring, whatever. The possibilities are endless. So I'm going to show you how easy it is once you change your mind about something. I'm just going to, because I didn't tag it in, I didn't commit, I'm just going to pull that off of there. Because I have another idea for pants for this little fella. So I decided I wanted to give him some plain old blue shorts. And I want to use pre-felt. So I've already showed you about cutting pre-felt and finishing the edge. So I want to make some shorts. So I kind of got to look at this a little bit. I'm going to want to hem them up. Again, I'm not a seamstress. You don't have to make it all in one piece, but I want to make enough at least to go up near his groin right here. So I'm kind of going to look and wrap this around a little bit and see. I'm going to snip where I need it there. They're a little long. I left long because I'm going to needle in a hem there. I don't want this rough edge exposed. I want it folded over. So I left a little long. I'm going to go right about up into here for his groin. I'm just going to hold on to that. See, I'm not making a pattern, but I'm getting a rough idea. So I'm just going to cut it right to there, and let me see. I'm going to just come over here and see what happens. I might have to piece in or cut some off and trim. Pattern makers are laughing at me right now. Seamstresses are getting their chuckles right now for how I'm approaching this. So now I want to make the nice little hem here. Just going to fold it over. Try not to beat it up into the felting pad too much. Let me switch needles here, see what this red one's going to do. It's a little bit more of a coarse gauge. The blade's a little bit thicker than the yellow needle, but I think it's liking this merino right here, right now. They seem to be working good together. So you wouldn't have to have this cut edge folded. I've done dolls without it. George, my little old man, he's holding up good. I didn't hem up his ends. But I look at them and see that they just look unfinished. So this is going to be the back side. It's going to be hidden, but I don't want it to show at all. So pull that up. It hasn't changed the surface too dramatically. Made it a little thicker right there. Just make sure there's no fuzzies. It's looking good. So okay, now the same way I just showed you, but it's going to come just below his knee here. We're going to wrap it around, and we're going to seam these two edges together. Seam them together. Let's see here. Just make sure I have enough room for everything here. Maybe kind of loose around his legs. So you can see what I've done. I've just overlapped it here. It's going to be a little bit bulkier here with all these parts together. So it's kind of nice to have it kind of hidden away in the back or near the side of the legs. I overlapped a little because it was a little wide. You see, I'm just going to work this, switch up the needles here. Sometimes you're going to have a stubborn little seam. Just got to give it an extra few minutes and it'll come together. if I stabbed my thumbnail. It didn't hurt, but it felt funny. And I am stabbing right into the leg just gently, but I'll show you why. See that seam is just virtually disappearing? So I'm just going to gently pull it out of there. Just kind of using that leg as a felting pad. Okay, let's see what we have here now. Turn it around. They seem like I want them a little bit shorter. A little bit shorter. I'm going to continue to seam this together here. You just sort of have to figure it out as you go, how you like it, because there's no book, there's nothing you can read to learn about needle felting with pre-felt. It's traditionally used for wet felting. You can lay out a design really easy, and it saves you some work if you lay out these flat sheets and cut out your designs. So this is innovative. We are innovating the world of needle felting here by playing with this. So I'll lift it off of there. So I want to cover his rump. Don't want a little pair of chaps at all. So let's just kind of see what we have to do, how we're going to have to piece that together. Again, I can feel the seamstresses laughing at me. I'm just going to cut this off right here. You see, I never took time to go find my good sewing scissors because I don't have any. I don't sew. I'll stick with my embroidery scissors. So let's move along here. Kind of like that baggy look the kids wear, so I'm gonna leave that bagging there. But I want to come in here and start working my way around there. Cut it off to try to match up here where I cut it funny. It's really neat stuff because you can get away with this kind of stuff. Have fun. I just think it's just thrilling to be able to get a doll dressed without having to sew. You know, I have sewn over the years. I tried and tried to learn, took many home economics class where they featured sewing. My mom tried to teach me, but I just don't know if I don't know, like following patterns, or maybe that's it. Maybe I'm not a pattern person and why I love needle felting so much. So let's see, let's get this to meet up under his rumpus right there. Keep working it around. These kids have sort of loose pants here, don't they? So you can see the idea here, just kind of work it around. Force the creases where you think they would go naturally. I want to cut this off right here because I want a natural line where the zipper would be. So I'm just going to snip this a little bit off. See, there's his belly button. Maybe I want it a little lower down, right just below his belly button. Kind of that hip hugger look those kids are wearing these days. So, how cute is that? So just continue on and do the other leg. If the seams are showing too much, remember the red needle. And remember, you can always fluff this up just like batting and cover up any bad areas, any seams and stuff. Those can be covered. So go ahead and play around with the pre-felt or the Norwegian C1, whichever it is that you're using, whatever kind of batting or what it is that you're using. I'm going to continue finishing this little guy's pants. You can make pockets. You can just felt some of this pre-felt, cut it and felt it into a pocket shape. You can just turn down the edges too, like how you did for the eyes, folding them over. Or let's just see. Let's see what we can do just folding them over, just to make a quick little pocket. A back pocket, like a patch pocket. Really simple. You can put in some really thin merino, strings of merino for contrast thread if you like. I just got it into a rough shape because once it's on the rear, you can just use an attachment stroke to shape it into position. I'll leave that 3D effect going on. Make sure it's raised up a little bit and see how easy that is. Clean up the top if you want. You can leave it a little frayed looking. You can press more air out of it if you want it to be less raised. Less raised? Just less raised up there. It's more compressed. See? Little pockets. I don't know about if I want pockets, so I tear that off. How easy is that? Finish that up there. So when we come back, I will have his pants all done. He'll be wearing his pants. He may have a belt. He may have belt loops. You know all those tricks to do that. And you can cut out, like for a belt, you can just cut out pre-felt, put it around there, and then you can cut out little strips of this for belt loops that match his pants. Or you can pull out, draft apart a little bit of roving. Not roving, I'm sorry, C1. And just needle it into a nice long belt shape, but you have to do a lot of needling for that. I recommend the pre-felt over the C1 for little details like that. So when we come back, I'll have the pants done and we'll talk about the shirt. Not sure if I'm going to put one on, but you have all the skills you need, so go ahead and get your character dressed just to the pants, and we're going to stop there at the end of the pants. We're going to put the head on. Yay! We're going to put the head on as soon as you get some pants on, and then we're going to consider what kind of shirt. The head needs to go on before the shirt because it may wrap up around the neck. So that's the reason for that. So go ahead and get the pants on. If he's going to be wearing any skirts are done the same way. Make the nice seam around the edge. And I will see you back so we can connect the head to the body at long last. So I've gotten some cute little pants on him. And he still has one shoe on and one shoe off. Like, it's kind of growing on me, I must say, that look is. But now's this moment that I think is what we've all been waiting for, and that's to have the head meet the body and attach up and become one. Now I know that this neck might look a little bit long, a little bit of the hair tangled in there. Let's see, I'm going to pull it apart. It looks a little long, but in reality it's really nice. What we need to do is pull, pull, pull. We have to pull so hard against this felted neck. If you remember how well we felted it, and if you did yours like that, it should be very well felted. So what I'm trying to do is pull out some of this felted edge here, because I need it to go, I need some of this felting to be stretched out to wrap around the top of the torso. This joint has to be strong, very strong. This head isn't light. Well, it is light, but it's for wool, it's pretty darn heavy. So when you're pulling on that neck, make sure you're not pulling out anything that you did when you attached it previously. You're just going to have to rework it if you did. So, okay, I've got that out. Now I need to fluff this out. I need as much loose fiber out here as I can get. Fan out this. The edges get a little natty and ratty, so any globs pull off, but try not to pull off too much because we need this. But we don't need globs. So see how that's fresh and fuzzy. Now I'm going to fit it right down over the head. And you need to decide if you want this head. You can make the head looking, you know, pretty much up. Depending on how your neck attachment came out, like mine, my little guy's looking up. His head is tilted back and up. Yours may or may not be like that. I could also bring mine down here so he's not looking up, like he's bending over and glancing up. So this neck placement's pretty crucial, but you don't have a big window of area to play with. Like I could make him looking way up and bending back, but if I brought him back too far, well, that would just be a weird looking doll. So what I'm going to try to do is get it, I want his head slightly tipped forward because I don't want him looking way up like that. I want to tip it slightly forward on his neck. So this is a process, guys. A little bit of a rooster tail there. This is a real process. So the head gets a little bit abused here, but I've got my hand mashed into his body here because I don't want it to push away from me, and so I'm going to pull on the neck here with between my fingers right here. Get his hair out of the way. It's easier if you haven't put the hair on yet, but who can wait after they get that head on? So the hair is usually a little bit in my way, but it won't be too bad. So I'm going in right here through the back of the neck into the torso, right into the center of the torso with this black needle. This is the neck attacher. So I want to get that tacked down, a few pokes of that. Now I want to just tack in some of these loose fibers. This is just going to help me hold it into position as I roll it around. I said I wanted it tilted forward slightly, so I have to start working at that too. Now, black needle again. Here we go. You want to be really pressing these two parts together. And here's a neat trick too. You want as much fiber as you can to go in, but you don't want to ruin any shape, so you can go right down the ear and jiggle it there. See, I'm not destroying the ear, it's actually making the ear look, whoops, I went out the bottom of the ear, you don't want that. It's making the ear look a little more natural, so it's really helping get the solid connection in there. As the head flops off. So I'm going to go in through the corners of the mouth as well, without destroying the teeth. If you can't do it without destroying the teeth, then don't do it. But those little things just help in the very end. So I'm going to attach these fibers down. Really got to work at it. Oh, there he is. Hi, you. Okay, I'm not going to get too excited. I got to keep working at this. I'm going to keep pulling these fibers over. I don't want to destroy any shaping I've given him on his back, so be careful there. I just love this moment. I really do. It makes all of this tedious work, this fun tedious work, it makes it just all you can do is think about, okay, who am I going to do next? You need a buddy, you need a friend. Oh, my house is filled with these guys. Let me see. Let me see if I can zoom this camera out a little bit. Oh, it won't go out much further, but you can see it's starting to come together. So you just need to go, and like when you attach the head to the neck, you need to make sure there's no air gaps in here, and you got to go around and just fan these fibers out while you're needling it all down and get them all smoothed out and nice. Ooh, look at the sun streaming into my studio. I have a sunny studio. I might try to block that out so it's not blinding us though. So okay, when we come back, the head will be attached. And we can talk about finishing up our character. So here we have our fun little creation. This guy, the name keeps jumping out at me. It's a very silly name. It's a name that came from some silly game we played. I played with my nephews years ago. Anyways, his name, I believe, is Jim Timmy. Jim's his first name, Timmy's his last. Jimmy's his middle. His last name's unknown. I don't think it's my last name. I don't think it's Petal, but his name is Jim Timmy. It just makes me laugh. He just that's what he looks like to me. So sometimes they just tell me who they are. So it was a name from a fun game when my nephews were kids, of coming up with funny first and middle names. So so we have, I saw some loose fuzz in the nostril. I do that often. Sorry, I drifted there. You should have your neck attached well. You see here how these felted fibers are coming down over. These ones were felted when we made the neck shape, and when I told you to pull those apart, those are the ones that came down, and they're very strong. You can see the range of motion here. I don't worry too much about sculpting in the collarbone and stuff. You can do that if you like. To me, it's kind of a nice simple thing here. If your neck came out very thin, you can wrap it. You can add thickness by wrapping thin sheets around and build that neck up till it's as thick as you want. You have to make sure not to get seams when you're doing it, and just use those, make sure to keep those fibers fluffing out as you work. His neck came out good the first time around. We have a little bit of seam stuff there, so I would want, just to make everything lovely, to cover any of those seams. Anywhere you see the connections, or anywhere you think might be a weak spot. So, or if you still see core wool. You shouldn't be able to feel air, or you shouldn't be able to feel a gap in there. If you do, you need to try to come into this from other angles as well. I'm going from the armpit while I'm squishing down, just to make an even better connection, to fill any air gaps in. The needle's going right between my fingers and the neck, and it's not leaving anything behind in the armpit. So go ahead and do it in the other armpit too. This is just some extra insurance. So you can also just make sure, you just want to make sure, and any seams are covered. So the next thing we need to do, well, I've determined I could show you how to make a shirt, but I believe you have all the skills you need to do a shirt if you want. Very similar to pants, or do it the way I showed you how to do do the core wool. Not the core wool, the Norwegian C1. I've been talking many hours, if you haven't noticed by now. It's a lot of narration. You can see here how I worked in to where you open up the crotch area and it doesn't come apart. I've closed up any seams in the pants. So there's still some fluff, and one of the tricks I did while I was closing up those seams is I just took the sewing needle and went across any seam areas to loosen up those fibers, and then just tacked them back down with the 38 star, the red needle. That seems to work pretty good for that. So while we have the 38 star, is actually a perfect time to start the finish work. I've been talking a lot about finishing your character, about using Norwegian C1 because of its finishing properties. So we're going to begin doing the surface work. And I've decided to keep my little guy shirtless. I think it's a perfect look for him. So like I was saying, you have all the skills you need to do a shirt. So so the next step is finishing. I think we're very close to being done with our dolls, our creations. And all I can say for sure is that I hope that you are every bit in love with yours as I with mine. He's already getting passed around, shown off. My mom just stopped by my studio and she was sad because he was set up for getting his picture taken, and she was sad that she couldn't hold him. And so I have to drop him by my mom's when he's done. She wants to check him out. So your family should be reacting the same. I'd be very surprised if they're not. If your friends and family are not falling in love. So while I'm talking away here, we're going to begin finishing. We have the 38 star. We're going to put it to work. It's going to take a while. It takes give it three minutes or so per section. You want to do a little section, kind of think about a size of a quarter on these narrow sections. Well, you can only do what you can do, but you want to get it finished. I've demonstrated this finishing stroke many times. This is crucial. And while C1 finishes nice, I do tend to notice that with use, you can put it on a shelf and it's going to stay non-fluffy. It's going to stay smoothed down. But if you start playing with it and handling it, the wool fluffs back up. So if your dolls get handled a lot, you're not going to have to repair parts like limbs getting torn off if you keep them away from pets. But you will have to tame down the fuzzies again. So I went over it in one direction there. I'm going to move directions. This is felted down pretty good. This was a pretty tight area that I felted to make this connection. So some areas are harder than the others, and you'll feel if you've gone beyond, you don't really have any more big fuzzies to deal with. So I'm going to move along. I'm going to stay on the arm though. Flip him over. Now see here, I discovered a piece showing of core wool showing. So sometimes you can cover that up with this sideways needling. It literally pushes fibers from one area to the next. And to be perfectly honest, I don't get really obsessed with making sure every little bit's covered. To me, that just looks like a highlight on the skin, actually. As long as it's not an open gap of unfinished looking wool. And to me, it's not. It's just a little peeking through. See in there, it's even going away. It's covering itself up just from this finishing stroke. So I had to work at that finishing stroke in that area a little longer than I wanted, but so I'm going to turn it around. So yes, you do need to go over the whole thing with this finishing stroke. And the C1 polishes up, and I think it has a sheen like human skin does. I really do. So again, this area was pretty densely felted, but if you can see how smooth this area is compared to this area, and I'm just going to demonstrate how that's going to change. Now I have a stubborn area here that's, I feel a lot of air in there, so I'm going to attack it from this side. Shorten that up, shorten my strokes up, and really work at these areas. And change angles. It's a little more difficult to finish these skinny parts than it is the big flat parts, but it's very important there. I'm changing angles again even. If it feels like you're not doing anything, you may not be. So switch it up. And I don't always do this on my felting pad. I often go sit down and hold it in an easy chair, listen to a movie while I'm doing this. So it's a little more awkward for me to finish it here on the camera. But change directions again. I'm going to attack it from this way just to get those fibers more under control before we try to polish them up there. So I'm just moving along, and you can see already that it's very much like this. Now, you can needle this all day long, and you're still going to have some fuzzies. It's wool, so don't get too caught up in making it look like something it's not. It's wool. So so we just need to continue working on that and make sure that you have at least the fuzzies tamed down enough to where when you scratch the surface it doesn't fluff up. I'll show you some areas that might be of some concern here. It fluffs up. But you know what? Remember that we sculpted the puffy air into that? We sculpted these puffy pieces here. So when we get to those fluffy areas, the wool fluffs up, but we don't want that. So, but we also don't want to felt away that his physique, his shape. So just get that sewing needle under there, put some pressure under it while you finish that up, and it should keep the shape. It will keep the shape right in line. I think this forward stroke sometimes works a little bit better with this C1, just to get it started. So anyways, you want to move along like I told you before. Move along. We'd gone over the face like that. As you finish one area, move along. Don't jump around. Now the face has gotten rolled around a little bit, so you might have a few loose fibers running around. You had to attach the head. It was watching the whole process of the body, so you may have to go over the face a little bit more. But it shouldn't need a lot. It shouldn't need a lot as say maybe the arm does. The arm needs a lot of work. All we did was tack on the fiber. And then if you use the pre-felt, the merino pre-felt, because it's pre-felt, it's not felt, you want to make it at least a little more durable of a felt. So this, you're really going to want to finish this surface. You're just at least going to want to go, it's already fuzzy and fluffy looking, so you at least want to just felt that surface down a little bit. If you leave it alone and don't touch it and don't mess with it much, it'll be okay. It might get kind of pilled up, and merino tends to get pilled anyways, little pills on it. So if you felt with it too, wet felt, it does get pilly. So expect a little bit of that as your doll ages and gets handled and worn a little bit. But you can always go back in. See, I'm just giving the surface a nice little finish, working my way around. I don't want to lose the shape of the pants. I don't want to destroy that. And the merino, it gets holes in it. It really does. The needles leave holes, so make sure to follow these patterns because that will cover the holes. Felt towards you, and each stroke covers the hole before. In theory, sometimes you get a little stubborn one. You see how that's polishing that up and getting rid of the needle holes and any seams, and it's feeling more felted, less fuzzy on the surface. So really the whole surface needs it at this point except for the hair. The hair probably needs to be a little bit restyled. If you need to cut a little more off or tack it down to the head again, go ahead and do that. The head's been through a lot. Getting attached to the body is a big process. So let your imagination still run wild. I'm not going to say when you're done. I might look at this guy for a month and then decide, you know what, he needs a shirt. It's the time he finds his other shoe. Maybe he'll find it and just be holding it. I don't know. But to me, this doll is saying it's done. I love his torso. I didn't want to hide it. I love his back. I didn't want to hide it in clothes. So, because there's no rules, there's no pattern, there's no, this is what I'm making, finished product thing. This is simply a work in progress. So, I've taught you everything I know about needle felting, about bringing wool to life. I could sit here for another 10 hours perhaps and talk on and on about simply facial features alone and the joy I find in bringing out different characters. However, I think I've talked your ear off. I've talked my vocal cords out. So with having said all of that, all I can say is I wish you the happiest of felting. Thank you very much.